Chapter 1: The Powers That Be. Welcome to the Ninja Village Hidden Leaf, Kanaha, deep in the Heart Fire Country where people greet you with a friendly smile. That is, unless you happen to be a blonde-haired blue-eyed child by the name of Uzumaki Naruto. He has always been hated and shunned for reasons unknown to him. The only that he can actually remember showing any real kindness was the Sandaime Hokage, the current leader of Kanaha, and the people at the ramen stand. But this matters not to the many travelers and villagers. "Well, that proved to be rather pointless," said a man with waist-length dark blue hair as he exited a bar. He wore a matching dark blue Chinese-style shirt and pants. The shirt had several dragons embroidered on it in silver. As he walked down the street, he came upon a rather large crowd. As he neared, he could hear people yelling demon and monster. Curious that, and it was on his way, he decided to see what was going on. Though once he discovered what the crowd was doing, he became enraged, for the crowd was beating a small boy no more than 6 years old. "What the heck do you people think you're doing?" the man bellowed. Everyone in the crowd froze at the tone the man used. It was a voice that promised extreme pain. Then he made his way to the boy. He reached out and gently placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, but, even while unconscious, the boy jerked away, afraid of the touch. Man, what have these people done to the boy? To put him in a state like this, they must have beaten him before. This is interesting. The boy's wounds are healing faster than they should be. The man thought. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. Attacking an innocent child. He continued aloud. This statement caused one man, identified as a ninja by his hishiate, to step forward and shout back, "We don't care what you say, we all know he's a demon." Stupid people, if you really want to see a demon, you should go look in a mirror. Now, I suggest you all return to your homes right now if you don't want to die. The man's voice was cold and laced with killing intent that had even the ninja among the mob sweating in fear. The crowd quickly dispersed, wanting to get away from the man in front of them. Now what should I do? I guess I'll have to take him to the inn with me, he thought. Arriving at the inn, the man proceeded to set the boy down on a bed. The man then began to check the boy over for wounds and was surprised to find that all his wounds were almost completely healed. I guess if I want any answers, I'll just have to use that jutsu, the man thought, contemplating the mystery lying on his bed. After a few quick hand seals, he reached out and touched the sleeping boy's forehead. His eyes closed for a moment, and when they opened, he found himself in a dimly lit sewer with doors on both sides. These doors were not of the physical kind but of the mental kind. Each door represented a memory. He figured it would be best to go backwards through the boy's memories, starting from when he found him. As he watched the most recent memories play, he began to wish he had done more than just scare the villagers. It turned out the reason they were beating the boy was because he had tried to partake in a festival and he only got angrier from there. The boy's life was filled with sadness and despair. He was constantly shunned and beaten. Whenever he would try to make a friend with a kid at the playground, the child's parent would rush them off and tell the little demon spawn to never come near their child again. There were very few happy memories in the boy's mind, and they were either of an old man referred to as the Hokage or the man and his family at a local ramen stand. The man had to stop watching when he saw the boy get thrown out of the orphanage at 2. He began to wander down the hallways thinking of different ways he wanted to kill almost the entire village with his bare hands. He was brought out of his thoughts when he ran into a large cage with the word "seal" written on a piece of paper in the middle. "What's this?" he wondered out loud. Just then, a giant claw came from behind the cage trying to kill him. Ragnarok jumped back, and that's when he saw 2 glowing red eyes that were slitted down the middle. As the eyes made their way forward, the dim light illuminated the owner of the eyes. It was a giant red fox with 9 tails swishing behind it. "QB," the man said in disbelief. "Hey QB, old buddy, how ya been?" As he made his way over to his old friend, another claw shot out from behind the cage to kill him. Once again, he jumped back to avoid the strike. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" the man asked. QB just snarled in reply. "Now I get it," the man stated as he transformed into a giant dark blue dragon with 8 tails. Whack, one of his tails hit Kyubi head. Hey man, whoa Ragnarok, is that really you man? Dude, that was some messed up stuff that I ha. Whack, another of Ragnarok's tails hit Kyubi's head. This time Kyubi shook his head and then began to turn into a human with spiky red hair and wearing clothing similar to Ragnarok except red with foxes. Oh my head. Ragnarok, came Kyubi's puzzled voice. What's going on and why am I in a cage? Yeah, Kyubi, it's me, Ragnarok said sighing as he reverted to a human form. Well, from what I can tell, you were under a powerful genjutsu. Now as for the cage, you attacked Konoha and during that time, someone called the Shinigami to seal you into a kid. But what do you remember happening? Not much really, Kyubi explained. I remember being summoned to deal with a guy that reeked of snakes with yellow snake eyes. Everything after that's fuzzy right now, but enough of the past. Why are you here? That, my friend, is a much sadder reason, Ragnarok said solemnly. I suggest you use your link with the kid to review his memories. It didn't take Kyubi long to review all of the boy's memories, and when he was done he was even angrier than Ragnarok was. Right now the only thing keeping me from telling you to rip this village apart is this kid's desire to protect it, Kyubi growled. I can't believe that they disregarded their leader's last wish like that. What do you mean their leader's last wish? Ragnarok asked, confused. Apparently you didn't look at all of this kid's memories. Receiving a negative nod, Kyubi continued. Apparently their leader, the Yondaime Hokage, this kid's father, wished for him to be seen a hero for constantly keeping me imprisoned. What are we going to do now? It's obvious that they hate this kid because of you, Ragnarok asked. Nothing. What did you say? Boten, Kyubi, and Ragnarok shouted at the same time. Boten was a pale-looking woman of average height wearing a light pink formal kimono. Her light blue hair was in a high ponytail that ran to her lower back. You are not to do anything. After Boten saw the looks of you better have a good reason, she continued, upstairs doesn't want you to do anything. Why not? Ragnarok yelled. He has decided to give this boy a test to see if he is worthy of gifts from him, Boten answered. He has, Kyubi stated, floored that upstairs would even consider giving this child gifts. Yes, he has, but I don't know what the test will be. I am to simply modify the seal, she replied, trying to answer the obvious questions. What's the reason for all the change if we're not supposed to do anything? Ragnarok asked. The changes to the seal will give Kyubi access to the boy's mind without him knowing it and will make it easier to heal him. Boten finished with a little sadness in her voice. After seeing no more questions, she continued. Now Kyubi, you cannot interfere. He must learn of your presence on his own. Now Ragnarok, once you get out of here you are to take him back home, all right? Ragnarok simply nodded at the order and exited the boy's mind. Back in his body. Ragnarok gently scooped up the boy and went to the boy's apartment. Ragnarok was so engrossed about what would happen to the boy in the future that he didn't notice the stares of the people as went. After getting into the boy's apartment, he gently laid him down, tucked him into bed, and walked out the door with a good night. Chapter 2. The truth in training. So you're telling me that you're not responsible for the attack 13 years ago and Sasuke is still alive? Yes. To say that the blonde-haired, blue-eyed ninja, Uzumaki Naruto, was not very trusting would be an understatement. But there was something about the look that Kyubi was giving him. Do you really expect me to believe that some freaky snake guy put you in a genjutsu and made you attack Konoha? Naruto asked. There is nothing else to say. Either you accept what he has told you as the truth or you do not, came a female voice. Who are you and how did you get inside my head? Naruto asked, turning to the newcomer. Who I am and how I got does not matter right now. What matters is, do you accept the story that has been laid before you? She asked. Well, if this furball over there really is Kyubi. Kyubi's eye twitched at the furball comment but decided to let Naruto finish. I see no reason not to believe his story. I mean, I've never heard anyone else give a reason as to why Kyubi attacked. It seems he is wise beyond his years. Wouldn't you say so, Kyubi? The woman asked. Yes, he is Botan, but it's unfortunate how he obtained that wisdom, Kyubi responded. Could you guys explain what exactly is going on here? Asked a very confused Naruto. That would be the reason I'm here, Botan answered. What Kyubi said is true that Snake Guy, Orochimaru, is the one responsible for Kyubi's attack. But that's not very important right now. What is the fact that you have passed upstairs test. Test? What test? Naruto cut in. I was just getting to that, Botan responded. Now where was I? Oh yes, now I remember. The test was what kind of person you are. And by that, I mean upstairs wanted to know if you would give in to the hate of the villagers or would you be able to put that behind you and forgive them their stupidity. And forgiven them you have and have proven that you have a pure heart. That is the reason that you have passed upstairs test. Now that you have passed the test, I can no tell you that upstairs has found you worthy of receiving his gifts. So long as you do one thing for him. Say I decide to do this for him, what would I have to do? Naruto asked, still trying to process the information. You really are smarter than you pretend to be, Botan commented. Hey, there's a reason why I act like a dobe, Naruto shot back. Yes, I know why you do and it's unfortunate that your reasons are well-founded. But to answer your question, you would do almost exactly what you are doing now, Botan stated. You mean trying to become Hokage? Not exactly Naruto, Botan started. It's more what being the Hokage represents. Protecting those that are precious to you. Now, I must warn you that there will be many dangerous enemies that you have to fight regardless of whether or not you receive any gifts from upstairs, and they won't care about any they hurt to get to you. But upstairs gifts will aid you. So, let me get this straight. I choose not to continue protecting my precious people and face enemies, or I choose to continue protecting my precious people and face the same enemies with gifts from whoever is this upstairs is? Naruto questioned. Both Kyubi and Botan nodded in agreement. It took all of 1.348 seconds after hearing that no matter what he decided to do, his friends would be put in danger regardless of what he did. I'll do it. I mean, at least with the gifts I can protect my friends better, he exclaimed. Glad to hear it, Kit, Kyubi voice boomed. Now, as far as training goes, I'll help you out when I can, but before I can do anything, Botan is going to have to change the seal a little bit. Don't worry, nothing much is changing physically. It'll actually be better for you this way, and it also happens to be the first gift. How is it going to be better? Naruto asked, still shocked at everything that was happening. Well, Botan replied, you'll get enhanced senses, being able to communicate with Kyubi in your mind at any time. It will make it easier for you to handle his chakra better. You'll be a bit stronger and faster. You'll also heal even faster. While that's all well and good, what's going to keep Sasuke team from stealing any jutsus that I learn? Naruto inquired. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, Kit, Kyubi answered. Fine, was Naruto's exasperated reply. Now before I go, don't tell anyone about what is going on with you and Kyubi, unless you trust them. Wouldn't want to cause a riot now, would we? If you'll excuse me, I need to make a few alterations to the seal, Botan said before she faded out and leaving Naruto and Kyubi. Now, while we've been talking in here, that girl, yes, Haku is a girl, has decided to save Zabuza from being killed by your sensei. When you get out of here, I'll make sure to give you chakra to save them both, Kyubi stated. With that done, Naruto was thrown back to reality. Scene change, no jutsu. Naruto looked up to see Haku about to get impaled by Kakashi's Chidori, 1,000 birds. Thinking fast, he charged forward and landed a viscous kick to Kakashi that was close enough to Haku's head to make it seem like he had missed. Kakashi landed with a crash somewhere behind the mist. While still conscious, he had lost the Chidori he made and was exhausted from making it and using the Sharingan so much. Zabuza was shocked to see the loudmouth miss and hit his sensei like that, but he also was not one to look a gift horse in the mouth. He quickly raised his sword as he charged around his tool to cut down the blonde. Naruto turned to see Zabuza's sword coming down to cleave in half. Reacting on pure reflex, his hand shot up to stop the sword. Zabuza smirked when he saw this. Sword would cut straight through the boy's hand and body, killing him. But to his surprise, the blonde's hand stopped the blade cold. Naruto blinked. He couldn't believe that his hand stopped the blade. What was even stranger was the fact that his hand was covered in what looked like some kind of white chakra. Naruto jumped back looking at his hand. His eyes widened when the chakra started to bend and change shape. When it finally stopped shifting, Naruto was left holding a white glowing copy of Zabuza's Kubikiri Hocho. All Naruto, Haku, and Zabuza could do was stare at the strange blade. As they stood there in awe of the blade, they heard a clapping sound coming from the unfinished area of the bridge. "Some demon you turned out to be," said a short fat man dressed in a suit behind a small army of bandits. "Gatu," Zabuza growled out. "He's the one that's caused all of this," Naruto thought, getting angry. "All of you must be pretty tired after all that fighting," Gata said before he turned to the bandits. "All right, kill all of them except the little wench. She owes me for breaking my arm, and I have just the use for a pretty thing like her." Naruto's anger was rising to a whole new level from Gatu's comment. He turned to see that Haku was about to collapse and that Zabuza was even angrier than him, if that was even possible. "Hey kid, it looks like we're not enemies anymore. Do me a favor and watch over Haku for me, all right?" Zabuza growled out before charging Gatu and his army of thugs. "Zabuza-sama," Haku gasped as she went to help Zabuza but fell to the ground after the first step. "Dang it, it'll kill Haku if Zabuza dies. What can I do?" Naruto asked, starting to panic. "Hey kid." "What?" snapped back at Kyubi. "First of all, you need to calm down," Kyubi started. "Second, if you focus your killing intent toward the bandits, my chakra will amplify it, making it strong enough to freeze the bandits in place." Naruto mentally nodded as he did what Kyubi told him to. Zabuza knew that he'd die charging at the bandits like he was, but as long as Haku managed to survive, he could die happy. Right as he met the first of the bandits, all of them suddenly froze. While curious, Zabuza didn't stop to ponder why the gift horse decided to visit him a second time that day. He quickly tore through the bandits as he made his toward Gatu. Gatu was scared out of his mind. One minute he was confident that the ninja would be easy pickings, and the next he was filled with an unrelenting terror that froze him in place. Although these thoughts were fleeting as Zabuza finally cleared his men and took his head off in one smooth swing of his sword. Exhausted, Naruto stopped channeling Kyubi's chakra and dropped his copy of the Kubikiri Hocho. He was surprised as it merely faded out of existence like a wisp in the wind. "Hey, that was our meal ticket you just killed. Guess we'll just have to kill you off and raid the village," shouted a random recovered bandit, probably due to his own stupidity as the mist cleared. But alas, an arrow landing in front of remaining bandits opposite of Zabuza killed those thoughts. For behind Naruto was the entire village of Wave, with Inari standing in front of them holding a crossbow. "The hero always arrives late," Inari shouted at Naruto. Naruto let a small smile grace his face at Inari's repetition of his words from earlier. Stuck between a very anxious-looking Zabuza and a small army of determined villagers, the bandits decided to cut their losses and run for their lives. About this time, Kakashi managed to make his way in front of the villagers. Seeing Zabuza standing there ready to fight, Kakashi reached back to grab a kunai. "Relax, Kakashi," Zabuza said as he relaxed, seeing Kakashi's actions. "I just killed our traitorous client, so I no longer have a reason to fight you." Kakashi saw Zabuza's actions and proceeded to put his kunai away, but he still kept his guard up. "So what are you going to do now?" Kakashi asked, curious. "I don't know. We'll probably go back into hiding again," Zabuza replied. "Wait," Naruto called out. "Before you go, can you tell us why exactly you tried to kill the Mizukage?" "Fine. I guess it wouldn't hurt to tell you." Zabuza started taking a glance at a nervous Haku. "The Mizukage ordered me and the other swordsmen of the mist to kill off anyone with a bloodline limit, and when we refused to kill them, he called us traitors and ordered our deaths. I don't even know how many of us managed to get away or where they could be." "Hey Kakashi-sensei, how about they come back to Konoha with us and ask the Hokage for asylum?" Naruto asked. If they want to, I guess it would be all right, Kakashi replied. Zabuza and Haku couldn't believe their ears. They might actually find a place they could call home. During this time, Sakura had found Sasuke, cried over his death, saw him revive, and nearly sent him to the Shinigami's arms for real with an oxygen-depriving hug. After all the excitement was over, it was decided that Haku and Zabuza would stay with Team 7 at Tezuna's house while everyone healed and the bridge was finished. Scene change: no jutsu. Tsunami and Inari were a little apprehensive about having Zabuza and Haku staying at the house, but after Kakashi explained that they were no longer a threat, she calmed down slightly. The day progressed with Kakashi read his little orange book, Sakura fawning over the injured Sasuke, Naruto sitting in a corner staring off into space, and Zabuza and Haku shooting nervous glances toward Naruto. Kakashi thought it odd but chalked it up to the fight on the bridge for Naruto. On the other hand, he made a mental note to ask Zabuza and Haku what was wrong later. After all, his book was just getting to a good part. Scene change: no jutsu. Unbeknownst to everyone was that Naruto was actually inside his mind talking to Kyuubi about what happened on the bridge. So, you think that I somehow made that white copy of Zabuza's sword with a blood limit? Naruto asked, still a little skeptical at the whole process. Yee, I do, Kyuubi replied. If that's true, then how do I do it again? Naruto questioned. For now, try concentrating your chakra to your hand while picturing the sword, Kyuubi suggested. Later, Naruto did as suggested. At first, nothing seemed to happen, but then a white aura surrounded Naruto's hand and then changed into Zabuza's sword. Both Kyuubi and Naruto were happy that they were able to figure out how to control Naruto's apparent bloodline. Naruto spent the next few hours away from prying eyes as he practiced and experimented with his bloodline. This seemed to be rather well spent, as they discovered that the more Naruto practiced, the faster he was able to summon the sword, and that apparently the white aura had to make contact with a weapon before it could transform into that particular weapon. The last discovery came after Kyuubi scared Naruto senseless by transforming into his human form, and they used Kyuubi's sword named the Valmonway. Before Naruto left Kyuubi for bed, Kyuubi suggested that he ask if Zabuza to teach how to use a sword. Naruto agreed and with a mumbled goodnight went off to bed. Scene change: no jutsu. The next morning, Naruto woke up and decided that he better put his mask back on before anyone grew suspicious of his behavior. Breakfast was a rather quiet affair. Naruto lost in thought, Kakashi reading his book, Zabuza and Haku shooting glances at Naruto, Sasuke brooding while Sakura fawns all over him. As Tsunami cleared the table, Kakashi announced that with Gata dead and the entire village helping with the bridge, that they did not need to have someone stand guard and therefore were free to do whatever they wanted. Well then, if I don't have to do anything, I'm going to go train, Naruto stated as he got up, but paused and whispered just loud enough for Zabuza to hear. If you want answers, follow me. Zabuza sat there for about 5 minutes before saying he was going to have a look around the village. Haku, who heard what Naruto told Zabuza, said that she was going to join him. Scene change: no jutsu. Naruto sat in a clearing in the woods waiting for Zabuza. He was really nervous. He knew that if he wanted Zabuza to train him, he would have to tell what happened on the bridge. This included the part about Kyuubi. It was one of the things that he and Kyuubi discussed at great lengths. He really didn't want to tell him, but the fox pointed out that in order for any training from Zabuza to do any good, he would have to drop his mask. If he did that, he would have to explain why he was acting so different when he was around his team and in Hidden Leaf. Alright, start talking, kid. What in the world happened on that bridge? Zabuza demanded. Naruto jumped when Zabuza spoke, cursing himself for getting so lost in thought that someone could sneak up on him. Naruto turned to see Zabuza and Haku not too far away. He wasn't really that surprised to see Haku there. After all, she saw more of what happened on the bridge than Zabuza. Naruto took a deep breath. Before I explain that, I need to ask you 2 questions. Oh, and what are they? Zabuza asked, raising an eyebrow. 1. You and Haku have to promise not to tell anyone what I tell you. Naruto paused until he received an affirmative nod from the 2 of them. And 2. Will you train me to use a sword? Naruto replied. Why would I do that? Zabuza asked. Well, Apparently I awoke a bloodline that allows me to copy swords and recreate them whenever I want, was Naruto's answer. Both Zabuza and Haku were reasonably dumbfounded at this little tidbit of information. Several questions swam through their minds, but Zabuza seemed to ask the most logical one. What do you mean that you apparently awoke a bloodline, either you have or have not? Naruto sighed. While it was a valid question, he would have to tell them about Kyuubi, and he didn't want to do that if at all possible. I'll answer that question as soon as you tell me if you will train me to use a sword, came Naruto's quick reply. Sure, why not? It would be nice to be able to pass my sword style on to someone, Zabuza said with a dismissive wave of his hand. Now tell me what happened on that bridge. Because if you don't, you can forget about me training you. Now that that was settled came the truly unpleasant portion of his ordeal, the explanation. Take a seat, Naruto started. This is a long story and I don't want any interruptions. To start off with, my parents died when the Kyuubi no Kitsune attacked Konoha 13 years ago. You know about that, right? Both Zabuza and Haku nodded yes. Well, the story you heard about the Yondaime Hokage killing, it is a lie. Zabuza was wondering what could anything about the Kyuubi have anything to do with what happened on the bridge. Haku, on the other hand, was starting to piece things together. The killing intent, the red chakra, the change in demeanor and shape that the chakra took all fit, but both of them would, like they said, wait till the end of the story before asking any questions. The real story is that he couldn't kill the Kyuubi. The most he could do was seal into something else. The only thing that could hold Kyuubi's enormous amount of chakra, and not break or die, was a newborn baby whose chakra pathways had yet to develop. The reason for this was because that the baby pathways would be able to adapt and grow to the demonic chakra. The baby was supposed to be seen as a hero for constantly keeping the demon at bay, but the exact opposite happened. The baby grew up hated and despised by all. So great was the villagers' hatred that the Hokage passed a law that no one could tell someone about the demon within the child unless they already knew. But even with that law in place, people managed to pass on their hatred of the child to the younger generation. The child didn't even know why he was alone and hated till someone broke the law and told him when he was 13. I was that baby and I tapped into and used Kyuubi's chakra for the first time while fighting on the bridge. Naruto instantly turned around as to not the look of hatred that was on Zabuza and Haku's faces. But contrary to his belief, both of them were in a state of shock about what they just heard. So that was what I felt while I fought Kakashi, Zabuza thought as he came out of his shock. So he grew up hated as well, but then why did turn around like that? Oh no, he probably thinks we're going to hate him like his village does, Haku realized. A million thoughts were running through Naruto's mind at that moment. Do they hate me? Will they hurt me like other people do? Are they going to leave me and not talk to me again? Naruto would have preferred almost anything but the oppressive silence that descended on the forest when he stopped talking. Naruto, came Haku's voice, but it wasn't angry and full of hate like Naruto thought it would have been, but it sounded soft, almost sad. We don't hate you. In just the short time that I've known you, you haven't done anything that remotely could be considered acting like a monster. Haku's right, we don't hate you, kid, Zabuza said in a rare display of emotions. Naruto could not believe his ears. They did not hate him. In fact, they seemed to accepting him. Really, you don't hate me? Asked Naruto, hoping against hope that they did not. Yes. Both Haku and Zabuza replied at the same time. That simple statement caused more joy for Naruto than anyone would think was possible. Okay, enough of this mushy stuff and let's start the training, Zabuza said, looking uneasy at what was developing. Right? Naruto responded, wiping his eyes. How well can you control your bloodline? Zabuza asked. It takes about 5 seconds to go from bear to blade, answered Naruto. Here, how much does your bloodline sword weigh compared to this one? Zabuza questioned as he handed Naruto the Kubikiri Hocho. About the same, I guess, Naruto guessed. Good, Zabuza thought aloud. Now, to start with, I want you to do 3 sets of 200 vertical, horizontal strikes, 200 slashes up to down to up, left to right to left, while I correct your movements. Got it? Good. Now get started. Naruto immediately on his feet and performing the tasks Zabuza told him to. He practiced the rest of the day with only a small lunch and the occasional break. Zabuza and Haku were amazed at the stamina that Naruto was exhibiting. After what seemed like an eternity for Naruto, Zabuza said that that was enough for today. As Zabuza, Naruto wheezed out, "Before we go I need to talk to you." "Well, what is it, brat?" "When we're around others, I'm going to be acting like a dobe. The reason for this is, as you know, I'm not exactly liked in my village, and if I behaved as smart as I truly am, people would try to do something that, at the very least, would be considered unpleasant. But if it's just us, I'll drop my mask. So, if you would, could you both not say anything about it or tell anyone?" Naruto looked at the pair with almost pleading eyes. Zabuza and Haku understood that if Naruto's life is as bad as he said it is, then his mask would probably be necessary, and agreed not to tell anyone. Scene change no jutsu. "Where have you been?" Kakashi asked Naruto as he came through the door of Tezuna's home. "Training," was his simple reply. Just don't overdo it. You were in a pretty big fight yesterday," Kakashi told him without ever looking up from his book. Hi, Naruto said as he sat down at the table for dinner. Dinner went by much like breakfast did, but only Sasuke glaring at Naruto instead of Zabuza and Haku. Dinner was great in Naruto's opinion, and once he had eaten his fill, the day's training was starting to catch up to him. So, once again with a mumbled good night, he went off to bed. Now, when Naruto went to bed, he was expecting to wake up in the same bed he went to sleep in, not wake up in Kyuubi's cage. "Kyuubi, what am I doing here?" Naruto asked the ancient demon in human form. "Well, this is how I'm going to help you train," Kyuubi stated in his human form as a matter of fact. "And how are you going to do that?" asked the skeptical teenager. "Tomorrow I'm going to start activating your enhanced senses, and tonight I'm going to give a special type of weight system called spirit weights. These weights not only weigh you down physically, but it's also a chakra control exercise. To put it simply, in order to move at all, you're going to have to use a precise amount your chakra at the same time. All it takes to remove them is a mere thought. So, as you can see, these are far better than normal weights. And secondly, I'll be teaching you strategy and other things that they should have taught you at the academy," was Kyuubi's answer. Maybe it was the way that Kyuubi said it or the sadistic smile on his face. It might have even been the look in his eyes, but Naruto was sure of one thing: he was in for really rough nights. "Well, go ahead and give them to me," Naruto said rather reluctantly. "All right, we'll start off with 25 pounds worth of weight," Kyuubi said, trying not laugh at what was about to happen. The first thing that Naruto did once the weights were put on was to promptly fall unceremoniously to the ground. "What the? I thought you said it was going to be 25 pounds worth. This feels like 250 pounds, you stupid furball," Naruto screamed from his position on the ground. "You're right. 1 pound worth of spirit weight is worth 10 pounds of normal weight," is all Kyuubi said before he broke down laughing at Naruto's predicament. Needless to say, Naruto spent the rest of the night just trying to move with the weights on. He barely managed to move around sluggishly by the time he had to get up. The next morning, Haku volunteered to protect Tezuna while he finished the bridge as a to say thank you to Team 7. Scene change no jutsu. So, the week went with Kyuubi teaching Naruto the basics as he slept, Naruto training with Zabuza and Kyuubi, Zabuza telling Naruto how to swing the sword and to swing it more, Haku occasionally watching Naruto train and guarding Tezuna, Sasuke brooding about his brother and not being able to train, Sakura fawning over Sasuke, and Kakashi reading his perverted novel. At the end of the week, Zabuza had declared that it was time to start the next phase of Naruto's training in the silent killing technique. This phase entailed having Naruto learn and perfect the Kirigakure no Jutsu, hidden mist technique, then proceeding to alternate between playing tag and hide and go seek in the Kirigakure no Jutsu and sparring with Zabuza. Naruto was glad he had enhanced senses. They helped make up for his lack of experience in the mist while trying to find Zabuza. Zabuza was rather impressed with Naruto's stealth skills and even more impressed when he was able to pinpoint his location without much difficulty. The day before they left, Zabuza told Naruto that there wasn't much else for him to teach him. All that was left really was for him to gain was experience, and being able to create mass amounts of Kage Bunshins solved that problem. Scene change no jutsu. 2 weeks passed in that fashion. During that time Sasuke had completely recovered and the bridge was finished. Now, however, Team 7+2 are saying their goodbyes to the village of Wave, and Naruto in particular was saying goodbye to a very emotional Inari. "Promise you'll visit?" Inari asked, holding back tears. "Yeah, I promise. You know it's okay to cry when you're happy," Naruto said back, also on verge of crying. "I'm not going to cry, but you can," Inari shot back. "Ahem, as lovely as this is, we really need to get going," Kakashi said, interrupting the duo. With that said, Team 7+2 waved as they turned to make their way to Konoha, leaving a very thankful village behind them stand on their new bridge. "Hey, what do we call this bridge anyway?" a villager called out. How about the Great Naruto Bridge, in honor of the boy that reminded us what courage truly is?" Tazuna suggested. With a resounding cheer of approval, the village of Wave watched their heroes walk out of sight. Chapter 3: Betrayal and Revelations. On the way back to Konoha, Sasuke was doing a pretty good imitation of Inari when they first arrived at Wave, as he thought about the fact that Zabuza and Naruto disappeared and reappeared at about the same time while in Wave. In other words, he was not a happy ninja. Could that dobe be getting special training? No, no one would be willing to train a dobe like him. It doesn't matter anyway, he'll always be a dobe and never beat me. For I am the almighty Uchiha, he thought arrogantly. Although Kakashi was supposed to be a genius, he failed to notice that Zabuza had been training Naruto. But it might also have something to do with the fact that he was either absorbed in his little orange book or thinking of the best way to help Sasuke with his training for the upcoming Chunin exams. Sakura, well, does it really need to be said what she was doing? Haku, meanwhile, tended to stick fairly close to Zabuza or Naruto. Those two really wished that Tsunami was still around to cook, so they didn't have to eat Sakura's charcoal cake. Thus, in the words of Tazuna, the super uneventful trip to Konoha went for our group. And Kyubi was thinking about how many times Boten had to drag Ragnarok from a bar after he drank too much sake. Scene change no jutsu. A few days and a little trouble at the main gates of Konoha later, the group found themselves standing before the Hokage. "So Kakashi, care to explain to me why you have brought two missing nins with you to see me?" the Sandaime asked. "They have come to seek asylum and possibly become ninjas for the Leaf," he replied. "And why would I be willing to do that?" he asked back. Thus, for the next 30, the truth behind Zabuza's supposed coup d'etat, with Sarutobi asking the occasional question. When the story was over, the Hokage leaned back into his chair with a thoughtful look on his face. "I have heard rumors about the Mizukage ordering the destruction of anyone with a bloodline in water," Sarutobi said with a slight frown on his face. "Apparently, he's doing it to gain the support of his people after all the wars the country has fought. With the information that I have, I see no reason to deny Zabuza and his apprentice asylum or to keep them from joining our ninja ranks. I'll set up tests to see where your apprentice ranks Zabuza. After that, she can decide if she wants to specialize in anything. I'll have a Chunin meet you downstairs, show you where you're going to live, and show you around the village. As for Team 7, take tomorrow off. Dismissed." With that, Team 7 parted ways, each heading towards their respective homes. But Naruto's stomach had a different idea, and it let Naruto know with a rather loud growl. Hey, I guess getting something to eat before I go home wouldn't be a bad idea," Naruto thought aloud. He made good time to Ichiraka's ramen stand, and as luck would have it, he saw Irika at the entrance. "Irika-sensei," Naruto shouted. "Huh, Naruto? When did can't breath?" the Chunin replied as Naruto gave him a bone-crushing hug. "Oh, sorry, Irika-sensei," the blonde replied as he rubbed the back of his head and gave a sheepish smile. After refilling his lungs with air, Irika was able to respond, "That's okay. Hey, when did you get back?" "About an hour ago," Naruto stated. "Well, come on. I'll buy you some ramen while you tell me how it went," Irika offered. As soon as Irika offered to pay, Naruto shouted, "All right." The pair entered the stand, and a similar scene to the one played outside the stand replayed with the owner of the stand, Tucci, and his daughter, Ayam. They all went through a tirade of emotions, from worry when Naruto told them about the Demon Brothers' attack, sympathy for the people of Wave when they heard how bad it was under Gatu, back to worry that shifted to pride when Naruto told the part about Zabuza's attack, then back to pride as he told them of his accomplishment of mastering the tree climbing exercise, worry again as he told them about the battle on the bridge, and finally joy in the fact that Naruto had been able to make some friends while he was away. Now, of course, this was the edited version that Naruto told his audience. He didn't want people to know about his bloodline, his training with Zabuza, or anything that had to do with Kyuubi. It wasn't that he didn't trust them, it was mainly the fact that he himself was unsure what to do. He had been keeping things from people so long that he didn't know how people might react if told them anything that might seem as though he was stronger than he pretended to be. It took an hour and 15 bowls of ramen for Naruto to complete his story, and when he was done, he let out a giant yawn, signaling that today's events were starting to catch up to him. Iruka only chuckled at Naruto's action. "Hey Naruto, why don't you go home and get some rest? I'm sure you've had a long day," Iruka said, playing the part of an older brother or father. "You're right, Iruka-sensei. Good night and thanks for the ramen. Later, Aji-san. I am Nechan," Naruto said sleepily before making his way to his run-down apartment. Upon arrival, set his things down in a heap, went to the bathroom, then promptly dropped on top of his bed and fell asleep. Scene change, no jutsu. In the morning, Naruto woke up and then did his usual routine of showering, eating, then brushing his teeth. He decided to take Kyuubi's advice and spend the day working on his bloodline and swordsmanship skills. So, after making his way through the village and ignoring the stairs, threats muttered under people's breath and the occasional object, Naruto found himself at a spot that none dared set foot in. The reason why no one came here was because Kyuubi came through there in his assault of Konoha, and no one wanted to come to a place that the demon had cursed with its presence. Naruto had found this place years earlier while running from a mob of the usual angry villagers, and since then has made it his own personal training ground. He started off with some stretches and then moved on to do push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups on a nearby branch, and finally a few laps around the clearing. He created 2 clones. He told one to go about setting up traps in the area while he and the other clone would wait before they started their spare. But an odd thing happened 20 minutes later. The clone had come back and told him the traps were ready and then dispelled himself. After the clone had dispersed, he suddenly knew where all the traps were along with his other clone. "Hey Kyuubi, do you have any idea why I suddenly know where all the traps my clone set up are?" he asked his Fury tenant. "You had a small spike of chakra when the clone dispersed itself. If I had to guess, I'd probably say it was the clone's memories and experiences being sent to your brain," Kyuubi replied rather sagely. "Experiences, huh?" Naruto nodded in thought. "Hey, wait a sec. If I get all of the experience of my clones, I could create 100 of them and have them spare each other for an hour. Then when I release the jutsu, I would gain all the experience. Meaning that I'll gain 100 hours of experience instead of an hour. Yatta. A word of caution, Kit, if you release 100 clones at once, the influx of chakra to your brain would be quite high. Probably nothing near what it would take to kill you, but it would be enough to knock you out for several hours at least," Kyuubi warned him. You're probably right, but what if I staggered when I released the clones? If I did that, the influx of chakra wouldn't be nearly as bad, thereby getting around the side effect of using that many clones to train with," Naruto countered. "I'm impressed. You actually stopped using that mask long enough to think things through and come up with a viable answer to the problem," Kyuubi said with a smirk. "Shut it, furball," Naruto shot back. Naruto then created 99 clones, so that would be an even 100 including himself. He set half of them to go off and work on the silent killing technique while he and the other half just sparred with his bloodline. It was shortly after noon when Naruto finally decided to dismiss his clones and go eat lunch. He experimented with how many clones he could dispel at a time and discovered with the help of Kyuubi that dismissing about 10 clones at a time would be the most he could do safely, with a minute between dismissing each 10. Surprise, surprise, he decided to eat lunch at Ichiraka's again. So, after 20 bowls of ramen, Naruto got back to his training. This time he made 100 clones to go about sparring with his bloodline while he went to train himself physically. Naruto did this until dusk. It's not that he really wanted to train that long, but it was either that or go home to an empty house while having to put up with the villagers' glares all the way home, but at this late an hour most people were already indoors and those that were out really wouldn't pay him any attention. Between training himself physically with Kyuubi the sadist, as Naruto started to call him, constantly increasing his weights when he got used to them and maintaining the large amount of clones for most of the day, he was dead on his feet by the time he got home. He made a mental note not to do as much as he normally did while using his shadow clone training method. But in the end it was worth it, he guessed. His spar with a single clone after he dismissed the rest of them let him feel how much more comfortable he was when using his bloodline. That night Kyuubi decided to just let him sleep and forego the usual night lessons. Scene change, no jutsu. The next morning when the Naruto finally woke up, he let out a loud scream of WHAT that reverberated throughout the village. The reason for this scream was that in his tired state last night he forgot to set his alarm. Realizing that he only had 20 minutes before Kakashi would be there to meet his team, considering that Kakashi is always 2 hours late, meant that, yes, indeed he overslept. So with a lot of curses and other profanity, that would make sailors tell him to watch his mouth, he sped through getting ready and even skipped eating breakfast to get there on time. He barely managed to make it to the training ground in time, but what greeted him was a lone tumbleweed blowing across the open field. There was neither hide nor hair of Sakura, Sasuke, or even Kakashi. In fact, the only thing there was a bag with a scroll on top addressed to him from Kakashi. Naruto went, picked up the scroll and began reading it. Yo! Geez, leave to Kakashi-sensei to have a lame opening like that, Naruto grumbled mentally. 2 months from now, the Chunin exams will be held in Konoha, and I have decided to take and train Sasuke one-on-one till then. I found somebody else to train Sakura and decided to leave some scrolls here to help you, as I was unable to find any to teach you. Jenny. Unable to find anyone to teach me my foot, Naruto thought. More like didn't bother even trying. I mean, come on. The note he left is only a polite way of saying, I don't care about you. PFF, who needs him anyway? It's not like this is the first time people have just abandoned me, Naruto ranted mentally. Kyuubi, on the other hand, could tell just how deeply Kakashi's actions had hurt the boy, mainly because he thought for once maybe there would be someone that wouldn't abandon him other than Iruka or the Hokage. Kyuubi could also tell that Naruto was getting dangerously close to exploding and doing something that he might regret. He could only pray that nothing else would happen that day that could set the blonde off. Naruto just buried these thoughts and feelings like he usually did. Putting his mask on, full blinding smile, he decided to go get something to eat before he started his solo training. It seemed as though Kami didn't get Kyuubi's request. For as Naruto walked back through the village, it was becoming harder and harder for him to maintain his mask. But apparently Kyuubi's request just got buried in a pile because as Naruto was about to snap one of the few people that at least acted neutrally toward Naruto happened to call out to him, answering Kyuubi's request. Hey, Naruto, what are you doing? Was the voice of Yuhi Kurenai, and standing next to her was the rest of her team, Shino, Kiba, and the ever-shy Hinata. Looking at someone that didn't have hate or disgust in their eyes helped Naruto keep his mask in place as he answered, just looking for some place to eat lunch, Kurenai-sensei. While that sounded like the normal happy Naruto, Hinata was able to tell that something was definitely wrong with him. The reason she was able to tell was that she often followed Naruto during the academy days and watched him train and how he acted when he thought that no one else was around. Well, why don't you join me and my team for lunch then? My treat. I'm sure you guys would like to catch up on what has happened since you graduated the academy. That, and I want the details of your mission to Wave Country. I heard you had a few surprises, Kurenai asked, hoping that she could pump information out of him. Sure, that would be awesome, Naruto replied with a large grin. Kurenai thought it was perfect. All she had to do was take him to a nice sit-down restaurant where she would be able to get the full details of his C-turned-a-ranked mission. True, it would cost her a little bit of money, but everyone who heard about that mission wanted to get the full details of it, and the loudmouth blonde in front of her was more than willing to provide just that. But all those thoughts came to a crashing halt when the server outright refused Naruto a seat, saying that thing isn't allowed in here. But before she could respond, Naruto spoke up. Hey Kurenai-sensei, I just realized that I forgot I'm supposed to be somewhere right now. And then he sped off. Kurenai easily saw through the excuse, but she also saw something flicker in his eyes for the briefest moment. Pain. She almost immediately turned to the server and said just loud enough for him to hear her, "You'll hear about this later." And then turned to Team to see that Hinata was gone. Where did Hinata go? She asked her remaining two students. She left right after Naruto did, came the monotone voice of Shino. You two take the rest of the day off while I track Hinata down, okay? Kurenai told them, but she already figured that Hinata ran after Naruto, and truth be told, she wanted to track him down as well. With her two students' nods, she sped off after Naruto and Hinata. Scene change no jutsu with Naruto. Naruto was speeding through the village at an insane pace. He was ticked, and he knew that if he didn't get the forest fast to relieve his rage, he was most likely going to kill someone. Kyubi just sat in his cage as all of this was playing out and agreed with the blonde's course of actions. He also knew that there was no way that he even had a remote chance of calming him down. It didn't take him long to reach a clearing in the forest. Once there, he proceeded to start destroying the trees while screaming in his mind about the stupidity of the villagers. Scene change no jutsu with Hinata. She couldn't believe what the server just told Naruto and was angry and sad at the same time. She was angry that the server would do something like that and sad that it seemed to cause so much pain to Naruto. She had noticed the glares he received throughout his life but was never aware of this level of treatment or why anyone would hate Naruto so much. The pain she saw in Naruto's eyes frightened her to the core. The pain in his eyes and the treatment the server gave him gave her the resolve to track down Naruto and not leave until she found out why he was treated this way. By the time she caught up to him, he had already leveled 2 thick trees and was well on his way to leveling the 3rd. So, with a loud, at least loud for her, voice, she called out his name. Scene change no jutsu. Naruto stopped mid-punch when he heard his name. Taking a deep breath, he put on his fake smile that scrunched his eyes so much that he could barely see and nobody could see his eyes. "Hi, Hinata. What are you doing here?" he asked, still wearing that same smile. "Stop it, Naruto-kun. I can see the pain you hide with that smile using my Byakugan." "Why?" Hinata said, not even noticing she wasn't stuttering at the moment. "Why what, Hinata?" he asked, trying to act confused. Kyubi was personally glad that Hinata had shown up. She was the one person who knew Naruto's past somewhat and could possibly get him to open up. "You know what I'm talking about, Naruto," she said, making her way towards him. "Why do hide behind a mask of smiles? Why do hide your true strength? Why do act dumber than you are when I've seen you give Shikamaru a challenge in shogi? Why do hide who you truly are? Why do all of the villagers seem to hate you just for living?" During Hinata's speech, Naruto's mask slowly lipped away, and by the end of it, it was completely replaced with his rage and pain. "You want to know why I act the way I do? You want to know why I have to hide everything about me? You want to know why the villagers hate? Why they beat me? Why the teachers in the academy gave the worst possible grades without failing me no matter what I did? Why my own sensei would abandon me to train the precious Uchiha? Why I don't even know who my parents are? Fine, I'll tell you. I have the Kyubi no Yoko sealed within me. Yeah, that's right, the entire village has been lying to you. Only the adults know the truth. They ignored the Yondaime dying wish to treat me as a hero and instead treated me as the fox itself. Now that you know, you can run away and hate my guts like the rest of this village." At the beginning of his speech, Naruto had an even voice, but by the end he was openly shouting. When he finished, he turned around and sat down rather unceremoniously. Hinata was shocked at what she just heard. She was expecting something big, but this information was just sheer overload to anyone's brain. Then when you add the pain and sorrow that came through in his voice, it was enough to. She didn't know what it would do. Then her body started moving even before her brain registered that she was doing. Naruto sat there on the ground, standing on his last legs emotionally, and when he heard footsteps, he nearly broke down and cried right then and there. But suddenly something warm wrapped around him, causing him to stiffen. It took him a minute to realize that he was actually receiving a hug, but once he did, he threw himself into it and wept. Hinata's brain caught up to her body right before she bent down to hug Naruto. While normally she would have instantly blushed and backed off, she could tell that right now the one thing he needed most was to be embraced and let know that there is actually someone who cares. His body stiffening made her heart go out to him even more and made her wonder just how many times he had received a hug in his life. But the thing that shocked her even more was when he abruptly turned around and grabbed her like she was a life preserver. She was again shocked when he openly wept, not cried, wept. Not once had she ever seen Naruto cry no matter what happened to him. In a tree not too far away, Kurenai sat shocked beyond all belief. She had managed to make to Naruto shortly before Hinata, and given the state he was in, wisely decided it'd be best to hide herself in a genjutsu and wait for him to calm down. But when Hinata came to the clearing and make him stop his rampage mid-punch, she was dumbfounded, and before she could anything Hinata kept pressing him, asking questions that she believed too impossible to be true. Then the confession that Naruto gave, and his voice as he said it in was heart-wrenching. But the thing that had her glued to that spot was the look in Naruto's eyes afterwards when he was sitting on the ground. They were old. As old as time itself it seemed, but they were also dead, devoid of all life, all emotion. That's when she realized just how bad his life truly was. She always knew his life was tougher than most, but she had no clue as to how much he had been hiding to keep himself safe. She was going over everything she had ever heard about the boy, and with this new information, she couldn't believe how obvious it was that he was hiding something. Seeing as Hinata seemed to have things under control, she decided it would be best for her to leave before she tried to think of anything else. What no one in the clearing knew was that Shikamaru had been cloud-gazing with Chuji, and the two of them were having similar thoughts to both Kurenai and Hinata. After they had somewhat came out of their information overload, they both decided to make a silent exit from the clearing. It quickly became obvious to Hinata just how hard Naruto was crying. It had only been a few minutes since he started, and already her shirt was soaked, but she didn't care. The only thing that mattered was that Naruto needed her to comfort him, and that is exactly what she did. It must have been an hour with Hinata whispering soothing words into Naruto's ear as she rubbed his back and rocked him. Finally, his tears stopped and his breathing evened out. Hinata took this opportunity to look at him, only to find him fast asleep, still clinging to her like he did when he first grabbed her. So, she sat there thinking about everything he said till he woke, and was sure that if other people knew what she knew, they would be reevaluating their opinion of him. Half an hour later, Naruto finally began to stir. He woke up feeling warm and safe for the first time that he could remember. He didn't want to let go of whatever he was holding onto, but as the memories of his breakdown came back to him, he reluctantly released his embrace of Hinata. Hinata felt him stirring beneath her, and she didn't want to let go of him, but as he began to pull away, she reluctantly did the same. "Thank you, Hinata. You have no idea what you just did means to me," Naruto said just above a whisper. "You're welcome, Naruto-kun. Ano, what did you mean that your sensei abandoned you?" Hinata asked in an equally quiet voice, seeking some answers. With a heavy sigh, Naruto answered, "It's just like it sounds. Kakashi-sensei went off to train Sasuke himself while finding Sakura another teacher, and just left me with some scrolls." Hinata was shocked and appalled by Kakashi's behavior, and knew one man that should know and would help Naruto with this. "Naruto-kun, let's go talk to the Hokage about this. Surely he can do something to help you. At the very least, he needs to know what Kakashi-sensei has done." "I'll come with you," Hinata offered. "You're right, Hinata-chan. Come on, let's go," Naruto said with a small smile. Hinata could tell this was a true smile, not one of the ones he uses to hide his pain, but an honest-to-goodness smile. The glares that Naruto received on their way to the Hokage Tower took on a whole new meaning for Hinata, now that she knew the reason behind them, and she couldn't help but be ashamed and disgusted with the villagers' attitude. What broke her heart even further was the fact that Naruto didn't even seem fazed by them. It was like he was used to them. That's when dawned on her, he was used to them. Hinata's admiration and love for Naruto grew many, many times that day. Scene change: no jutsu. The Sandaime Hokage was in the battle with the most evil thing in a hidden village, paperwork. So, it was both a delight and confusing to see Naruto walk in with the young Hyuga heiress. "What can I help you two with?" the old man said with a smile. Ano, and Naruto needs YU to find him AA new sensei Hokage-sama, Hinata said with her stutter returning full force. The Hokage raised an eyebrow as he asked, "And why do you need a new sensei Naruto-kun?" "Because Kakashi found Sakura a teacher and just left me with some scrolls, while he went off to train the precious Uchiha personally for the Chunin exams," Naruto said in voice that could give Gaara a run for his money. The Sandame's eyes widened in shock for a second before he narrowed them in anger, and the fact that Naruto dropped the sensei from Kakashi's name wasn't unnoticed either. "I see. I'll take care of this, although it may take me a day or two to find someone," the Hokage answered as anger for what Kakashi did began to boil inside of him. "That's okay, Aji-san, I know you'll at least try." "Well, I'll be at Training Grounds 13 when you find someone," Naruto told the old man, sounding happier. While Hinata would have been rather shocked to hear Naruto call the Hokage old man any other day, after the events of earlier it didn't even faze her. "All right, I'll see you two later," the Sandame answered, smiling at Naruto's improved attitude. With that, the pair bowed to the Hokage and left. As they were leaving, a purple-haired woman wearing a short skirt, fishnet shirt and brown trench coat entered the Hokage's office. Sarutobi let out a sigh as Mitarashi Anko entered his office. The sigh didn't go unnoticed by Anko, but she would wait till her report was done to see what was bothering the Hokage. "What do you need, Anko?" the Sandame asked, still trying to think of what to do about Naruto's situation. "I just came to report that preparations for the second part of the Chunin exams are complete, Hokage-sama," she said in an official tone. "That's good," he replied, still only half listening. "If I may ask what's bothering you, sir, and if there any way I could help?" she asked in her usual overly energetic voice. This stopped Sarutobi mid-thought. Yes, that might work, he thought to himself. The sudden glint in the Hokage's eye had Anko wondering what she just got herself into. "You might actually be able to help. What are your thoughts on Uzumaki Naruto?" he asked. "Well, I think the villagers are stupid for not respecting the Yandame's last wish," she responded, not sure where this was going. "Good. As of tomorrow I'm hereby putting you in charge of his training till the Chunin exams." He smiled as he finished, thinking that he fixed the problem painlessly. "No, why should I train the brat?" came Anko's immediate response. "Because Kakashi abandoned him to train the Uchiha," Sarutobi countered, getting desperate. Anko was shocked at this. How could Kakashi disregard the teachings of his sensei so easily? Chibi Anko, on the other hand, saw the desperation of the Hokage and decided to have a talk with adult Anko. Now it was Sarutobi's turn to worry about the glint in Anko's eye. "Fine, but I'll only do it if you pay for all of my dango while I train him," she said, trying to suppress a smile at the plight she just put the Hokage in. "Deal," the Hokage replied almost immediately. Anko promptly stared at the Hokage with her mouth slightly open at the quick acceptance of her terms. This didn't deter Chibi Anko from do-back flips and waving a big victory banner over her head. "Okay, where do I meet the brat?" she asked after getting over her stupor. "He should be around Training Grounds 13 tomorrow," he replied as he thanked Kami that he was able to convince the Psycho Jounin. Anko absently nodded as she turned and left the office. Scene change, no jutsu. Hinata stood outside the Hokage office as she waited for the purple-haired women to get done with her meeting. When she and Naruto left earlier, she felt that the Hokage needed to know exactly what had happened earlier with Naruto. She was still lost in thought and confused about so many things that she almost missed the women walking out of the Hokage's office. But once she did, though, she quickly made her way back into his office. Scene change, no jutsu. The Sandame was surprised to see Anko walk out of his office and almost immediately have Hinata walk back in. "Is there something else you need to talk to me about, Hinata-chan?" he asked, confusion clearly written on his face. Chapter 4, Reevaluations. "Ano, I have some questions about the Keikubi no Yoko sealed in Naruto-kun," the shy Hyuga heiress stuttered out. This tidbit of information caused the Hokage to drop his pipe to the floor and stare wide-eyed at the girl. For the next few minutes, you could hear a pin drop in the Hokage's office. During the silence, Hinata actually thought she had killed the Sandame. "Who told you about that?" Sarutobi asked, narrowing his eyes. If someone was going around the village telling people, he had a serious problem on his hands. "And Naruto did Hohokage-sama," she said, slightly scared of the way the Hokage changed demeanor so fast. The Hokage visibly relaxed at that statement. "Do you know why he told you?" the Sandame asked as his facial features softened. He figured she didn't have a problem with it, unlike the rest of the villagers, since she was here with him earlier, and for that he was grateful. Thus, the shy heiress spent the next 15 minutes telling the Hokage what had happened in the clearing. The more Hinata spoke, the more the Hokage realized just how badly he had let the Yondaime down in regards to his final wish, and went through and reevaluated everything he thought he knew about the, now, blonde enigma. Scene change no jutsu. Anko had just spent the last hour going over her new student's file and decided it was time for a nice, relaxing drink. This is how she ended up in front of the bar that her and her friend, Kurenai, frequented. When she entered and saw said friend sitting at the bar, she just had to go over and announce the good news. "Hey, Kurenai, you wouldn't believe that I got the Hokage to pay for all my dango for the next 2 months, and all I have to do is train the Uzumaki brat," she said joyously. Completely oblivious that Kurenai wasn't paying her any attention till her shoulders slumped and asked the bartender for another bottle of sake. That drew Anko's attention. Kurenai always drank very little liquor, and sitting in front of her seemed to be an empty bottle of sake. Granted, the stuff she was drinking wasn't the strongest, but something had to be really wrong for Kurenai to drink that much. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Anko asked, sounding concerned for her friend. "That Uzumaki brat, as you put it," she said before downing the entire saucer of sake in one gulp. Now Anko was sure something was wrong. Anko never ever saw Kurenai down an entire saucer like that before, no matter what. And whatever was wrong seemed to involve her new student. "What did the brat do?" Anko asked, wanting to know what could cause Kurenai this much mental anguish. So, Kurenai sat there and told Anko what she had witnessed in the clearing a few hours ago, and how she spent the last few hours reevaluating everything that she knew about Naruto, and how she finally ended up in the bar desperately trying to forget the look she saw in his eyes just after he told Hinata about the fox. Anko found herself reevaluating everything she had learned about the blonde as well. She also found that pure, unbridled anger was welling up inside her against the villagers and their treatment of Naruto. She decided that she had to drag Kurenai to the Hokage's office to tell the old man himself. Scene change no jutsu. Sarutobi Asuma was beginning to get worried about his 2 students Chuji and Shikamaru. Ever since they came back from lunch, they looked as though something was greatly disturbing them. He actually won a game of shogi against Shikamaru, and he didn't even mutter a troublesome. Chuji, on the other hand, hadn't even so much as slight twitch that would indicate that he was going to get some chips. Although Ino seemed perfectly fine if her mouth was any indication. Hey Shikamaru. Chuji, are you two even paying attention? Ga, you guys can be just as bad as that baka Naruto. Ino yelled. This, Asuma noted, got Chuji's and Shikamaru's attention. Speaking of that dobe, he better not be holding Sasuke-kun back. I mean, even Forehead Girl is better than he is. Shut up, Ino, Shikamaru said before Ino could continue. You don't know anything about Naruto or his life, and until you do, I won't let you sit there and insult him. I'm going home. Both Ino and Asuma were shocked at Shikamaru's little display. Never before had he talked to Ino like that. Heck, he couldn't think of anyone that Shikamaru spoke to like that. Chuji sat there shaking his head, agreeing with him before he got up to leave. When Asuma pulled himself out of his stupor, both Shikamaru and Chuji were long gone, so he dismissed Ino for the day, while he himself sat there wondering what happened with Naruto to make Shikamaru do that. Asuma wondered if his father knew about anything that had happened to Naruto lately that Shikamaru and Chuji might have found out about. Scene change no jutsu. The Sandame Hokage was sitting and going over all of Naruto's records from the academy for anything out of place when suddenly Asuma, Kurenai, and Anko, with Anko holding on to Kurenai, emerged from plumes of smoke. He was glad that Anko was there. It would save him the trouble of tracking her down. But why she, along with the other two, would suddenly teleport into his office was a complete mystery. "What can I help you three with?" he asked. "Kurenai has something that I think you should hear about Naruto," Anko said while pushing Kurenai forward a little. "Really?" Apparently Shikamaru and Chuji found something about Naruto during lunch, and it caused Shikamaru to actually snap at Ino earlier. Asuma interjected. Now everyone's eyebrow rose at this except for Kurenai's. Her eyes had become the size of dinner plates. She was aware of Shikamaru's habit of going out to forest clearings with Chuji to watch clouds. Her brain began to piece it together. She and Hinata were so focused on Naruto that they could have easily missed them being there as well, and with the volume of Naruto's yell, they didn't have to be particularly close either. "Do those two still go to the fields on the outskirts of the village to watch clouds during lunch?" Kurenai spoke up. Asuma nodded yes. "Did you know if they went into the eastern part of the forest?" "I think so. What does that have to do with Shikamaru snapping at Ino today?" Asuma asked, raising an eyebrow. "Well, that's where Naruto told Hinata about the Kyuubi," Kurenai responded. Asuma's cancer stick promptly fell from his mouth. "Yes, that is possible," the Hokage said, rubbing his chin. "Hinata came in and told me what happened right after you left Anko, but I was unaware that Kurenai was also there. Why don't you tell us what you saw, Kurenai?" Scene change no jutsu. Ino was ticked. She couldn't believe that Shikamaru told her off like that. She knew everything there was to know about Naruto, but her pride had already taken the blow. There was only one way to fix it, and that was to prove to Shikamaru that she knew everything about the blonde. Fortunately for her, her clan's techniques made it possible to find out everything straight from the source. Now, all she had to do was to find the blonde, and if she knew anything about him, it was that around mealtime you could find him at Ichiraka's ramen stand. She arrived at the stand without any trouble and sat down next to Naruto. It was perfect. Naruto was so busy eating his ramen that he would never see it coming. Scene change no jutsu. Chuji and Shikamaru finally decided to seek some answers from Naruto about what they had heard earlier. This is what led them towards Ichiraka's ramen stand. Shikamaru suddenly stopped right before he entered the stand. He saw Ino sitting at the bar, doing familiar hand seals and looking straight at Naruto. Being the genius that he was, he realized a moment too late what she planned to do. Scene change no jutsu. Naruto's day was actually looking up for once. What happened earlier with Hinata seemed to lift some of the burden he was carrying, and she was right about going to the Hokage and talking about what happened. Thinking of Hinata got him thinking about what he felt when she was holding him as he cried and as they talked to the Hokage. He wasn't sure what it was. All he knew for sure was that the feeling went away when he left Hinata. A sudden shout of "Naruto" from behind him drew his attention, but before he could turn around to see what it was, he suddenly felt a huge headache. Scene change no jutsu. Shikamaru was cursing his luck. He wasn't able to get Naruto's attention before Ino finished her Shintenshin no jutsu, mind-body switch. He was currently thanking Kami that his father insisted that he learn how to cancel the technique with his Kage main no jutsu, shadow copy technique. Once he canceled out the technique, Ino and Naruto slumped down. Scene change no jutsu. Almost as quickly as the headache came, it started to dissipate, but Naruto was left feeling dizzy. "Naruto, you all right?" Naruto heard someone ask as he regained his senses. Looking up, Naruto saw Shikamaru and Chuji running towards him. "What happened?" he asked as Shikamaru helped him up. "I think Ino just went through your memories," Shikamaru said, pointing towards Ino. "Is that true, Fox?" Naruto asked Kyuubi, beginning to panic. "Yeah, it is. I'm not sure how much she was able to go through before someone canceled the jutsu," Kyuubi replied, also worried. "How is she?" Naruto asked. "It looks like she just fainted," Chuji said as he looked her over. "Kit, I suggest you take her to the hospital and wait with her till she wakes up," Kyuubi suggested, worried about the psychological damage that she might have experienced. "Why should I do that, Furball? I mean, she only fainted," Naruto asked, puzzled. "Because Kit, what would happen if you suddenly experienced your life in a few moments?" Kyuubi stated. "Oh," was Naruto's one-word reply. "Hey Shikamaru, Could you go and find Ino's parents while I take her to the hospital and wait for her to wake up? Naruto asked. Chuji was about to ask why when Shikamaru cut in. Sure, Naruto. Troublesome woman. The lazy genius drawled. Thanks. And with that Naruto sped off towards the hospital. Hey Shikamaru, why did you do that? She only fainted. Chuji asked, confused at Shikamaru's actions. Because Chuji, if Naruto's life is half as bad as he said it is, there's no telling what might have happened to her mentally. Well, I guess it's a good thing that our parents are getting together for dinner about now. Kami, how did this day get so troublesome? Shikamaru responded. And then they too left the ramen stand. Scene change no jutsu. You're sure that he wasn't using Kyuubi's chakra? Asuma asked, trying to digest the amount of destruction that Naruto caused in such a short time. He wasn't using Kyuubi's chakra. Heck, he wasn't using any chakra at all, Kurenai answered. It appears what Hinata said about Naruto was correct, came the Sandame's thoughtful words. What do you mean by that, Hokage-sama? Kurenai asked, confused. Right after Hinata left, I sent for all of Naruto's records, including the ones from the academy, Sarutobi said as he pushed the large folder in front of him forward for the others to look at. I made some startling discoveries. Because it's standard protocol for a copy of all major assignments to be put in there, I found that Naruto's claim of being conspired against was true. It's obvious when you look at it that the first part of the first 2 years of the academy that the handwriting is different than the rest. If I had to guess, Naruto figured out that no matter how well he actually did on a test, he would receive the worst possible grades. After trying for a couple of years, he just quit trying. But what about Iruka, Hokage-sama? Surely he wouldn't do that as well, Asuma shocked at the boy's treatment. You're right, he wouldn't, but by the time he got Naruto to trust him, the damage had already been done. So, it looks like no one knows just how strong Naruto might be, the Sandame asked, taking a puff of his pipe. Yeah, it looks that way, and I don't think that we can just call him in here and make him tell us how strong he is either, Anko said with a sigh. Why is that, Anko? Sarutobi asked, slightly surprised at the statement. No offense, but I don't think he'd be willing to admit a secret that he's been hiding so well and for so long so easily, no matter how much he trusts the person that asked, Anko explained. Then what do you suppose we do? The Hokage asked, realizing the validity of Anko's point. The way I see it is that the only way that he'll reveal how good he is to leave him no other option but to show us, Anko answered. But still, how does that solve our problem? Asuma stated, itching for a cancer stick. Let me finish, Anko snarled. Now, we know where he'll be training tomorrow morning. So what I suggest is that I henge into a missing Nin and attack him. However, I would like you, Hokage-sama, to watch in person. I doubt he'll trust me if I stop and tell him that I'm his new sensei and I was only testing him to see how strong he is. Given how everything is at the moment, I think Anko's idea is the best we can do, the Hokage said with a nod. Excuse me, Hokage-sama. I would also like to come and watch this test. As would Kurenai, I believe. Asuma piped in. Indeed, Kurenai was sitting there nodding her head in agreement. The Hokage agreed, since having more people that Naruto knew at the site would help convince him it was only a test. With that, the 3 Jounin left the Hokage to reevaluate their opinion of the blonde enigma. Scene change no jutsu. Chuji and Shikamaru had taken their time to get to the Akimichi residence where their parents were meeting. They figured it would probably be best for Ino and Naruto to have some time to talk before her parents arrived. Hi Chuji, Shikamaru. Where's Ino at? Akimichi Choza asked as the pair stepped into the kitchen. At the hospital with Uzumaki Naruto, Shikamaru replied. As soon as the words left his mouth, both of Ino's parents bolted for the hospital presumably, and the other adults became angry. What did that thing do to her, son? Shikaku asked his son with barely restrained anger. You want to tell me why you seem to think that he did something to hurt Ino first? Shikamaru asked back. No, I can't. All you need to know is that he's dangerous and you should stay away from him at all times, Shikaku said in the same tone he used earlier. Is that any way to respect the Yandame's dying wish? Shikamaru snapped, actually sounding angry for once. All the occupants of the room were shocked at the tone and words Shikamaru just used. Where did you hear that? Shikaku asked as he narrowed his eyes at his son. I, along with Chuji, heard it as Naruto, not demon or thing, just Naruto, told Hinata that the Kyuubi no Yoko is sealed within him. Shikamaru said in a voice full of disgust. Then do want to know what happened when Hinata actually accepted and hugged him? He cried, Dad. He actually broke down and cried. With the way this village has been treating him, I'm surprised he hasn't snapped and killed everyone already. Oh, by the way, the reason Ino is in the hospital is because she went through his memories. Come on, Chuji, let's get out of here. The occupants in the room couldn't help but be shocked at the way Shikamaru defended the demon spawn, and also scared at the fact the treatment of Naruto would most likely cause anyone to snap and go on a killing spree. Silence descended on the room as the people in it began to reevaluate their opinion of the demon child. Scene change no jutsu. Naruto had finally been able to get a room for Ino after a lot of trouble from the nurses. He made sure that the straps holding her to the bed were secure in case she tried to anything that might be considered rash when she woke up. He only had to wait about 15 minutes before Ino began to stir. Ooh, what happened? Ino asked, trying to get a grip on where she was. Then the memories of Naruto's life came flooding back like a tsunami. The pain and loneliness was so great that she immediately reached down to grab a kunai to kill herself with, only to find out that she was strapped in and couldn't move. Easy, Ino. Naruto, when he realized what she was trying to do. Ino's head immediately whipped around to look at Naruto. Is it all true? The treatment of the villagers, your mask, everything about the Kyuubi? She asked on the verge of tears. Yeah, Ino, it's all true, Naruto answered solemnly. How to put up with it, all the hate, the beatings, the looks? Ino paused instantly at that thought as a memory of the things even her own parents did to him. I don't know, I just do, Naruto answered. But this Naruto sounded a lot older than the Naruto that she was used to hearing. You promise not to do anything rash if I take your straps off? Ino nodded and Naruto undid the straps. The two spent the next hour talking over Naruto's life. After that, Naruto let out a big yawn. Go home and get some rest, Naruto. After all, the emotional roller coaster ride you've been on today was no doubt very tiring, Ino ordered. Yes, Ne-chan, Naruto replied before quickly run out the door to avoid being yelled at by Ino. But if he would have stayed, he would have seen a thoughtful look on Ino's face. Ne-chan? Does he really feel that comfortable around me? I hope so, and I'm going to do my best to make up for the way I've treated him and earn that privilege, Ino thought aloud. Shortly after she finished that statement, her parents walked into the room madder than a hornet. Ino, are you all right, sweetie? What did that monster do to you? Inoichi asked when he saw his daughter. This caused Ino to be confused. What monster are you talking about, Dad? Ino asked. That blonde-haired kid from your class. I still can't believe that they let that thing become a shinobi, Ino's mom answered. That's when it dawned on Ino that Shikamaru and Chuji must have told them that her reason for being in the hospital had something to do with Naruto. First off, I would like it if you didn't refer to Naruto as monster or thing. That was why he was given a name, you know, and he hasn't done anything to warrant being called that. Which is more than I can say for the two of you. And secondly, he didn't do anything, Ino stated with disgust as she remembered her parents' actions. The two of us? What do you mean by that? And I know for fact that he's a monster. I can't tell you why, but he is, Inoichi said quite adamantly. Answer this, Mom, Dad, Ino demanded. What would happen if someone grew up alone and was hated by everyone except for one or two people? Then later, that same person finds out the reason for being hated and found out he had no control over that reason. Now what would happen if that person gained enough power to kill those who hated and shunned him? What does that have to do with any going on right now? Mrs. Yamanaka asked. Just answer the question, Ino screamed. I think it would be fairly obvious to all of us that it would be almost guaranteed that that person would seek revenge and kill those that have wronged him, Inoichi stated hesitantly. Then why hasn't Naruto killed everyone in this village? Ino hissed with barely suppressed rage. Both elder Yamanakas paled at this statement. Wa what do you mean Ino? Inoichi asked, doing a good impersonation of certain Hyuga who shall remain nameless. Because I looked at Naruto's memories. That's the reason that I'm here. I can't believe what this village has done to an innocent child. I'd rather be an orphan than have parents that have been as cruel and inhumane as you two have. Now, get out of my sight, I'm supposed to be resting. Ino told her with a glare of finality. Ino's parents left their daughter's room with their head held down in shame. Ino settled down into bed positive that her parents were headed home to reevaluate their opinion of Naruto. She spent the next 10 minutes mulling over everything that she had told her parents along with the bits and pieces of Naruto's memory. Ino had just started to calm down when Shikamaru, Chuji and Shino came into the room. Hey Ino, how are you feeling? Chuji asked. Alright I guess. What are you guys doing here? Ino asked. We have a few questions for Naruto about what we saw earlier today. Do you know where he is? Shikamaru asked with Chuji nodding his head in agreement. I also have questions about earlier, Shino added in the same monotone voice he always uses. I think he went home. He seemed pretty tired when he left earlier. Ino replied in a calm voice, but in the inside she was sweating buckets hoping they weren't talking about when Naruto told Hinata about the Kyuubi. Maybe you can answer my questions then, Ino-san, Shino asked. What makes you think that I would be able to answer your questions, Shino? Ino asked, getting even more nervous. Based on what Shikamaru-san told me about the reason for you being here, it is the logical conclusion that you used your family jutsu to look at Naruto's memories. Meaning that you also know the reason that he is hated, Shino elaborated. Shikamaru and I didn't see anyone else in the clearing when we left. So, how do you know about that? Chuji asked, narrowing his eyes. I'll let Shikamaru-san tell you, Shino said, readjusting his glasses. Troublesome. Shino has all of his teammates tagged with a bug as a precaution, and upon hearing Naruto's confession the bug went and told him what happened, Shikamaru drawled out. Since you guys already know what he told Hinata, I need to know what you think of Naruto now that you know about the Kyuubi, said with a glare that could freeze your soul. I think his treatment is highly illogical, unless they wish for him to go mad and kill everyone. His behavior is even more illogical now that I know this information, Shino replied, awing everyone in the room with how much he was speaking. Chuji and I have talked about and agreed that the way Naruto is treated is wrong. You know, for once I've found that being angry about something isn't too troublesome, Shikamaru said, looking at Ino with a serious face. Good. I'm glad we all agree. The only reason I'm going to answer your questions is because you already know most of it anyway, but we can't talk about this to anyone else, agreed, Ino said. The others in the room agreed with Ino, and the party of 4 spent the next hour reevaluating everything they thought they knew about Naruto. Scene change, no jutsu. Naruto was drained when he finally made it back to his apartment. His physical training in the morning left somewhat tired physically, but everything that had happened with Hinata and Ino left him mentally at the end of his rope. With a couple of cups of ramen in him and a bit of meditation, Naruto got ready for bed and went to sleep thinking that tomorrow couldn't be more emotionally draining than it was today. Chapter 5 Overload. The next morning Naruto woke up feeling refreshed, mainly because Kyuubi had decided to forego the usual night training to let Naruto rest mentally. He did his morning ritual of showering and stuffing his face full of ramen before he went off to his private training grounds to train. He arrived at the training grounds ready to train. He started off with some light stretches and warm-ups. Scene change, no jutsu. The Hokage, Kurenai, Asuma and Anko were standing in front of the Hokage Tower. They had all agreed to meet there yesterday after Kurenai and Asuma had told their teams that they would not be training. Alright, remember that we have no idea how good he might actually be, so make sure that you hide yourselves as best as you can. Alright, move out, the Sandaime said to the group with him. The group arrived shortly thereafter and hid themselves among the trees. They had agreed it would probably be wise to observe Naruto as he trained to try to get a general feel for how strong he was. They sat there and watched as he finished the last bit of his warm-ups before Anko decided to make her appearance. Scene change no jutsu. "Hey, what do we have here?" said a gruff-sounding voice. Naruto turned to the source to find a light brown-haired man of average height wearing a scratched-out mist Hittite. "Great, another assassin. So, which stupid villager hired you and what exactly did they say about me?" Naruto asked as if this was an everyday occurrence, well, for him at least. The others were dumbstruck at the way Naruto brushed this potential threat off. "It doesn't matter why I'm here. Now that you've seen me, I'm going to have to kill you, you little punk," said the disguised Anko as she took a handful of shuriken and threw them at Naruto. Naruto rolled to the side to dodge and then charged his assailant, throwing a punch toward his face when he was close enough. His opponent went off to the side to avoid the punch and size up the blonde. What nobody, except Naruto and Kyuubi, were ready for was the dent that Naruto left in a tree when his fist made contact with the tree behind the missing nin. Hot Kyuso on a stick. I guess Kurenai wasn't lying when she told us how strong this kid is, Anko thought. Meanwhile, Naruto had his own thoughts on the matter. I can't use the Kirigakure no Jutsu seeing as he's from Mist and probably familiar with it. With that, he too took up a more defensive fighting stance. Anko was analyzing his stance and could tell it would need a lot of work, but she wanted to see if he could do more than just dodge projectiles. So she took out a double fist full of shuriken and threw them at Naruto, making sure that he would have to block them instead of dodge, but how he blocked them caused Anko's mind to promptly shut down. Naruto saw the projectiles coming and knew he would have to block. He activated his bloodline and created the Kubikiri Hocho and held it in front of him as a makeshift shield. Naruto saw his opponent suddenly freeze and knew that if he didn't finish this fight now, the outcome could be unpleasant, to say the least. The Hokage, along with Kurenai and Asuma, saw Anko suddenly freeze and then Naruto go in for the kill with his strange sword. The three quickly jumped down to stop Naruto from killing his new sensei. "Naruto, stop. He's not really an enemy," Sarutobi told Naruto as he held his sword arm. Naruto stopped and looked at the Hokage for an explanation. "Hyuga Hinata and Kurenai here came to my office after you left yesterday and told me about what happened at the clearing," the Hokage said as he let go of Naruto. "After talking it over with Anko, your new sensei over there, it was decided that we should make you think you were under an attack by a missing nin to test your abilities. Although, I'm curious as to what would cause her to freeze the way she did." It was about this time that the henge dropped and Anko's brain started to work again. Her brain was now going a mile a minute with questions. It's not possible," Anko said, barely coming out as a whisper, but the others in the group heard her nonetheless. "How's what not possible, Anko?" Kurenai asked, never before seeing her friend so shocked before. How is it possible that he has Arashi's bloodline?" Anko replied, still in shock. That statement caught everyone's attention, but none more so than the Sandaime Hokage's. "I think it would be best if we continue this discussion in my office," Sarutobi stated. Everyone nodded as the Hokage teleported with Naruto and Kurenai did so with a shell-shocked Anko, while Asuma teleported himself. Scene change no jutsu. Once everyone had settled in at the Hokage's office, Sarutobi asked, "Why would you say that Naruto has Arashi's bloodline, Anko? I thought his had to do with insane speed, not making a sword like that." "Well, Hokage-sama," Anko started. "You know how careful Erasure was about making sure that his enemies thought his Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, was a jutsu that he made and wasn't a bloodline limit. One of the things that his clan as a whole kept an even tighter lid on was the fact that there was another stage to their bloodline, the Raikirei, soul or spirit aura, that allowed them to take the Raikirei and have it turn into an exact copy of any sword that it came into contact with, including any of the sword's special abilities." "How do you know about all of that?" Asuma asked, confused that she would know something that not even the Hokage would know. "The only reason I know this is because Erasure and Rin felt that I should know if I was going to live with them, after that Hebe team abandoned me," Anko told them, spitting that last part out. Could you guys tell me?" "Just a moment." Naruto turns his head, coughs, and then tests his voice and then proceeds to continue. Although, while Naruto is doing this, Kyuubi was scared out of his mind and preparing for the Fourth Great Shinobi War as Naruto drew in breath. We interrupt your regularly scheduled story to save your mind from the curses that Naruto is saying. Thank you and have a nice day. Sonova, apparently we were wrong about Naruto being done with the curses. We apologize. Is going on here? Naruto screamed. Once everyone regained their hearing, 10 minutes later Anko responded. Erasure was the last of his clan, meaning that he was your father, but you probably know him better as the Yondaime Hokage. Naruto's mind promptly shut down upon hearing this information. Then again, so did everyone else's, including Kyuubi's. Ever so slowly Naruto's mind began to reboot and process the information. It now made sense as to why the Yondaime chose him to be Kyuubi's jailer. Hey, if the Yondaime was my father, then how come you never told me, Aji-san? Naruto asked. This question managed to drag the Hokage out of his shock. Because I honestly didn't know Naruto, the Hokage explained. During the attack, the portion of the hospital where you're supposed to be was destroyed and everyone thought you died when it was destroyed. I just assumed that Erasure found another baby elsewhere in the hospital and used him. Only within the last couple of years have I begun to think that Erasure managed to find you alive, but with your mother leaving the village shortly after the attack from the grief of thinking that she had lost both of you, I had no way to confirm my suspicions. Normally that wouldn't be bad, but all of your parents' medical records were destroyed during Kyuubi's attack as well. The mood in the room became very solemn hearing this. Hokage-sama, Anko spoke up, since Naruto is Arashi's son, I think it's only right if he moves in with me at the Kazama estate. I don't see any problem with it as long as it's okay with Naruto, the Sandaime stated. I don't have any problems with it, Naruto responded. Good, Sarutobi replied. But for right now, I don't want anyone else to know about Naruto's lineage. Erasure had enough enemies, and I don't think the village is ready to find out they have been mistreating the son of the fourth Hokage. At least not until after the Chunin exams are over. Dismissed. Come on, Naruto, let's go get your things and you can settle in at your new house, Anko said, sounding genuinely happy. Scene change, no jutsu. Anko's happy mood about finding Arashi's son disappeared quickly when she arrived with Naruto at his apartment. To put it nicely, it was a dump. The front door looked like it was about to fall off its hinges and looked like it had been kicked in several times. The inside wasn't any better. While suffering from lack of daily cleaning, the inside floor made you make sure you watched where you stepped, lest you fall through it. There was graffiti all over the walls that Anko didn't even have to read to know what it said. The appliances in the kitchen, along with the table, chairs, and rest of the furniture in the house appeared to be broken or barely usable, and his bed looked like it might actually be older than the Sandaime Hokage. In Anko's opinion, rats didn't deserve to live in a place like Naruto's, and she was glad he was getting out of there. It only took about 5 minutes for Naruto to grab a few pictures and other small trinkets and a change of clothes. When questioned about his amount of things, Naruto only told Anko that most of the shops wouldn't sell to him, and those that did charged him an outrageous amounts of money for the worst things. That's when it hit Anko like a ton of bricks. The reason why he had that awful orange jumpsuit, that everyone knew was a bad choice for shinobi attire, was because it was all the shops would sell him. It also led her to conclude that the reason he ate ramen so much wasn't because he liked it that much, but because it was cheap. Anko was sure of one thing. If she had her way, heads would roll, starting with a lazy perverted jounin. Scene change, no jutsu. Naruto couldn't believe his eyes. The Kazama estate, located on the outskirts of the village, was huge. Not as big as the Uchiha or Hyuga estates, but still quite large. The house itself was a blend of modern and traditional styles and could have 60 to 70 people live there rather comfortably. The part about the Kazama clan being secretive seemed to be true. Around the house were several acres of land full of large trees and several open fields, perfect for sparring and training. Will you pick up your jaw already, kid? Anko said, look at the awestruck Naruto. Naruto nodded dumbly as he followed her into the house. The room that Anko led him was easily the size of old apartment, and the closet and bathroom were separate rooms. Just as he finished putting his stuff away, Anko walked into the room carrying in a scroll. Here, your dad wrote this for you before he left, Anko said, sounding more subdued than normal. Naruto carefully took the scroll and began to read it. Dear Naruto, if you're reading this, then the sealing of the QB was a success. I wish that I didn't have to seal it within you. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any other way to stop the beast. I only pray that the village has treated you as the hero you are and not the beast within you. As I write this, your mother is in labor and the doctors don't know if she will survive. I asked Mitarashi Anko and my student Hitaki Kakashi to keep an eye on you should anything happen to your mother. I must go now, for QB is drawing near. Know that I love you with all my heart and wish that I could be there to watch you grow. Your father. Kazama Erasure. Yandame Hokage. Anko decided that a silent retreat, to give Naruto some privacy, was in order. She could only imagine what it would be like to suddenly find out that your father was the one to make your life a living hell. Scene change no jutsu. Anko braced herself for the barrage of questions that Naruto was bound to ask, as she saw him come downstairs. Anko-sensei, do you know who my mother is? Asked a somber Naruto. Yeah, I do. We were actually pretty close. Her name is Rin, one of your father's former students. You know, your parents were one of the few people to treat me with any kindness after my former sensei, Orochimaru, abandoned me and become a missing nin. Did you say Orochimaru? Naruto cut in, becoming visibly angry. Yeah, what do you know about him? Anko asked, raising an eyebrow. Naruto sighed loudly and figured that if Anko was close to his parents and going to be his sensei, he better tell her about what happened in Wave, leaving out the parts about upstairs. Now I have another reason to hate that team's guts, Anko said after Naruto finished his story. Anko-sensei, did either you or Kakashi watch over me when I was little? Naruto asked. Yeah, I did when I could, but I was gone on missions most of the time. I don't think Kakashi ever did though, and with what he just did to you. I think a little payback is in order, don't you? Anko asked with a wicked gleam in her eyes. What do you have in mind? Naruto responded with the same glint in his eyes. Oh, we'll get to that later. Right now I think that we need to get you some new clothes that don't scream, I'm over here, kill me, and get you something to eat other than ramen, okay? Anko said, addressing Naruto's choice in clothing and food. Gee, you think. The only reason why I wear this is because this is all the shops in town will let me buy. Whenever I buy food, the stores always overcharge me and make me take the worst products they have. Don't get me wrong, I like ramen a lot, but when you've had that for every meal for the past 8 years with few exceptions, it gets a little old. Naruto replied without much energy and confirming Anko's suspicions. I don't think that'll happen while I'm with you. Come on, let's go, Anko said, motioning to the door. The pair went to an all-in-one ninja store that Anko liked. Oddly enough, at least to Naruto, the owners of the store that they went treated them as they would anyone else off the street. Naruto spent the next 2 hours going through the store and trying to find something that Naruto liked and was usable. Naruto eventually decided to just get several dark-colored pairs of his current outfit. He also got kunai and shuriken, which were actually usable. Naruto was ecstatic when he went to pay for the items and wasn't overcharged like usually. Naruto and Anko stopped and got something to eat on their way home. Naruto, oddly enough, insisted that it not be ramen. So Anko introduced him to the utopia known as Dango. After their meal, they went home. Both Naruto and Anko were glad to be back home after shopping. So, what are we going to do now, Anko-sensei? Naruto said as he sat down on his living room couch. Well, let's go over what you'll be working on during your training, Anko said with a smirk. Your taijutsu understandably needs work since no one was willing to teach you before. I have a friend that I'm sure would be willing to help you with kenjutsu, and you need to work on your overall knowledge. When you have free time, I would probably recommend looking at your father's scrolls about seals. Sounds good to me, and who knows, I might be able to find a way to help you with your curse seal while studying the scrolls. Naruto replied with a big grin, remembering that Anko mentioned it while they were shopping. But before Naruto could continue, the doorbell rang. Getting up, Anko went to answer the door. Hey, Kurenai, what brings you here? Anko asked. I just wanted to see how things were going with you and Naruto, Kurenai replied. Things are going pretty good. Hey, if you're not busy, I need to talk to you about helping me with something, Anko asked, getting a look in her eyes that promised someone pain. Sure, Kurenai answered, wondering what she was getting herself into. For the rest of the day, Naruto, Anko, and Kurenai sat in the living room of the Kazama estate talking. Scene change: no jutsu. Hatake Kakashi was having a good day. He made sure to get up extra early, so he would be on time to his training session with Sasuke. He made his way toward the training grounds and decided a little reading was in order. After reading for a minute, he disturbingly found out that someone had replaced his little orange book with Madogai's little green book, The Powerful Flames of Youthfulness. Luckily for Kakashi, he always carried a backup copy of his favorite book, just in case. But somehow, the god of perversion had abandoned him today, for his backup copy of his book had also been replaced. However, this book was even worse than the little green book, for it was any Ika fan's worst nightmare, Gay Utopia. Kakashi ran home as fast as he could to get one of his other books in order to get the images that would make Jiraiya quit writing his books for a month out of his head. He finally made it back to his house and reached for an Ika book in his closet. But once again, something or someone had conspired to keep him from his precious book. As soon as his hand touched one of his books, it triggered a genjutsu. This particular genjutsu would later go down in Konoha's history as the only S rank technique that was never to be talked about or written down, ever, by the order of the Sandaime Hokage. For what it was, we once again interrupt your regular scheduled story to save your sanity. For those people who want to know what the genjutsu was, let's just say it involved Orochimaru, his tongue, and lacking certain necessities for appropriate public attire, and for once we truly pity the fool. We now return you to your regularly scheduled story. The scream that Kakashi let out was heard all over Fire Country. In a last-ditch effort to save both his sanity and perversion, Kakashi ran into his living room and turned on the Ika Paradise movie. To his dismay, someone had recorded Guy and Lee's You and Your Youthfulness movie over it. Even now, whenever this event is mentioned, Kakashi turns into a pile of blubbering mush. Scene change: no jutsu. Kurenai, Naruto, and Anko were currently laughing their heads off at the punishment they gave Kakashi for what he did to Naruto. It seems that putting a sadistic special jounin, a genjutsu mistress, and a hyperactive prankster in a room and then unleashing them upon an unsuspecting victim was not healthy for the victim, but a lot of fun to watch. Here, look at this one. Anko laughed as she passed around the pictures that they took during the prank they pulled on Kakashi. The look he had on his face when the genjutsu hit him, it was priceless, Kurenai laughed. Don't forget to mention that we now have the ultimate blackmail material against him, Naruto choked out. Alright, as much fun as this is, we need to move on to your training for today, Anko said, still smiling. I set some scrolls about your bloodline out for you in the library. I want to go and read them while I go talk to a friend about helping you learn kenjutsu. Naruto nodded in understanding as Anko and Kurenai got up to leave. Naruto made his way through the house toward the library. The library itself was actually fairly large, with a table in the middle of it for reading. Apparently, the Kazama clan had an extensive collection of both kenjutsus, sealing techniques, and various other things. Naruto found the scrolls that Anko had set out for him on the table and began to read. The Kazama bloodline, the Raikirei, is able to copy any sword it comes into contact with. This includes special abilities of the sword and is feared by both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. The reason they fear it is because when using the Raikirei, a thin film of chakra surrounds the body that has it activated. This thin layer of chakra prevents the Sharingan from seeing how the chakra is moving inside the body, making it impossible to tell how the chakra will be used for movement, eliminating the prediction capabilities of it, and if the Raikirei is used on the hands, it prevents the Sharingan from being able to copy any jutsus. Ha! Take that, Sasuke team! Naruto shouted in his mind. That same film of chakra also prevents the Byakugan from seeing the inner chakra coils, and with practice can also be used to negate Juken strikes. The area in which you are able to use the Raikirei can be expanded and controlled with practice and training, to the point in which you are able to cover your whole body with it simultaneously. Also, with practice and training, the Raikirei can be made to look like nothing more than the occasional distortion in the air. When using the Raikirei in this fashion, not even the Byakugan or Sharingan can tell that you are using it. You cannot use the Raikirei to make a sword and protect yourself from the Hyuga and Uchiha bloodlines at the same time. Naruto sat there digesting all the information he just received about his new bloodline as he continued reading the scroll. The Kazama clan has always been careful to guard the information about the Raikirei being able to copy swords and is only known by a few people outside of the clan. The rest about the Raikirei is fairly well documented and known. As such, we have told everyone that the blades we use are like the chakra blade Raijin of the Nidaime Hokage. While, in truth, the handles that we use are false, allowing us to create the blade using our bloodline while deceiving those around us. At this point, Naruto knew that he had a lot of reading and training in the next 2 months. Scene change no jutsu. Anko was glad that she had found Gecko Heiate in one of the first training grounds she looked. He was of average height and build and appeared to be knocking on death's door, if his cough was any indication. But his kenjutsu was second to none on the village. "Hey, Heiate, what you doing?" Anko asked cheerily. "Not much. Now, what is it that you want, Anko?" he asked between coughs. "Will you stop with the cough? I know you're faking it, and what makes you think I want something?" Anko asked, raising an eyebrow. "Because the only time that you ask me how I'm doing while not on a mission is when you want something," he replied, sounding almost bored. "Fine, you caught me. I want to help me train a kid in kenjutsu," Anko said, getting to the point. "And why should I?" Heiate asked. "Well, if you agree to this, he'll be able to give you access to one of the largest collections of kenjutsu techniques in Konoha," Anko answered vaguely. "Who is it that I would be training, and how would they be able to grant me this access like you say they can?" Heiate asked, curious as to who this could be. "I can only tell you if you promise not to tell anyone else, and if you do, you will be breaking an S-class law. Understand?" Anko said in a very serious voice. "Okay," Heiate said slowly. Anko definitely had his full attention now. "You know him as Uzumaki Naruto, but it was recently discovered that his name should be Kazama Naruto," Anko told him while looking straight into his eyes. Of all the things that Anko could have told him, this was the one that came straight out of the proverbial left field. It was fortunate that Heiate was not as frail as he looked, otherwise he would have keeled over dead. "Are you serious? If he's a Kazama, that means his father was the fourth," he practically yelled. "Yes and yes. Now, will you help train him or not?" Anko asked once again, sounding serious. "I would be honored to train the son of the Yondaime. The techniques are just a nice bonus in my opinion," Heiate replied with respect. "If you're going to do it because of who his father is, then you can forget about training him," Anko snapped back at Heiate's statement. "Well, why?" Heiate stuttered out. "Naruto was to be recognized for who he is, not who his father is. That attitude will make him a great ninja one day," Anko replied, not quite as forcefully this time. "I think you misunderstand my reasons, Anko," Heiate said, releasing his breath. "His father was a well-known swordmaster, and, if he is anything like him, he will have the potential to become just as good as him. I probably should have said it would be an honor to teach someone with such potential. If that's the case, could you stop by the Kazama estate to train him in the afternoons?" Anko asked, satisfied with the explanation of his statement. "Sure. I'll see you tomorrow," Heiate said with a nod. With that, Anko left, heading back to the Kazama estate. Scene change no jutsu. Anko made it back to the Kazama estate and set about looking for Naruto. She found him still in the library, focused completely on the scrolls in front of him. Anko got a look in her eye that Naruto would later dub the look of impending doom. "Hi!" Anko yelled, scaring the devil out of Naruto. It took 10 minutes for Naruto's heart rate to return to normal. "What you are looking at, kid? Don't do that again." "As to what I looking at, they were some medical jutsus I found while looking for some stuff about sealing techniques," Naruto replied, still holding his chest. "Ah, those would be your mother's scrolls," Anko said, adopting a softer look. She was quite the medic nin before she left. Many said that the only one that was better was the legendary Sannin Tsunade. Nobody from Konoha has seen or heard from her since she left. I wonder what her skills are like now, but enough of that. It probably would be a good idea if you were to learn a few of them while you're training. Why? Kyuubi heals all my wounds. So I'll never need to use any of them on myself? Naruto asked with his face looking puzzled. True, but what about your teammates? You have a lot of chakra, Naruto. You can heal a lot of injuries with it if you learn how to, and just because you may not use a jutsu, it doesn't mean that the jutsu is useless, Anko lectured. All right, already. So what did you have to go do? Naruto asked. Nothing much. I just found someone to teach you kenjutsu, as long as you let him use the Kazama library, Anko said nonchalantly. Really? Who is it? Naruto asked, jumping up and down, completely missing the part about the library. His name's Gecko Hayate. He may look sick, but it's mostly an act. He also happens to be one of Konoha's best sword users, Anko rattled off. The person that was going to train him in kenjutsu awed Naruto. Naruto then told Anko about what he found about his bloodline and how his Kagebunshin no Jutsu was going to be a big help in learning everything he wanted to in the next 2 months. Anko, on the other hand, stopped listening when she heard about what he planned to use to help himself train. She immediately started to lecture him on the dangers of that jutsu, but Naruto was quick to explain how he had discovered how to get around those dangers. The next point that Anko brought up, Naruto had to agree with. She pointed out that even though he had found a safe way to use the technique, he still couldn't use more than one clone to do more than read until he was actually using what he read. The reason is simple: you have to learn step 1 before you can move on to step 2. Taking seals as an example, she told him that you have to learn the basic principles of sealing before you could actually begin to do any kind of seal. The same thing applied for medical jutsu, taijutsu, and kenjutsu. Once it was explained to him, Naruto knew that Anko was right. Kagebunshin no Jutsu was meant for gaining experience in something that you already knew rather than learning how to do something. After that, Naruto and Anko talked for the rest of the day about what his training schedule would look like for the next 2 months. To put it bluntly, he probably wouldn't have time to do anything outside of training other than eating or sleeping. Chapter 6. Play ball. Naruto was currently wandering aimlessly around Konoha, thinking about his life for the last 2 months. As he walked, he realized just how long it's been since he's seen anything outside of the Kazama estate. He felt a lot more confident in his taijutsu. He was amazed at how things flowed easier, smoother when you had your body in a certain position compared to another. His kenjutsu was also a lot better now. Anko had been right. Hayate was a top-notch swordmaster and a good teacher to boot. He still remembered the fun he had freaking out Hayate with his bloodline. The look on his face was priceless. Naruto had also learned a lot about his bloodline and sealing techniques. He still didn't have much of a clue as to what the curse seal did, but he also wasn't able to devote the effort into learning seals that he would have preferred. He had even managed to grow a little taller. These thoughts were scattered as he turned around and came face to face with a square rock. You know, Konohamaru, rocks aren't naturally square, and they certainly don't have eye holes, Naruto said with an amused chuckle. A loud bang, a lot of smoke, and a rather silly interdiction later, Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon stood before Naruto, calling themselves the Konohamaru Corps. I think you guys need to cut back on the smoke powder next time, all right? Said a still amused Naruto. Yeah, sure thing, boss. Hey, can you play ninja with us? Asked an excited Konohamaru. Moegi and Udon looked equally excited as well. Alas, Sakura's banshee voice was heard before he could answer. Why would a ninja want to play ninja? Wait, I guess it would do good for Naruto to play ninja, seeing as his ninja skills are so bad. Hey, don't insult Naruto. Neesin, you ugly, big four-headed girl, Konohamaru shouted back at Sakura. Naruto didn't know a whole lot about girls, but he definitely knew it was a bad idea to call Sakura ugly or comment about the size of her forehead. Konohamaru, I'd start running right now if you wish to live to see tomorrow, Naruto whispered into Konohamaru's ear. Konohamaru might not be the brightest bulb in the pack, but with the sudden temperature drop and Sakura wearing the look of impending doom, Konohamaru wisely decided to take Naruto's advice and hightailed it out of there. Sakura wasn't too far behind him. Naruto was about to leave wishing Kanehamaru the best of luck when an angry shout of "Hey brat, that hurt!" came from around the corner that Kanehamaru just went around. Coming around the corner, Naruto saw a kid around his age wearing cat-like pajamas, something wrapped in bandages on his back, and makeup on his face holding Kanehamaru up by the front of his shirt. Standing a little ways behind was a girl about the same age, who had her blonde hair done up into 4 ponytails and what appeared to be a large fan on her back. "I would put him down if I were you," Naruto said, addressing the makeup boy. "I'm not going to get involved in this kankuro," stated the blonde female. "Shut up, Temari. No one asked you, and why should I put Tetis Runt down instead of giving him the lesson he deserves?" Kankuro shouted out. "Other than the fact that you are shinobi visiting from another nation and holding the grandson of the current Hokage," Naruto stated calmly. Before Kankuro could do anything, a rock flew through the air and hit his hand, causing him to drop Kanehamaru. The group turned to see where the rock came from and found an arrogant Sasuke sitting in a tree tossing and catching rocks in his hand. "Kankuro, stop. You are an embarrassment to our village," came a new voice so cold that it caused everyone to shudder. In a whirl of sand, a short redhead appeared hanging upside down on the other side of the tree from Sasuke. Naruto had no clue who this guy was, but one thing was apparent: Kankuro and Temari were scared to death of him. Kankuro was in the middle of stuttering out an excuse when the redhead continued, "Don't do it again or I will kill you." He then warped down in between Kankuro and Temari before turning around and walking off. "Hey, what's your name?" Sasuke shouted. "Gaara of the Sand." "Yours?" Gaara asked in the same dead monotone voice that he used earlier. "Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke," the self-proclaimed Avenger replied. "I look forward to seeing you at the Chunin exams," Gaara said as he walked off with his teammates. As everyone walked off, Naruto began evaluating what just happened. Of course, you had Sasuke, who had to be the baka he is and interfere. Sakura, who just stood by and yelled about how great her Sasuke-kun was. Dollface was just plain weird. The redhead just plain crept him out for some reason. Then you have the blonde girl. She wouldn't have been all that bad if it wasn't for her 2 teammates. Naruto decided that that was enough thinking and decided to enjoy the rest of his free time before the Chunin exams. Scene change: no jutsu. Naruto didn't believe his day could get any worse, but, alas, he forgot to knock on wood. The day started with a firm warning from Anko that if he saw any jounin in the exam that he knew to act like he didn't know them or the last 2 months would seem like a walk in the park. He decided to wear the dreaded orange jumpsuit again to keep people from asking questions. Then he got to the academy just to wait for Sasuke and Sakura for an hour. Next, Sasuke has to go and announcing to all about the genjutsu on the 2nd floor, meaning that all the weak teams that it would have gotten rid of would now be in the exam. Even the bushy-browed freak, Rock Lee, in green spandex was tolerable. Although watching Rock Lee wipe the floor with Sasuke wasn't too bad. No, what made Naruto's day absolutely horrifying was the one man that Anko told him if he ever saw him he was supposed to run for the hills, Mato guy, and now, unfortunately, he knew why. Lee. J.I.-sensei. Lee. J.I.-sensei. "Will you 2 knock it off already?" Naruto shouted, trying to preserve his sanity. "Ah, so you must be Kakashi's youthful students?" Guy asked, appearing before the group. Team 7 had one thought: "Wow, he's fast." "Huh, you say something?" Naruto asked. "HHH, you have already acquired Kakashi's hip attitude," Guy said with tears streaming down his face. Truth be told, Naruto really didn't hear Guy, who would, after having to listen to Guy and Mini-Guy scream each other's name at the top of their lungs while they hugged each other. "Right, we'll be going now," Sakura said, already freaked out. "Yes, that would be wise. May your youthfulness shine bright during the exam," Guy said, using his indoor voice, which meant that he was shaking the academy's foundations. The group parted ways, Lee to look for his teammates, Team 7 towards the exam room, and Guy to wherever he goes. Team 7 found Kakashi sitting a windowsill outside the exam room. Sakura was shocked, and so was Naruto. "Kakashi-sensei, why aren't you reading your book?" Sakura asked, still shocked. All three genin noticed him shiver in response to that question. Well, it's a long story, but it's good that all three of you showed up, Kakashi said as he got up. Seeing confusion, he continued, the exam has to be taken in teams of 3. If one of you didn't show up, then the other 2 wouldn't be able to take the exam. Naruto, however, was having his own thoughts. Anko-sensei already told me that. I can't wait to tell Anko-sensei how effective our punishment was, though. Kakashi said his speech and watched as his genin went into the exam room with their heads held high. His face was passive, but his thoughts were far from calm. I wonder if they're ready. I know Sasuke is, since I've been personally training him for the past 2 months. Sakura should be all right since she uses her head and intellect. Naruto is the only one that I truly have to worry about, I guess. He is the dead last of his class. Oh well, what's done is done. With that, he left, heading toward the waiting room for the Jounin senseis. Scene change, no jutsu. Team 7 was stunned at the sheer number of genin that would be participating in the exam. They were glancing around the room until they heard someone calling them from their right. They looked and saw the rest of the Rookie 9 walking towards them. Hey guys, how are you? Ino asked as the groups met. I see you've given up on Sasuke-kun, Ino pig, remarked Sakura. What did you say, for head girl? Ino snapped back. While Kiba was eager to get a front row seat of the oncoming battle of the wits, even though one of them was unarmed, Naruto decided to make a hasty retreat. In doing so, he noticed Hinata in the back of the group and decided now would be as good a time as any to thank her properly for what she did 2 months ago. Hey Hinata, listen, I just want to thank you for what you did when I told you about Fuzzy. Naruto said, not really sure what he should say. It took Hinata a moment to figure out who Fuzzy was, but once she did, she immediately responded, that's all right, Naruto-kun. I was glad I could help. I know. I just wanted to make sure you knew how thankful I was. So, what do you think about the Chunin exams so far? Naruto asked, changing the subject. I am not sure if I am strong enough now that I am low looking at all the genin here, she replied, lowering her head in doubt. You know, a great and powerful warrior once said, Vi very veneversum vivus vici, right before he died. Roughly translated, it means by the power of truth I, while living, have conquered the universe. Naruto said, trying to cheer Hinata up. What did he mean? By the power of truth? Hinata asked, confused. Only a few people have ever managed to figure out what he meant by those words, and those that have always died after saying that they finally understood what he meant. Although people have said that there are many truths out there. So I guess the question shouldn't be by the power of truth. It should be, what is the truth, and that, Hinata-chan, is something that we all must figure out for ourselves, Naruto said sagely. Now, Shikamaru and Shino had been listening in on Naruto's talk with Hinata, and both were amazed at the wisdom on Naruto's words. Hinata nodded as she began to think about what Naruto just told her. While Naruto was trying to cheer her up failed, at least he made her think of something other than the exams for now. It was about this time that there were several puffs of smoke erupted in the room. All right, maggots, my name is Marino Ibiki. So, settle down and shut up, Ibiki yelled from the front of the room. Ibiki instructed everyone to draw a number from a box and then sit down in the corresponding seat. While Naruto waited, he idly looked around to see if he recognized anyone. He was quite happy to see Haku among the examiners. He was even happier to realize that his chair was going to be right next to Hinata. Naruto paid close attention to the rules of the exam and decided to go over them with Fluffy. So, basically, whoever gets caught cheating will lose 2 points, and for every wrong answer you get, you lose a point. The only problem is that these questions are difficult and their answers are quite long and complex. Then there's the fact that the 10th question won't be given out till there's 15 minutes left in the test. Hey QB, do you think you can answer these? I'm an age-old creature, of course I can, QB said as he nodded. If that's the case, I'm just going to wait and answer the last question and be done with it. And since this is so troublesome, as Shikamaru would say, I'll just take a nap till then. Naruto then put his head down on his desk and went to sleep. Most of the people in the room looked at Naruto's odd behavior, and wondered what exactly he was doing. However, they put these thoughts aside until they were done with the exam. So, the exam went with people figuring out that they needed to cheat in order to pass. People started getting caught cheating one too many times and then were asked to leave along with their teammates. The room was so quiet that you could hear a pen drop. Ibiki was glad that 20 minutes had passed and nothing that he didn't expect had happened, but, alas, he'd forgot to knock on wood. For at that time Naruto decided to let out a snore. This drew the attention of everyone in the room, and most thought, how in the world could this kid fall asleep in the middle of this test? But none of them were prepared for what he said. "Oh, come on, Hinata. Stop teasing me and get that top off, so I can get at what's inside." This caused mixed reactions. Most of the males in the room struggled not to die of a nosebleed. The girls blushed and wanted to kill the blonde pervert and released a small amount of killing intent. Some males had no idea what he was talking about, like Gaara. However, other males, like a certain grass Nin and a glasses-wearing leaf Nin, who knew what he was talking about but didn't respond, well, let's just not go there. It should also be noted that Sasuke didn't react either. Hinata, well, she was thanking Kami that she didn't pass out at Naruto's comment. Kyuubi, on the other hand, was able to feel the killing intent and was laughing so hard on the ground he was crying. The reason for this is because, unlike everyone else in the room, he knew what Naruto was dreaming about. Naruto was dreaming about Hinata cooking him food and refusing to take the top off the pan so he could eat. Everyone had recovered from Naruto's sleep-talking incident, except Hinata, by the time Ibiki decided to give the last question. "All right, maggots, listen up," Ibiki yelled, waking Naruto and getting everyone's attention. "It's time for the 10th question. Now, before I give it to you, I need to tell you a few additional rules. First off, you can choose if you want to take the question or not. If you answer it wrong or if you don't take the question, you and your teammates fail." "What? With those kinds of rules, of course we'll take the question," Temari shouted. "Quite. I wasn't done explaining. Those that answer the question incorrectly will be barred from any future Chunin exams for life. If you quit, you can take the exam next time," Ibiki said in a calm voice. "What? You can't do that. Other people have taken the exam before us," Kiba protested. "Too bad. I wasn't in charge of the exams prior to this, and what I say is law right now," Ibiki replied. "Now, who wants to quit?" It took a little while for the first hand to go up, but as soon as it did, many teams started to give up as well. Naruto was annoyed. It had been a good minute since the last team quit, and Ibiki still hadn't given him the question. "I did not wake up so I could sit here and listen to you spout out a bunch of rules. Then, sit and watch as a bunch of people, who aren't willing to risk it all, get up and quit," Naruto yelled, looking right at Ibiki. "I knew I should have knocked on wood earlier. That's twice that this kid has broken the atmosphere that I've created," Ibiki thought to himself. "Fine, this is your last chance to quit," Ibiki said in response. "Well, if you're not going to quit, all that's left for me to do is to congratulate on passing the first exam." "What? What do you mean we pass? What about the 10th question and the first 9 questions?" Temari asked, standing up. "The first 9, Ibiki started, were to test your information-gathering skills. Those who cheated poorly are not fit to be Chunin. Good information can lead to the success of a mission, fight, or even a war, while bad information can lead to ruin. And the purpose of the 10th question was to see if you would be able to risk it all, like the blonde kid said. This decision is made when you decide to take a mission or not. People who can't put everything on the line and play it safe aren't worthy of being ninja, let alone Chunin." Naruto just sat there nodding his head in agreement. Then he noticed a brownish-looking ball heading toward the window of the classroom. The ball crashed through the window and the unfurled to reveal a banner that Naruto could only groan at. "Don't start celebrating yet. My name's Mitarashi Anko, the proctor for the second exam. I see you're getting soft, Ibiki. You left 26 teams," Anko announced. "Well, maybe we just have outstanding candidates this year," Ibiki replied, moving the banner out of his way. "It doesn't matter either way. By the end of the second exam, at least half of them will be eliminated," Anko said with her smile of impending doom. "Scene change no jutsu." Anko had led the group of Chunnin hopefuls to a forest surrounded by a tall fence. "Alright, listen up. This place is Training Area 44, aka the Forest of Death," Anko stated. Naruto could have made a comment but chose to sit back and enjoy the torture air show. "Now, your objective will be to make to the tower at the center of the forest within 5 days, along with both a heaven and an earth scroll. After you sign these forms, to make sure that if you get killed your village doesn't blame Leaf, you will receive one of the 2 scrolls in that shack." Naruto signed his form and gave it to Sasuke to turn in, while he sat down and began to make fakes of the 2 scrolls. Sasuke came back with their scroll as Naruto finished making the fakes. As they waited for the test to begin, Naruto asked Sasuke if he could see their heaven scroll. Once Sasuke handed Naruto the scroll, Naruto quickly switched it with a fake and sealed the real one inside another scroll, making sure that his teammates didn't know he switched them. Soon after, the gates to the forest opened and the second exam began. They stopped about a half-hour later to take a break and decide what they should do to get the other scroll. While they were talking, Naruto sensed that they were being watched. He excused himself, saying that he needed to go to the bathroom so he could take care of the spy. His comment thoroughly disgusting Sakura was a nice bonus though. Soon after Naruto left the group, the Nin attacked. It didn't take long for Naruto to knock him unconscious, tie him up, find that he wasn't carrying the scroll, actually go to the bathroom and return to the others. It was later that evening, while they were taking another break, that Naruto saw an incoming attack and pushed his teammates out of the way. When the attack, a blast of wind hit, it blew Naruto away. Naruto hit the ground hard. When he finally found his bearings, a giant snake was about to swallow him whole. Thinking quickly, he used a launcher on right forearm to shoot the fake collapsible hilt for Kubikiri Hocho. Activating his bloodline, he quickly chopped off the head of the snake. But what surprised both Naruto and Kyuubi was the fact that the snake disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Both of them knew that it meant that Orochimaru must be nearby and was probably the one that sent the wind at his team. Naruto immediately sped off through the forest to find his teammates. When Naruto found his teammates, they were looking at a man that was rising up out of the head of a very large snake. Instantly, both his and Kyuubi's anger flared to unimaginable levels. "You!" Naruto shouted as he began to draw upon Kyuubi's chakra. Orochimaru, who looked like a certain grass Nin, looked toward the sound of the voice and was surprised to see a mass of orange and yellow charging at him. He jumped away as Naruto came down, looking to kill him with his clawed hands. Sneaking a peek at the branch he was on, he was startled to find several very deep claw marks in it. The boy that he recognized as the Kyuubi vessel was quite powerful in his opinion. Orochimaru slipped in under Naruto's attack and hit him in the chest with a strong punch. He was surprised when Naruto got right back up. Orochimaru knew that he needed to do this fast if he was going to accomplish his goal. He rolled up his sleeve, exposing a tattoo on his arm. Smearing some of his blood across it, he made some hand seals and slammed his palm into the tree branch, creating a large cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, it revealed a snake even larger than the one Naruto had beaten earlier. Orochimaru thought that the snake would be able to get rid of Naruto quickly, but the boy's speed was proving to be faster than that of the snake's. Even when the snake managed to land a blow, Naruto would get up shortly after to start the process again. Orochimaru decided to switch tactics. He had noticed that Naruto was trying to keep their fight away from his teammates. Figuring Naruto would try to protect them, he ordered the snake attack to Sasuke. Sure enough, when the snake was about to hit Sasuke, Naruto jumped in front of the snake. Orochimaru was glad that his plan worked, but what he didn't expect was for Naruto to actually be able to stop the snake in its tracks. Orochimaru came to the conclusion that Naruto's power was coming from Kyuubi. So using his snake-like tongue to hold Naruto, he lifted up the vessel's shirt and he added a 5-point seal to the Yondaime seal. The seal had the desired effect. It cut off the flow of Kyuubi's chakra to Naruto. The last thing that Naruto heard was the evil chuckling of Orochimaru. Scene change, no jutsu. Naruto wasn't sure how long he'd been unconscious. What he did know was that he felt extremely weak. He decided to ask Kyuubi if he knew what was wrong, but he only got silence in response to his question. Now he was worried. Whatever that snake team had done to him not only made him weak but also cut off all communication with Kyuubi. Slowly, he registered that someone trying to wake him up. "Whoa, what happened?" Naruto asked, looking around. Naruto saw Team 7, 10, and Lee's teammates standing around in a clearing. "I'll answer that," Ino said as she continued to cut Sakura's hair. She explained how after his fight with Orochimaru, Sakura brought him and Sasuke to a shelter at the edge of the clearing. There, she was attacked by a group of Sound Nin, and then Lee showed up to help, with Team 10 arriving later to help. How when Lee's teammates were about to help when Sasuke woke covered in weird markings. And then after Sasuke beat them, they left, leaving behind their Earth Scroll. Ino finished. "Good. That means we can head to the tower now," Naruto said, nodding his head. "Baka, didn't you hear Ino? That freaky snake guy stole our scroll," Sakura yelled. "No, he didn't," Naruto replied smugly. "What do you mean he didn't?" Sakura asked, confused. "I switched our real scroll with a fake one when I looked at the scroll before the exam. Now, come on, let's get to the tower," Naruto stated in the same smug voice. It took Team 7 almost a full day to reach the tower. They walked inside and found a room with the saying on the wall. "Okay, now what are we supposed to do?" Sakura asked. "Well, since we're in the tower, let's open the scrolls," Naruto suggested. Nodding, Sasuke took out the Earth Scroll while Naruto took out the Heaven Scroll. When they opened the scrolls, Naruto immediately recognized the pattern on the scrolls as a summon seal. Yelling, Naruto threw his scroll down and Sasuke followed Naruto's example. When the smoke cleared, Irika was standing there and looking down at the group. "Congratulations on passing the second part of the Chunin exams," Irika said with a smile. "Hey, Irika-sensei, do you know what the scroll on the wall means?" Sakura asked. At this point, Naruto tuned Irika out, as he already knew what the saying meant. Irika then led them to what looked like an arena where all the other genin were gathered. Naruto only half listened as the Hokage explained the true reason behind the Chunin exams. Naruto really wasn't surprised when someone came forward and said that there would have to be a preliminary round before the third part of the exam, since too many passed the second part this time. It did surprise him that Hayate was the one that was chosen to be the proctor for the fights. Naruto went up to the balcony with the rest of the participants and the Jounin sensei. When Sasuke's name came up on the board to fight, Naruto decided it would be a good idea to go talk to the team from Sound. "Why do you guys follow Orochimaru?" Naruto asked. "It's none of your business, Runt," the one with bandages on his face snapped back. "I know. I was just curious if you guys knew that you mean less than cannon fodder to Orochimaru, and if you want to get away from him, come and talk to me," Naruto calmly stated as he walked away. As he made his way back, Naruto noticed that people were looking at him. So he decided to ask the intelligent question, "What?" "Ah man, I can't believe that our luck was good enough to get to fight this idiot in the preliminaries," Kiba said, pointing towards Naruto. Naruto looked toward the billboard to see that he was to fight Kiba, so he just shrugged and walked down to the arena. Kurenai decided to give Kiba some advice for his match. "Kiba, do not underestimate him, okay?" Yeah, Kiba said over his shoulder as he walked to the arena. Naruto and Kiba faced each other as they got ready to fight. Kiba was confident that he would win easily. Naruto normally wouldn't be worried at all, but with whatever that snake freak did to him, making him feel weak, he was a little worried. Hayate stood between the two boys and announced the start of the match. "Ha! This will be so easy, I'll finish it in one punch. I don't even need to use Akamaru," Kiba taunted. "Are you going to fight or talk me into submission?" Naruto replied. Kiba took exception to the comment. After using the Shikyaku no Jutsu, Beast Imitation, he charged Naruto, intent on making good his boast. Naruto saw the attack coming but was too slow to avoid it completely. The punch sent Naruto flying back into the wall and created a small dust cloud covering where he landed. "I told you I'd beat him in one punch," Kiba boasted. The Jounin who knew how strong Naruto were confused by what happened. They knew Naruto should have been able to dodge the attack. "Kiba, If that's all the power you can put into a punch, then you better use that mutt to help you, Naruto stated from within the dust cloud. Fine. Come on, Akamaru. Let's show what we got, Kiba yelled. He then ran forward and threw a couple of smoke bombs in front of Naruto to surround him in smoke. Training with Zabuza is really paying off right now, Naruto thought from within the smoke. Let's see now. Kiba is attacking me inside the smoke while Akamaru is waiting for me to jump out of it so he can attack. Now, let's see if Kiba likes this plan. Everyone had been watching the cloud of smoke, wondering what was going on inside of it. When the smoke finally cleared, everyone saw Akamaru on top of a beaten Naruto. Way to go, Akamaru. We showed him, Kiba said as he ran toward Akamaru. When Akamaru jumped up to his master and did the unthinkable, he bit Kiba on the arm. What the heck is wrong with you, Akamaru? Kiba asked frantically, trying to shake the dog off of him. After a few seconds, Akamaru let go and was enveloped in a cloud of smoke a few yards away from Kiba. The smoke cleared to reveal a gagging and spitting Naruto. Ah, you really need to take a bath and wash your clothes a few dozen times, Kiba. You taste horrible, Naruto said between gags. Hey, what did you do to Akamaru, you punk? Kiba shouted. Immediately there came a whine from the side of the room. Kiba looked over to see a Naruto clone sitting over there holding Akamaru. Let him go, Kiba shouted, almost foaming at the mouth. And why should I? Was Naruto's short question. Fine, let's kick it up a notch, Kiba stated. He reached into his bag and took out 2 small pills. He threw one to Akamaru, who promptly ate it. His fur turned red and the clone that was holding him was completely destroyed. Kiba also ate one himself. As soon as Akamaru jumped on Kiba's back, Kiba immediately called out Jujin Bunshin, beast human clone. With a puff of smoke, Akamaru turned into a copy of Kiba. The pair jumped in the air and turned into the cyclones with a cry of Getsuga, double piercing Fong. Naruto immediately had to start dodging the attacks from Akamaru and Kiba. He was only able to dodge them by a very narrow margin, and his bloodline wouldn't help because while he was dealing with one of them, the other would attack him from behind. After what seemed like forever to Naruto, he came up with a plan. Hey Kiba, you like playing in smoke, do you? Well then, let's see how you handle this, Naruto said as he dropped a couple of his own smoke bombs. Once again, the arena was covered in smoke. Only this time, when it cleared, there were 3 copies of Kiba. You really think a henge is going to help you? Please, your scent is easy to pick up, Kiba stated as he charged one of the clones. When Kiba's fist came into contact with the clone, it went flying through the air. The lone finally stopped, and with a puff of smoke it revealed. Akamaru? What the? If that's Akamaru, then you must be Naruto, Kiba said as he went and hit the other clone. But this clone also turned out to be Akamaru. Know how your jutsu works or it might be used against you, Naruto stated as he dropped his henge of Akamaru. Kiba was livid, but most of the higher-ranked nin present could only agree with Naruto's statement. Naruto shot the false handle for his sword out as Kiba began to charge him blindly. The few nin that knew of Naruto's bloodline had their own thoughts as to what was going on. I see. He got rid of Akamaru so he could use his bloodline against Kiba and not have to worry about someone attacking him from behind, the Sandaime deduced. I told Kiba not to underestimate him, Kurenai mentally reprimanded. Finally someone's going to shut him up, Hayate thought. I wonder if they have Cracker Jacks in here for sale, Asuma pondered. The batter steps up to the plate, Anko thought as Naruto gripped the false hilt of his sword with both hands. Here's the wind-up in the pitch, Anko continued mentally as Kiba took off towards Naruto and then jumped for his attack. It's a hit and it's gone, Anko cheered mentally as she watched Naruto activated his bloodline. Swing it, hit Kiba, and then watch Kiba fly through the air right onto one of the arena's lights. Kiba landed on the arena floor unconscious, slightly smoking and twitching at random. Kiba is unable to battle. The winner is Uzumaki Naruto, Hayate coughed out. While Kiba was dragged out of the arena by the medic nin, Naruto made his way to where the rest of the participants were waiting. Just after he sat down, Hinata came over to him. Here, Naruto-kun. It's medical sea cream to help with your wounds, Hinata stuttered. Thanks, Hinata, Naruto replied as he took the cream and began to apply it. Almost everyone in the entire arena froze at the next match displayed on the board. Hyuga Neji versus Hyuga Hinata. Chapter 7, Release. The older Leaf ninja in the room were sure that this battle was going to be harsh. The ninja from other countries looked at this fight as a rare opportunity to see the Juken fighting style in action. Hinata was losing more and more of the little confidence she had as she made her way to the ring, and Neji was looking forward to crushing the heiress of the main house. Once both fighters had made it to the ring, Hayate started the match. Hinata-sama, fate has already decided that I will be the one to win this match, Neji said arrogantly. You should just give up now. I can tell by the way you're standing that you don't even want to fight. You are too kind and know that even if you did fight you would lose. Even now you are trying to put distance between by raising your arms. During the entire verbal onslaught, Hinata withdrew into herself and lost the last bit of confidence she had. Neji would have smiled at the way he was defeating the main branch member of the Hyuga. He wanted to humiliate her in the worst possible fashion, and getting her to give up through fear alone would definitely humiliate her in the eyes of the Hyuga Council. Though, there was one person who sat on the balcony gripping the railing tighter and tighter the longer he listened to the pompous Hyuga's speech, Uzumaki Naruto. Hinata, don't listen to him, Naruto exploded. You're a lot stronger than you think you are. Besides, if I listened to what people said about me, what would I be like? Only you can decide what you are, and that's the truth. Believe it. That's the truth. Those words echoed through Hinata's mind as she remembered what Naruto told her before the exams. So, I guess the question shouldn't be by the power of truth. It should be what is the truth, and that, Hinata-chan, is something that we all must figure out for ourselves. That phrase suddenly made perfect sense to her. Naruto's right. You are what you make yourself to be. It doesn't matter what anyone else says or thinks. Meaning that the only person who can change who you are is yourself. With that though, a courage and resolve flowed through Hinata that had never been there before. Neji, meanwhile, looked at Naruto in annoyance. When he looked back to Hinata, he was slightly surprised to see confidence in her eyes. This will be your last chance to give up, Hinata-sama. If you do not, I will not be held accountable for what happens during the fight, Neji said, getting into a fighting stance and activating his Byakugan. I will not back out of this fight, Neji Nizan. Especially when there are people who are important to me watching, and I won't go back on my words. For that is my nindo, Hinata stated as she followed Neji's preparations for battle. It looked like the two were dancing rather than fighting. Each attack was well aimed, and those attacks were parried or gracefully dodged. The spectators could only stare in awe at the depth of dance the two genin were performing. Naruto in particular was proud of the way that Hinata was standing up to her cousin, even if he only just overheard Kurenai explaining that they were related. The fight seemed even with no one holding the clear advantage. Then, Neji landed a glancing blow to Hinata's stomach. The blow knocked her back a few feet. Neji stood there, and as his cousin looked at him while holding her where Neji hit, Naruto knew how powerful even a glancing Juken strike could be. The small break that the fighters had taken ended as they charged each other and renewed their fight. Shortly after the fight resumed, Hinata landed a powerful strike to Neji's chest, but he just stood there like nothing happened. Neji saw confusion on Hinata's face. So, he reached up and pulled her sleeve back as he explained, "Since the beginning of the fight, I have been sealing the tenketsus in your arms," Neji stated. Then, from the beginning, Hinata asked, shocked. Yes, this is the difference between those who are fated to be strong and those who are fated to be weak, Neji replied before striking Hinata just above the heart with a powerful Juken strike. Hinata flew back and landed on the ground in a heap. Give up, Hinata-sama, and accept your fate. You cannot change the fact that fate said I should win this fight. Just as you cannot change yourself or the Hyuga curse of suffering, Neji said as he rose to a standing position. Yo, you're wrong, Ninigi-Nizan, Hinata said as she rose, coughing up blood. You are the O1T that is S suffering B because of the H-Hyuga curse. Hinata finished as she finally stood. Niji became enraged at her words. He charged Hinata intent on killing her, completely ignoring Hayate's calls that the match was over. Niji was stopped short of his target 3 of the Jounin instructors. What's this? Special treatment for the main house? Niji asked as he was being held. Niji, you promised to keep your feelings about the main house out of this exam, Guy scolded as he released Niji. And I promised to protect my students no matter the cost, Kurenai stated following Guy's movements. I'm here to prevent as many deaths as possible, and that includes yours, Hyuga, Hayate said as he too released the Hyuga. It was at this point that Niji looked down and saw the blade of Naruto's sword a few inches away from his stomach. Naruto would have killed Niji had he continued any further. Naruto was there in a crouched position. He released his sword. As he stood, he ran his hand through a pile of Hinata's blood and said, I promise, by the blood Hinata spilled, I will do to you what you have done to Hinata and more. Naruto swore in an icy cold tone that sent shivers down the Jounin's spines. Naruto spun around fast as he heard Hinata hit the floor behind him. Naruto came up to Hinata and did a basic scanning jutsu to check her injuries. He cursed as he could tell from the extent of her injuries that Niji was really trying to kill her. He stopped the scanning jutsu and made hand seals for the Zenyu no Jutsu, complete healing technique. This medical jutsu was perfect for him because it relied on the amount of chakra supplied and not chakra control. Naruto was really pissed at the snake team now. Whatever that guy did made this jutsu more exhausting than it should be. Just before he lost consciousness, he felt Hinata's breathing even out and he knew that she would be okay. Scene change no jutsu. Naruto slowly regained consciousness. He didn't know where he was, only that it reeked of disinfectants. Slowly he opened his eyes to a bright white room. About time you woke up, brat, Anko said from a chair beside his bed. Anko? Where am I? Naruto asked confused. You're in the hospital. Haven't you been here before? Anko asked surprised that he wouldn't recognize the hospital. Once when I was about 5. All I remember is that it wasn't a good idea for me to go in there again no matter what. Naruto replied, still not fully awake. About this time a nurse walked into the room, looked at Naruto's chart at the end of his bed, sneered at him, and then walked out. That was when Anko realized why Naruto thought of the hospital of a place not to go. Even if he was hurt, they probably ignored him when he asked for help or ended up getting new injuries while the doctors took care of him. Naruto's stomach decided to draw Anko out of her thoughts with a loud rumble. Anko laughed softly at Naruto before replying, It seems like someone's hungry, but then again, I would be too if it was me who hadn't eaten for almost 2 days. Naruto really wasn't surprised about being asleep for 2 days. It had happened before during some of his more strenuous self-training sessions when he was younger. The Hokage was by here wanting to talk to earlier, but he didn't say about what. Oh well, why don't you get dressed and wait here for the approval to leave? I have a few things that I need to do. I'll be back in about an hour. After Anko left, Naruto proceeded to get dressed. He wasn't feeling very comfortable being in a place where someone could do something and say it was treatment. Even though he was bored, almost the entire hour passed rather quickly for Naruto after he meditated. He decided to take a look down the hall to see if Anko or the Hokage were coming. When he opened his door, he heard what sounded like angry shouts coming from the room across from his, and being the person he is, he decided to take a look. He looked into the room through the window and saw Hinata and a man that Naruto could only guess was her father and the current clan head, Hyuga Hayashi. Naruto's blood began to boil as he listened to Hinata's father degrade her. It was about this time that a plan was hatched that Kyubi would deem suicide if he was aware of it. The plan came to Naruto as he saw Anko and the Hokage round the corner and some things that Anko had told him over the past 2 months. Naruto abruptly opened the door to Hinata's room and shouted, "Hi, Hinata-chan." Hayashi was not happy to have someone come barge into the room in the middle of his speech. Hinata was mortified that someone would come into her room as completely ignore her father, which was precisely what Naruto was doing. "Who are you and why did you come in here and interrupt my speech?" Hayashi demanded. Naruto turned just enough to give Hayashi a profile of his face before turning back to Hinata. Hayashi was livid. Not only did the demon interrupt his speech, but it was also ignoring him as well. Placing his hands behind his head, Naruto replied, "I'm sure you know who I am, and I didn't interrupt any speeches. Now, if you consider belittling, insulting, and degrading someone a speech, then I suppose you're right. Your late wife would be appalled at your behavior, and frankly, so am I." Hayashi had lost it. The demon spawn, criticizing him, and the mentioning of his late wife sent him over the edge. He charged Naruto, intent on killing him with a Juken strike to the heart. Hinata was so surprised at her father's actions that she wasn't even able to give a cry of warning to Naruto. Hayashi smirked, thinking that he had killed the demon brat, and there was nothing to prove that he was the one to have killed it, except for Hinata, though she could be kept quiet easily enough. The last person Hayashi expected to talk removed that rare smirk from his face. "You now, Hayashi, by attacking me you have committed an act punishable by death. Isn't that right, Hokage-sama Anko-sensei?" Naruto asked. He then proceeded to release his bloodline's sword form, which he used as a shield against the attack. Indeed, the Hokage and Anko were standing in the doorway to the room. They saw Naruto enter the room as they came around the corner and decided to see what he was up to. Hayashi went paler than a ghost at Naruto's statement. He knew he was frelled. He had 4 different witnesses to his attempt on the demon's life. Neither Hinata nor Naruto was a problem. Not even the Jounin was that big of a problem when dealing with the demon spawn. No, the problem was the Hokage himself, who, with the Jounin, could easily have him sentenced to execution without anyone being able to stop it. "Indeed, Naruto is right, Hayashi," Sarutobi replied calmly, although on the inside he was seething. Anko was a microsecond away from going and causing severe bodily harm to the Hyuga. The heck with the consequences. Although, Naruto stated, "I may have a solution to this, but first I would have to talk to Hinata in private." "And why would I let you talk to her alone?" Hayashi said, not hiding his distaste for the boy. "Because if you don't you will be arrested and probably executed." "Now scoot," Naruto said as he made a shooing motion with his hands. Naruto made sure that they outside and the door was closed before he turned to speak with Hinata. "Hinata?" Naruto asked. "Why yes, and Naruto-kun," Hinata replied. "If you could, all other things aside, would you leave the Hyuga clan?" Naruto asked, looking very serious. I don't can know. I always dreamed of being able to change the Hyuga clan." "Hinata, you will never be able to do that from within the clan. The Council of Elders will never allow such a change to happen, even if it was the wish of the clan head. And from what I saw of your father and his attitude toward you, he will make your sister the heiress no matter what you do or how powerful you become. Besides, if you're not a part of the clan, then they can't do anything to you when you tell people the truth about what's going on inside the closed doors of the Hyuga estate," Naruto argued. Hinata hated to admit it, but Naruto was right. "So, I ask you again, if you were able to leave the Hyuga clan, would you?" Naruto asked again. "Yes," Hinata responded with her voice full of confidence. "But where will I live?" "Don't worry, I got it all taken care of," Naruto replied with a smile. Naruto then went to the door and asked the 3 standing outside to come back in. "Here's the deal, Hayashi," Naruto began. "I won't press any charges against you if you agree that Hinata will be free from all ties to the Hyuga clan effective immediately, and she receives a copy of all of the Hyuga clan techniques and all scrolls that have to do with the Byakugan." "And why should I agree to your terms?" Hayashi said, as if he were in control of the situation. "Because if you don't you will immediately arrested, stripped of your title as clan head, making Hinata the new clan head, and most likely executed," Naruto told him in a nonchalant manner. Hayashi sat there and tried to find a way out of the mess that he had gotten himself into, but the only solution that he could find was the one Naruto was presenting. "Agreed," Hayashi said with a hint of defeat in his monotone voice. "Good. Now, Hokage-sama, Can you please draft a document stating the terms of the deal that both Hayashi and myself could sign tomorrow morning in your office, and would you be willing to act as a witness to the signing itself? Naruto asked, turning his attention to Sarutobi. Both Anko and the Hokage were surprised at the way Naruto was handling the situation. He managed to back the Hyuga clan head into a corner with no way out. Sarutobi listened to the terms of the agreement and found that they were good except for one thing. What does Hinata think about separating all ties to her clan? The Hokage asked. I talked to her while you were outside, and she has expressed the desire to leave her clan, Naruto answered. Then I don't see any problem with your requests, Sarutobi said, stroking his beard. I must return home and figure out a way to tell the Hyuga Council about this arrangement, Hayashi said right before he walked out of the room. I don't think that he understands much of anything, Anko spoke up. I know what you mean. When I see a man of shallow understanding, like him, extravagantly clothed, I feel sorry for the clothes, Naruto said right before everyone in the room broke out laughing, including Hinata. It took a while for the laughing to die down, but once it did, Hinata decided to ask Naruto a few questions. Ano, Naruto-kun, where will I be living now that I'm no longer a part of the Hyuga clan? Before I can answer that, I need to tell you something. You already know about the Kyuubi, but I found out the next day that my father's name is Kazama Erasure, the Yondaime Hokage, and I am the sole heir to the Kazama clan, Naruto explained. Hinata's eyes went as wide as dinner plates upon hearing this news. She knew of the Kazama clan from her studies. It was the only clan that everyone in the Hyuga feared, mainly because their bloodline completely negated the Byakugan. Hinata promptly fainted after this information made it to her brain. Well, I can't say that I didn't expect that, Naruto said with a shrug. Hey, Anko-sensei, will you stay here till she wakes up and explain to that she can live at the Kazama estate with us if she wants to? If she wakes up before I'm done talking with Aji-san, that is. Sure, why not? It's not like I have anything better to do, Anko replied. Okay, come on Aji-san, we can go talk in my room, Naruto said as he headed for the door. All right, what did you want to talk to me about, Aji-san? Naruto asked once they were in his room. I just wanted to make sure that you knew what was going on in the Chunin exams, Sandaime stated. Yeah, I did kind of miss the end, didn't I? Hey, did Kakashi say anything to you about my fight? Naruto asked. No, in fact he didn't even see your fight. After Sasuke's fight, he left with Sasuke to take care of his curse seal and didn't come back. Speaking of Kakashi, he came to my office yesterday and told me he would be personally training Sasuke for the next month away from Konoha, Sarutobi said, slightly agitated at Kakashi's actions. Oh, well, I can't really say that I'm surprised about that. So, what did you want to tell me about the Chunin exams? Naruto said, shrug. You have a month to train before the next stage of the Chunin exams. This stage is a one-on-one tournament, just like the fights at the end of the second exam. The person that you will be fighting is none other than Hyuga Neji, Sarutobi said passively, but inside he was glad for Naruto's good fortune. This is perfect, Naruto said with a fox-like grin. Oh, before I forget, I offered the Sound Genin Asylum from Orochimaru during the second stage fights. I don't see any problems with that as long as they agree to a few conditions. If they tell you that they want asylum, tell them to see me at my office, and I'll work on trying to find someone to help you train, the Hokage said. Hi, Naruto responded. With his business concluded, Sarutobi left Naruto to wait for the Dr. OK so he could leave. About 10 minutes later, a nurse came in and told Naruto that he could leave. Naruto hopped out of his bed and made his way for the nearest exit. The sound girl came up to him as he was heading down a hallway. Hey, did you really mean it when you said that could help me get away from Orochimaru? The girl asked. Yes, I did, miss, Naruto replied. Oh, I'm sorry. My name's Tsuchi Kin said, introducing herself. Well, Kin-san, if you really want to defect from Sound, then you need to talk to our Hokage and agree to some conditions that he has, Naruto said, answering her question. The conditions can't be anything worse than Orochimaru can come up with, Kin replied with a small smile. With her questions answered, Kin bid Naruto farewell and continued down the hall. "Who was that, Naruto?" Anko asked as she came up to him. "Someone hoping to be able to get away from Orochimaru," Naruto answered. "I wish her luck then." "Hey, how are you feeling?" Anko asked. "I'm feeling a little stiff," Naruto replied. "Then how about we stop at the hot springs before we go home and figure out what we're going to do for your training in the next month? Since I need to start doing missions again shortly," Anko suggested. Naruto agreed to the idea and then the pair left the hospital. Scene change no jutsu. Naruto was having a great time. His body was totally relaxed and he had forgotten all of his worries. That is until he heard a giggle that reminded of Kakashi as he read one of his perverted books. He tried to ignore it, but it just kept going and going and going. Naruto finally had enough, so he put a towel around his waist and made his way toward the pervert. The man that was making the perverted giggle had mass of white hair. "You know, you really shouldn't be doing that," Naruto warned the man. "Go away, you pipsqueak. I'm trying to conduct research here," the man replied. "All right, don't blame me if Anko-sensei finds and kills you for peeping on her when I tell her," Naruto said with a shrug. "Hold on a minute. Did you say Anko, as in Mitarashi Anko, was your sensei?" the man said as he turned around. "Yeah," Naruto said. "Please, if you don't tell her I was peeping, I'll do anything for you," the man said as he got his first good look at Naruto and noticed the seal in particular. The reason the seal was visible was because Naruto using chakra so could move with his weights on. "What could a perverted old man like you do for me?" Naruto asked. "I am not just any pervert or old man for that matter. I happen to be Jiraiya the Gama Sannin, author of the famous Ika Paradise and Super Pervert," the man now known as Jiraiya said while doing a dance that made the Konohamaru Core introduction look like a ballet. "That, and I happen to notice you have a 5-point seal on your stomach," Jiraiya finished, becoming serious. Naruto's eyes widened before he replied in a contemplating tone. "So that's what that snake team did to me in the forest." "Who's the snake team you're talking, Gaki?" Jiraiya asked. "Oh, that would be Orochimaru. Now, I have to go and learn how to undo the seal." "That's just peachy," Naruto said, annoyed. "You mean to tell me that you're studying how to do seals?" Jiraiya asked. "Yeah, it would be a whole lot easier if I had someone to help me instead of trying to learn it on my own," Naruto replied. "This is perfect," Jiraiya shouted. "I can teach you how to do seals in exchange for you not telling Anko I was peeping on her. I'll even undo that 5-point seal and teach you how to summon frogs as a bonus for studying such an awesome field." Jiraiya then proceeded to flip through a few hand seals. Once the tips of all 5 of his were glowing, he slammed his hand into Naruto's stomach. Naruto, in turn, felt like he just got run over by an Akimichi on his was to an all-you-can-eat buffet. Jiraiya decided to get the frog contract while he waited for Naruto to recover. "Kyubi, can you hear me now?" Naruto asked. "Yes," Kyubi replied. "Good. How about now?" Naruto asked as he took a mental step forward. "Will you cut that out?" Kyubi roared. "I'm sorry. I couldn't resist. Anyway, is everything okay?" Naruto asked. "Yeah, we need to talk later about what happened in the Chunin exams, alright," Kyubi stated. Naruto mentally nodded before turning his attention toward the pervert. "Would it have hurt you to give me a little warning, Ero-sanin?" "Don't know, but why take a chance on it?" Jiraiya replied. "Anyway, just sign your name in blood here." As soon as Naruto finished signing his name, the fence that the two were standing by got destroyed. "Jiraiya, you pervert!" a fully clothed and very angry Anko screamed. "Anko, how long were you there?" a very nervous Jiraiya asked. "Long enough to hear you say that you're going to train Naruto and that you were peeping on me," Anko said in an all-too-innocent voice. "Now take your punishment." Anko then went and beat the living daylights out of Jiraiya. "Come on, Naruto, let's go, and Jiraiya, you can meet us at the Kazama estate tomorrow to start his training." "Have a nice day," Anko said as she left. Scene change no jutsu. The pair approached the Kazama estate only to see a light blue hair girl standing on the porch. Boten? Is that you? Naruto asked. There you are. I've been out here for 5 minutes knocking, Boten replied happily. This is the girl, Boten, you were telling me about, Anko asked. Yeah, she is, but what are you doing here? Naruto asked Boten. Would it hurt if we went inside before I tell you? Boten asked. Knowing you, yes, Naruto replied before retreating into the house. Naruto and Boten went to the living room while Anko went to make some tea. Now, can you please tell us what you're doing here? Anko asked as she poured the tea. There are actually a couple of reasons. The first is to give Naruto the contract for the dragon summons, and the other is to give you the snake contract, Boten replied. Why am I getting the dragon contract, which I've never heard of anyone having before, and I thought that Hibi team had the snake contract already? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. You're right, no one has ever had a contract with the dragons before. You are the first person that managed to impress them enough that they think you're worthy of it. And no, Orochimaru doesn't have the snake contract. He has the demonic snake contract. We still don't know how he got his hands on that, Boten explained. Anyway, she continued, please sign in blood on the blank square. Does it matter if I've already signed the contract with the frogs? Naruto inquired. It shouldn't. The frogs are among the few summon clans that the dragon clan respects. Just make sure to picture what kind of summoning creature you want as you do the hand seals for summoning, Boten answered. Satisfied, Naruto and Anko both took their respective contracts and signed them. Well, now that that is taken of, I have some other errands I have to do. Johnny, Boten said as she got up and left. That was odd, Anko slowly stated. I agree. Kind of like how you broke the fence at the hot springs right after I signed the frog contract, Naruto commented. Actually, I was watching you guys from the other side of fence waiting for you sign the contract so I could give that pervert his daily beating, Anko replied. The duo ate dinner and decided to go bed early. Naruto had just finished his meditation and climbed into bed when Kyuubi spoke to him. Hey, Kit, you didn't forget about our little chat from earlier, did you? Chapter 8, Full Circle. You wanted to see me, Sensei? A slightly beaten-up Jiraiya asked. Yes, I did. I would like to train someone for the Chunin exams next month, the Hokage replied. No, after what happened with Erasure, I swore I'd never take on another apprentice, Jiraiya said in a voice that left no room for argument. I know, but I need someone to help this boy train. His opponent in the finals is one of the strongest, and his sensei left abandoned him to train his teammate, Sarutobi pleaded. It sounds like his sensei is playing favorites. Besides, I already promised to help someone else train for the finals, Jiraiya said with a sigh. Really? Who? The Sandame asked curious. Uzumaki Naruto. Speaking of him, why is he living at the Kazama estate? Jiraiya asked. Jiraiya quirked an eyebrow when he noticed his sensei was quietly laughing to himself. I'm not laughing at you, Jiraiya, Sarutobi said, answering the unasked question. It's just that he is the one that I was going to ask you to train. As to why he is living at the Kazama estate, to quote Anko, the apartment he was living in was unfit for rats that, and Anko has been acting like his sensei. Anything more and you're going to have to ask Anko and Naruto when you see them. So, do you know how strong the boy is, Sensei? Jiraiya asked, trying to find out some information about his new student. No, I don't. Actually, no one truly knows how strong the boy is. I know he's stronger than a few Chunin for sure, Sarutobi replied. What about Anko? I thought he said that she was teaching him, Jiraiya asked confused. While it's true that Anko has been teaching him for the past few months, she's told me that her primary focus was to teach him the basics of taijutsu and other things that he should have learned and was never taught, the Hokage said, sounding as old as he looked. What do you mean, teach him things that he was never taught? Jiraiya asked, getting quite confused. It was only when Naruto had a mental breakdown about 2 months ago that I looked long and hard at his academy records, Sarutobi said with a defeated sigh. It was blatantly obvious then that all of his teachers made sure that he was the dead last of the academy by any means, even going as far as altering his work. The only academy teacher that I have no doubt in my mind wouldn't have done it was Umino Irika, but by the time Naruto was put into his class, the damage was already done. Naruto figured out no matter what he did, he would be the dead last. So he stopped trying while at the academy. Outside the academy, he apparently worked himself to the bone. The Sandaime continued with a small smile on his face. Both Yuhi Kurenai and Hyuga Hinata have told me they saw him destroy several good-sized trees in a matter of minutes without using any chakra. Not only that, but apparently Kyuubi had something done to him by Orochimaru that caused his attack in us. Naruto can talk with the Kyuubi? Jiraiya asked as his eyes went wide. Yes, he can. That's just one more reason not to underestimate him or for you to hold anything back while you're training him. Understood, Sarutobi said with an air of finality. Jiraiya nodded and then proceeded to leave. He had some thinking to do. Scene change no jutsu. Alright, so what did you want to talk to me about, Kyuubi? Naruto asked as he sat down in his mindscape. It's about what happened in the Forest of Death, Kyuubi replied. You mean when I was fighting Orochimaru? Naruto inquired. Yes, and also why you lost control of yourself, Kyuubi remarked. Yeah, why did I lose control like that? Naruto asked confused. When you first used my chakra in Wave, I was giving it to you like I was still under the Genjutsu. That's why I really didn't pay attention or worry too much when you lost control. I figured that it was the way I was giving you the chakra, Kyuubi explained. If that's the case, why is it a problem? I mean, you were angry when you gave me chakra in the Forest of Death, Naruto asked. True, but even then I was in complete control of myself and not blinded by my emotions. I think that your emotions are the catalyst, Kyuubi pondered. How are my emotions the catalyst? Naruto asked confused. I believe that my chakra is acting like a magnifier for your emotions, Kyuubi explained. If you're angry when you use my chakra, then it gets magnified to the point that you lose yourself in your anger. So what's the problem then? All that means is that I'll have to be careful of how I feel when I draw on your chakra, Naruto said, not seeing a big problem with the information. I agree, but I also think it would be a good idea for you to start working on drawing my chakra, so that when you use it, you will be able to better handle the effects it has on you, Kyuubi suggested. I'll start working on it tomorrow, Naruto replied. That would probably be the best time since you will most likely using a lot of chakra for the summoning you will be doing, Kyuubi acknowledged. Good night, Kit. Scene change no jutsu. Hey, Anko, how did Hinata take the news that she could move in with us? Naruto asked as he ate breakfast. She said she would be happy to move in with us. Speaking of Hinata, she said that she's supposed to get out of the hospital tomorrow, and I was thinking since Jiraiya will be training you I would take and start training Hinata, Anko said, seeking Naruto's opinion. That would probably be good. She's a lot better than she thinks, Naruto said with a thoughtful nod. Yeah, she is. The only thing that she's lacking is confidence. Although, with the way that she said she was treated, I'm surprised she has as much confidence in herself as she does, Anko remarked. Anyway, do you want to tell the pervert who your parents are? No, I told when we first met I want people to see me, not the Kyuubi or my parents. Besides, if he can't figure out who my parents are, then that's his problem, Naruto stated flatly. Okay, I'm going to teach you the water walking chakra control exercise after your meeting with the Hokage. Hurry up and finish eating, you don't want to be late, Anko nagged. Scene change no jutsu. The Sandaime Hokage, Sarutobi, had gotten up early that morning to draw the contract for Naruto. He had gone over it several times to make sure that there were no loopholes in it on either end. There were very few contracts as ironclad as this one, and even those were mainly marriage agreements between clans and villages. He also made sure to have 3 copies of the contract, one for his own records since he was the witness and one for both of the signing parties. Come in, Sarutobi responded to the knock on the door. Is Hayashi here yet, Hokage-sama? Naruto asked. The Sandaime was a little surprised at Naruto's sign of respect. though he chalked it up to the seriousness of the situation. No, he isn't. Is Anko here with you? Sarutobi asked. No. She said something about getting some stuff ready while I came here, Naruto replied. It was about then that another knock came. This time it was Hayashi. The Sandaime saw the look of contempt in his eyes, and this meant only one thing when dealing with a Hyuga. He wasn't trying to hide it. Hokage-sama, if you have the document ready. I have other things I have to attend to today, Hayashi said in a cold and indifferent tone. It took all Naruto had in him to keep himself restrained and act according to the circumstances. He couldn't believe how Hayashi could brush this off. It only served to confirm that he made the right decision yesterday in making sure that Hinata could get away from the rest of the Hyuga, especially her father. The signing was quick, and as soon as Hayashi had signed the agreement and turned over the necessary scrolls, along with Hinata's belongings, he left without even looking back. I hate stuck-up people like him, Naruto commented rather bitterly. I know what you mean, Naruto. Now I suggest you get back home. Jiraiya should be there shortly if he isn't there already, the Hokage stated. Naruto politely bowed and left Sarutobi to face his most feared enemy, paperwork. He was just about to start, when Naruto's head popped back through the door. Hey, old man, you know with a few shadow clones you could be done with that paperwork in no time, Naruto said with a sly smirk on his face. That explains how Erasure always got done with the paperwork so fast. Though, I still can't believe that he convinced everybody he was stupid, Sarutobi thought to himself. Scene change no jutsu. Anko had just seen Naruto off and was going to get Hinata's room ready for her. A knock on her door, however, changed those plans. What are you doing here, Ero-sennin? Anko asked after she answered the door. Is Naruto around? Jiraiya asked, annoyed at the nickname. No, he has a meeting with the Hokage this morning. Why? Anko asked. I came by to ask you a few questions about Naruto, Jiraiya replied. Jiraiya had done a lot of thinking the night before and decided that Anko was the best source for his answers. Anko invited the pervert in and went to the kitchen to make some tea for the two of them. So, what do you want to know? Anko asked as she came into the living room with the tea. To start with, why is he living here with you? Jiraiya asked. Because his apartment wasn't fit for rats to live in, Anko replied hotly. Who's Naruto's Jounin-sensei, and why have you been teaching Naruto instead of him? Jiraiya inquired. Anko saw that Jiraiya was looking for answers and decided it would be best if he just heard Naruto's life story. Let me get this straight. Naruto's life has basically been a living nightmare. The Kyuubi isn't evil and Hitaki Kakashi disregarded his own teachings to train a stuck-up brat, Jiraiya asked. Yeah, that's the kid's life in a nutshell. It's amazing that he's still sane, let alone wants to become Hokage, Anko confirmed. Her voice had lacked its usual energy, though. When I get a hold of that low-down dirty son of a... He better pray that Tsunade returns here by sundown or he's going to die from the wounds that I'll inflict during our little chat, Jiraiya growled out. Yeah, I would come along to help you, but the frelling little coward ran away to train the Uchiha and won't be back until the third stage of the Chunin exams, Anko agreed. Thank you for answering my questions. I'll be back in a few hours with everything I need to train Naruto. Ja-ni, Jiraiya said politely before leaving. Anko thought about what Jiraiya said he wanted to do to Kakashi as she cleaned up the tea. She realized that the punishment they gave him 2 months ago obviously wasn't enough. A problem she intended to rectify as soon as she could. She had just started going upstairs to finish what she originally intended to do. Get Hinata's room ready for her. When Naruto got home and announced his presence loudly. Frel, Anko cursed. Meet me out back by the pond. Okay, Naruto? Anko heard Naruto agree, and then began to sit for a moment and wonder why it seemed like she wasn't supposed to get Hinata's room ready before going to the pond herself. Scene change no jutsu. All right, Naruto, Anko began. This exercise is the same as tree walking except that you have to expel a constant amount of chakra from your feet instead of just trying to keep a set amount in place. I'm going to go get Hinata's room ready for her while you do the exercise. And if you happen to get done with this quickly, Just take a break and wait for Erosenin to get here. Come and get me if you have any questions. Naruto nodded and started working while Anko went back into the house. It didn't take all that long to finish the exercise. Naruto really wasn't all that surprised since he's been wearing the spirit weights for the last 2 months. So, since he was done early, he decided to sit down and think about what has happened to him lately. Naruto thought about the promise he made to Neji and how he was going to go about keeping it. He thought about Hinata moving in with him and Anko, Hayashi, and what was going on within the Hyuga clan. He finally settled on the dragon contract he just received. He decided to keep it hidden from people for now, but he still wondered how and why he was the person to receive it. He also wondered if the mysterious upstairs character had anything to do with him receiving as well. Naruto didn't realize how long he had been thinking until he heard Jiraiya's voice. "Hey, Gaki, you back here?" "I'm over here, Erosenin," Naruto hollered back. "Come on, we got a bit of a walk before I can begin to train you how to summon and stop calling me Erosenin," Jiraiya stated as he walked up to Naruto. Naruto just ignored the pervert as he followed him. The duo spent the next half hour walking away from the village. "So, tell me again why we had to walk all the way out here, Erosenin?" Naruto asked. "Because, Gaki, if, by some miracle, you summon one of the larger toads, we won't cause a village-wide panic. Pour all of your chakra into the following set of hand seals," Jiraiya said annoyed. "Oh, I will," Naruto thought. "Hey, Kyuubi, why don't you give me enough chakra to summon Gamabunta?" "Sure thing, kid. I can't wait to see the look on the pervert's face." Kyuubi looking forward to the mind games with Jiraiya. Naruto bit his thumb, repeated the hand seals that Jiraiya just showed him and slammed his hand into the ground, crying Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique. "Jiraiya, you lecher. Where are you and why did you summon me?" a massive toad roared. "Erosenin is hiding behind the bush over there, but I summoned you, Gamabunta-san," Naruto yelled from on top of the toad. "How did a kid like you have enough chakra to summon me?" Gamabunta asked. "Simple, I just used some of Kyuubi's chakra when I summoned you," Naruto said like it as though it was the most obvious thing in the world. "Jiraiya, how did this kid get a hold of the toad contract?" Gamabunta asked as he took a puff from his pipe. "He kind of, Jiraiya started as he reluctantly came out from behind the bushes. "Spit it out already," Gamabunta roared. "He blackmailed me into giving it to him," Jiraiya finished quickly. Gamabunta had a good laugh before he replied. "I like you, kid, and unlike that lecher, you actually have some manners. I'll accept you as my subordinate. Call me when you're old enough to drink and we'll have one together. Call on us if you need any help. Ja." And with that, the giant toad summon disappeared in a cloud of smoke. "Anything else, Erosenin?" Naruto asked. "Yeah. Come on, let's go back to the house to see where you are on seals," the floored Jiraiya stated. "Hey, if all right with you, I'm going to send a Kage Bunshin back with you while I try to meet some of the other toads," Naruto asked as he made his way toward the pervert. "You know about that?" Jiraiya exclaimed. "Yeah, and before you go off on the dangers of using it like that, save it, I already got that talk from Anko-sensei," Naruto said holding up his hand. Jiraiya nodded dumbly before he made his way back to the Kazama estate with the clone. Naruto watched his clone and Jiraiya walk away. Once the two were out of sight, he made his way further into the forest. He wanted to be sure that no one would be able to see his summon. The reason was because he heard from Kyuubi that the boss of the dragons was a lot bigger than Gamabunta. Naruto was curious as to how Kyuubi knew this when he was supposed to be the first person to actually have the contract, but he just chalked it up as a Kyuubi thing. Naruto must have walked out for about an hour. The forest was just that peaceful, before he finally decided to try and summon the dragon boss. Once again, Naruto used Kyuubi's chakra and did the hand seals for the Kuchios no Jutsu, this time focusing on summoning a dragon. A giant plume of smoke appeared, easily twice the size of Gamabunta. A roar erupted from within the smoke that Naruto was sure that people in Konoha heard. Naruto soon found himself high in the air. "I see you have finally summoned one of us," a deep, animalistic voice sounded. Yes, I have. To whom am I speaking? Naruto asked respectfully. How rare a summoner with manners. My name is Bahamut Shin, the dragon responded. If I may ask, Bahamut Shin-sama, why was I chosen to receive the dragon contract when no other person has had it, and why are you called Bahamut Core? Naruto asked politely. Because that is my title as leader of the dragons. There is also Bahamut Zero, Neo Bahamut, Bahamut and Ridley who are directly below me in that order. Although, please call me Shin. We dragons have heard of your life from others and how you have dealt with it. We feel that you will represent us with honor. And no, I won't tell you who told us about you, Shin finished explaining. One last question, why do you respect the toad summons? Naruto asked. I'm assuming you're asking because you also hold the toad contract. Don't worry, Gamabunta and I know that you have the two contracts and we're fine with that. But as to why we dragons respect the toads, that young summoner is a story for another time, Shin explained once again. Thank you for answering my questions, Shin. I won't hesitate to call if I need your help, Naruto said as Shin disappeared. Naruto was glad that Shin was able to answer some of his questions, but at the same time his talk with the dragon boss left with him bigger questions. He figured it was upstairs, whoever that was, that told the dragons about him. Though he still couldn't grasp why upstairs would be helping him. All he really knew about upstairs was that the Bijou somehow had at least a vague idea of who it was, but every time he asked Kyuubi the furball refused to answer. Naruto just decided to drop the subject for now and worry about it later. He needed to train because he had a rear to kick. Scene change no jutsu. To say Jiraiya was impressed would have been an understatement. He heeded his sensei's words and didn't underestimate the boy, but this was ridiculous. Naruto had managed to learn quite a lot in 2 months, and that was all on his own. Naruto probably would have been considered a genius in seal making. Jiraiya couldn't imagine how much progress Naruto would be able to make now that he had someone there to teach him about seals. Jiraiya was glad that no one would be able to say anything to him about teaching the boy too much. After all, the Hokage had personally told him not to hold anything back. Jiraiya had just told the Naruto clone to take a 15-minute break. He had spent a little over an hour and a half going over what Naruto knew about steals and had started explaining some of the basics about sealing that made it a whole lot easier to do. Naruto came back to the house during the break and dispelled the clone. Naruto spent the rest of the day, aside from meals and the occasional break, going over seals with Jiraiya while Anko made sure everything was ready for Hinata to move in tomorrow. Scene change no jutsu. Hey, Hinata-chan, Naruto said loudly as he stepped into Hinata's hospital room. Hello, Naruto-kun, Hinata replied. The doctors just told me you can leave as soon as you're ready, Hinata. Here are some clothes that I brought for you to change into. Naruto and I will be waiting outside the door while you do that, Anko told the girl. You know, you really didn't have to skip training today just to help Hinata get settled in, Anko said to Naruto as the pair waited in the hall for Hinata. I'm not really missing too much training. I've got a Kagebunshin back at the house working with Erosenin. Besides, with my weights, walking from the house to here is exercise, Naruto said with a shrug of his shoulders. Hinata exited the room a few minutes later and the three of them headed for the Kazama estate. The chatter along the way was kept light and centered around training. Hinata was surprised to hear that Naruto was being trained by one of the Sannin. It was sad to say that she wasn't surprised by Kakashi's actions, but she was surprised when Anko mentioned her training. Since Hinata had the next month off from working with her team, Anko told Hinata that she would be personally overseeing her training during that time, since the Hokage gave her the next 2 weeks off this morning, and when she could after that as well. With all the talking, it didn't seem to take very long at all to reach the Kazama estate. The ground's beauty astounded Hinata. Naruto and Anko gave Hinata a short tour of the house before leading her to her room. And here's your room, Hinata. There's a walk-in closet over there and you have your own bathroom over there, Anko said, pointing the things out to Hinata. I cleaned the room up a bit yesterday, but I didn't want to unpack any of your stuff. I figured I could help you do that today. Now, why don't we go get some lunch and then Naruto can go train while I help you unpack. That is, unless you want Naruto to help you unpack as well, including all of your clothes. Hinata's cheeks instantly turned red at what Anko was insinuating. "And no tich, that's fine Anko-san," Hinata said, highly embarrassed. Jiraiya came out of the library just in time to join the others for lunch. Lunch itself was a quite affair and ended all too soon in Hinata's opinion. Then she realized that she would be seeing and speaking to Naruto every day. That thought alone nearly caused the girl to faint. Jiraiya told Naruto that after lunch he was going to take him out back to learn a few new jutsu that should come in handy. "Hey Hinata," Anko said. "For right now, I think it would be a good idea not to tell people where you're living. Mainly because it would raise a lot of unwanted questions, alright?" "Why yes, Anko-sensei," Hinata responded. The group finished lunch and parted ways. As Naruto and Jiraiya made their way to an area to train, Naruto stopped and created Kagebunshin to go and practice the various things he had been working on. And so Naruto's training went. Physical exercise in the morning while one of his Kagebunshins went over sealing with Jiraiya. Lunch with Hinata and Anko and the either jutsu practice with Jiraiya or more physical training while Jiraiya continued teaching a clone about seals. Scene change, no jutsu. Height was not having a good night. He'd been ordered to follow a suspected spy, Kabuto, and now Height was sitting in a bush listening to the spy talk to a Sand Nin. He cursed to himself when he heard that Sound and Sand were planning a joint attack during the Chunin exams, and to further add to his problems, he had apparently been spotted by the Sand Nin. "You know I can't let you leave here alive." The Sand Nin, that Height recognized as the Jounin instructor Baki, confronted him. Height quickly made hand seals and called out Mikazuki no Mai, Dance of the Crescent Moon. The attack hit Baki and kicked up dust where it hit as well. When the dust cleared, it revealed Baki sitting there holding some type of orb in his right hand. "To have mastered that jutsu at your age is impressive, but I'm afraid that it can be blocked. Unlike like a blade made of wind, Kaze no Yaiba, blade of wind," Baki called out as he unleashed his attack. The attack hit Height and part of the roof that he was standing on. Baki looked down to see Height completely buried in rubble from the room. Satisfied that he was dead, Baki quickly left the scene. Their little fight would surely have caught the attention of any nearby ANBU patrols. "I'm definitely glad the Kazama Library had a scroll about countering attacks like that," Height thought from beneath the rubble. He lacked the necessary skill to completely counter Baki's attack, but he was able to keep the attack from being fatal. Now all he had to do was wait for an ANBU patrol to show up so he could get treated and then tell the Hokage what he heard. Scene change, no jutsu. "So, you ready for this kid?" Anko asked. "Yeah. Niji is going to pay for what he did to Hinata," Naruto replied. "Good, Hinata and I will be watching from the stands. Just make sure you're prepared for everything after the finals," Anko stated. Naruto just nodded in response, and with that they parted ways, Naruto to the stadium floor, Hinata to find a seat and Anko to her post in the stadium. Chapter 9, Release. The sheer number of people in the stadium awed Naruto. He, along with the others that made to the Chunin exam finals, stood in the middle of the stadium's arena. Apparently some guy named Genma was going to be the proctor for this part of the exam. Naruto absent-mindedly looked around as he waited for the matches to start and to see if anyone would notice him wearing his darker clothes. He wondered where Sasuke could be, but then he remembered that he was with that hypocrite Kakashi. Naruto looked at Niji and saw him standing there with his holier-than-thou attitude. He was definitely looking forward to wiping the floor with him. "All right, guys, and lady," Genma added when he saw Tamari's annoyed look. "The rules are the same as they were in the preliminaries. Remember, you're the stars here. So make sure to give the crowd what they came here for and show the judges that you're worthy of the Chunin title. Now, will all of the competitors except for Naruto and Niji please go up to the competitors' box?" While everyone was moving to the competitors' box, Niji started to taunt Naruto as they themselves got ready. "I'm surprised a loser like you had the guts to show up. You can't change the fact that fate has already decided to give the victory to me." "Niji, just shut the frell up. I don't care what you say, I'm going to make you pay for what you did to Hinata," Naruto said, showing his distaste for the Hyuga prodigy. Genma saw that everyone was out of the way and the two competitors were ready to tear each other apart. He began the match and leapt to a safe distance very far away. Neither Naruto nor Neji moved, each one waiting for the other to move first. Neji sat there. He had expected Naruto to come rushing in as soon as the match started. So, the young prodigy sat there analyzing his opponent. Naruto was full of confidence and had no doubts. This just served to make Neji look forward to rubbing it into the blonde's face after the match that he would remain weak just as fate decided. Wow, who would have thought that the great Neji would be afraid of a dead last? Naruto said, trying to provoke Neji into attacking. It worked like a charm. Neji's pride wouldn't allow the insult to slide. He activated his Byakugan and charged. Seeing Neji's charge, Naruto slid into a defensive stance. Naruto almost made it look easy as he dodged and redirected Neji's strikes away from himself. This only served to infuriate Neji. He picked up his attack speed and power. Neji smirked when he managed to make it past Naruto's guard and get a clean hit on Naruto's chest. It came as a bit of a shock when Naruto disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Neji instantly tensed and began scanning for his opponent. "Not bad, Neji, but I'm afraid you're going to have to do better if you want to beat me," Naruto said as he jumped down from one of the trees on the arena. Neji turned to face Naruto just as Naruto unleashed a horde of Kage Bunshins upon Neji. This time Neji held nothing back as he began to attack the clones. One by one the clones disappeared. "I have already seen through your strategy. You're afraid of my attacks. That means that you're there?" Neji stated as he charged a Naruto that was staying away from the fight. Neji once again smirked when he hit Naruto. That smirk quickly became a scowl when that Naruto also disappeared in a cloud of smoke. "Some genius you are," a Naruto mocked. "I've been sitting here attacking head on the whole time." Neji turned to see the real Naruto standing there looking very smug. Neji, with the aid of his Byakugan, he saw 3 Narutos attacking him from behind. "No time to dodge. I guess I'll have to use it," Neji thought. The blondes were almost upon him when he began to spin and release chakra. The clones hit the spinning chakra and were thrown back before the dispelled. "Oh, so you have a defense, do you?" Naruto asked, sounding almost as if he was expecting Neji to do that. In fact, he was. Naruto had gone over all of the Hyuga clan's techniques with Hinata during his training. When Hinata had asked him why he was doing it, Naruto simply stated, "If he is as big of a genius as everyone thinks he is, I want to know all of the techniques he could possibly have heard about and mastered on his own. Not just any defense. This is a true ultimate defense without flaws," Neji stated as arrogant as ever. "Well, how about we test that theory?" Naruto shot back as he activated a launcher in his sleeve and out came a rod about twice the size of a short sword handle. "You should feel honored, Neji. You are the first person that I have used this against in combat," Naruto said as he activated his bloodline. But instead of the Kubikiri Hocho, it was what looked like a short sword. The handle split about halfway up and came down to make the hilt guard of the sword. Naruto then charged Neji fast enough as to not give him time to dodge. Neji, being a Hyuga, knew that he didn't have the skill to use a kunai against Naruto's sword. The chakra he saw going through the blade didn't help either. Neji was slightly surprised when Naruto jumped into the air and come down headfirst, pointing his sword at him. Nonetheless, Neji waited for Naruto to get closer before he started his defense. The two attacks met and exploded. The wind from the blast caused dust to envelope the entire arena. Scene change no jutsu. Up in the stands, there were several surprised faces. Hyuga Hayashi and his daughter Hyuga Hinabi couldn't believe that Neji knew the Kaiten, a main branch technique. Ino and Sakura were sitting together and having their own conversation. "Wow, Naruto has really gotten strong, hasn't he?" Ino asked Sakura. "He still won't beat Sasuke-kun. Sasuke-kun trains hard every day and all Naruto does is go around laughing and playing. Naruto never takes anything seriously and was always goofing off in the academy. It's no wonder why he's the dead last," Sakura stated, sure of her facts. Ino, on the other hand, was pissed. "Sakura, I don't want to hear you say anything bad about Naruto until you can tell me you actually know him and what his life is like. Ino told Sakura with the same glare she gave to Shikamaru and the others 3 months ago in the hospital. Please, he's a loud-mouth ramen-loving idiot that's the very definition of the baka. I should know after all. He is on my team, Sakura countered with a deadpan look. If he's on your team, then what has he been doing the last 3 months? Ino asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, Sakura started to mumble. That's exactly my point, Sakura. He's been on your team for the past 6 months, and the last 3 you have no clue as to what he was actually doing. Before that you only saw him during team activities, and even then you ignored him to fawn over Sasuke, Ino stated calmly. Why do you care, Ino? And for that matter, why are you defending him? Sakura tried to counter. Because, Sakura, I used to think like you, and then I actually got to know him. He's a lot different than you think, and I have just begun to really get to know him over the last 3 months. So don't you dare sit there and tell me you know him. I would also think long and hard about why you like Sasuke, Ino said, looking Sakura in the eye. Meanwhile, the dust had cleared down in the stadium to reveal a slightly panting Naruto and a bleeding Neji. Neji had a shallow cut a few inches long down the back of his right shoulder blade. It was then that Ino and Sakura overheard two Chunin talking about the match. Impressive, one stated. He has been countering the Hyuga move for the entire match. If he can continue to do that, then he will most definitely make Chunin. Indeed, although what I want to know is how did that kid break through the Kaiten? The second one replied. Those exact same thoughts were running through the mind of all those who knew of the Kaiten. Though a few Hyuga elders in the audience were furious that the demon spawn was making a mockery of the Hyuga fighting style and techniques. Scene change no jutsu. What's the matter, Neji, scared? Naruto asked, mocking Neji. And why should I be scared? Neji asked, about 10 feet away from Naruto. On the inside, however, he was extremely confused. The Kaiten was supposed to be unbreakable, but that is exactly what Naruto had done. Broken the Kaiten. It is time for me to show you why you will always be a loser. You are in my field of divination. Hack Rokuju Yansho, 8 trigrams, 64 strikes. Neji called out. Neji rushed Naruto and began his attack. 2 strikes. For strikes. 8 strikes. 16 strikes. 32 strikes. 64 strikes. Naruto went flying back after Neji's last hit. Examiner, it's over, he won't be getting up. I have closed all of his tenketsu, Neji said arrogantly as he straightened himself. I wouldn't be so sure about that, Neji, Naruto said as he too got up, although he got up slowly and with a lot of pain. Why do you continue to fight when you know that fate has already said that I will win? Neji asked, looking at Naruto like he was trash. Neji, let me ask you this. Has fate ever talked to you, written to you, or let you look through its crystal ball? Naruto asked. No, Neji responded, slightly confused at what Naruto was getting at. Then how can you say that fate has said that you will win? Naruto asked. You have no idea what it's like to be marked by something you will never be rid of. I will tell you about the Hyuga fate of hatred, Neji said, starting to get angry. He was planning on continuing, but Naruto's laughter cut him off. Save it, Naruto said, going from laughing to dead serious. I know all about that supposed fate of hatred, and don't you dare tell me that I will never know what it's like to be marked by something you will never be rid of. Hey, Fox, give some of your chakra, Naruto thought. Only if you use it to wipe the floor and the smirk off this kid's face, Kyuubi replied. Deal, was Naruto's on-word reply. Almost instantly, red chakra began to flow through Naruto, reopening his closed tenketsu. The chakra poured out of Naruto's body, and for a brief moment people thought they saw the head of a giant fox. But as soon as it appeared, it was gone. The only remnants of the chakra were Naruto's blood-red eyes and longer fingernails. Naruto didn't waste time. Naruto deactivated his bloodline and put the handle back in its launcher. He then reached into his back pouch and grabbed a handful of shuriken and threw them at Neji. Niji blocked them using the Kaiten. Niji stopped spinning and grabbed the shuriken out of the air. He grabbed some of his own and then threw them all at Naruto. Naruto seemed to vanish right before the shuriken would have hit him. Niji saw Naruto's movements with his Byakugan and looked up to follow Naruto as he came down from the air at an angle. Niji waited for Naruto to get close before doing his Kaiten, but when tried to spin he couldn't move his feet. Looking down he saw that 2 pairs of hands were holding his feet. By the time he realized this, it was already too late for him to mount a proper defense. Naruto punched Niji square in the face, forcing Niji to fall straight back due to the hands holding his feet, and before he could recover his senses a giant sword was placed at his throat. "Give up, Niji, or do I have to kill you?" Naruto asked, looking dead serious. "That won't be necessary," Genma interrupted. "Winner, Uzumaki Naruto." Slowly the cheers started, and then it steadily grew louder until everyone in the entire stadium was cheering. As Naruto made his way back to the competitor's box, he couldn't help but think the cheers were only superficial and the glares would be back before the day was done. "Uzumaki-san, if I could speak to alone for a moment," Shino asked in his usual tone when Naruto reached the competitor's box. Naruto shrugged and followed Shino to a back corner of the box, but not before making sure that Shikamaru made it to his match by pushing him over the railing. "What do you want to talk to me about? And if it's about my new clothes, my sensei convinced me to get new ones," Naruto said, wondering why the silent bug user would want to talk to him. "It is about what happened in the forest just over 3 months ago," Shino stated. "Huh?" Naruto asked, clueless. "Between you and Hinata-san," Shino said, readjusting his glasses. Naruto's face instantly went white as a sheet. How do why you know about that?" Naruto stuttered out. "First you can put your fears to rest. I, along with Shikamaru and Chuji, do not think like a majority of the villagers. In fact, we have spoken of your unfair treatment to your clans. As to why we know, a bug I keep on my teammates for safety reasons told me, and Shikamaru and Chuji were in the clearing when you told Hinata-san." Shino finished his speech and then went back to prepare him for his match. He still didn't know why he had to be the one to tell Naruto that the 3 of them knew of the Kyuubi. Naruto, for his part, sat there in a state of complete shock. Not only did 3 people he considered at least passing friends know of the Kyuubi, but they still accepted him. They even went as far as talking to their respective clans about his treatment. He stood there thinking, not caring about the exams anymore. Slowly, a true smile crept on his face. Things were definitely looking up for a change. Naruto walked back to the box's railing. Shino turned to him and Naruto gave him a slight nod of the head as a thank you. No words were necessary. He looked down into the arena just in time to see Sasuke appear for his match in a swirl of leaves along with Kakashi. That's when Naruto realized just how badly he had spaced out. He asked Shino what he had missed. Shino told him that Shikamaru created an elaborate plan to catch Temari but ended up forfeiting, and that Kankuro forfeited against him before the match began. Naruto really didn't care for Sasuke's fight. He absent-mindedly noted that Sasuke had trained in speed using Bushy Brow's taijutsu style. What really caught Naruto's attention was the sand ability that Gaara was using. He found it similar to the iron sand that he read about the Sandaime Kazekage using. Kyuubi, on the other hand, was cursing his luck. Scene change: no jutsu. Kakashi had just made his way into the stands, and already he was regretting the spot he picked. "Ah, my eternal rival, what have you done to young Naruto's flames of youth to make them burn so bright?" Guy asked in his indoor voice. "Did you say something, Guy?" Kakashi asked in his usual lazy drawl. "Ah, once again your hip ways have managed to outdo me, Kakashi," Guy said with tears streaming down his face. "But seriously, what did you do? He made a fool of Niji and it didn't even look like he was trying," Guy asked, turning serious. The seriousness that Guy asked that question with caught Kakashi off guard. Guy never spoke to him like that unless it was life or death or something very important. "I don't know what you're talking about, Guy. I wasn't even aware that Naruto made it to the finals," Kakashi said, surprised. "Besides, you're probably just exaggerating anyway." "Kakashi, I don't think breaking a Hyuga Kaiten and countering Niji's every move is exaggerating, Guy said, still very serious. Kakashi was glad that he wasn't holding his orange book when Guy told him that. If he was sure he would have dropped it. Then again, Guy continued, he did promise to do to Niji what he did to his cousin Hinata. What did he promise to do, Guy? Kakashi asked, still in a slight state of shock. Ah, that's right, you weren't there, were you? He promised to do to him what he did to Hinata. Looking back at that fight, Niji did make everything Hinata did against him useless. Guy finished nodding. Scene change, no jutsu. Kit, I need you to listen very carefully to what I'm about to tell you, Kyuubi said, getting Naruto's full attention. That kid down there is the vessel for the one-tailed tanuki, Shikaku, and from the looks of it he either has a faulty seal holding him, possessed, or possibly both. If you fight him, I need you to perform the following hand seals within 5 feet of him. Naruto made sure to listen to all of the hand seals and a few other details about the jutsu that Kyuubi was telling him, but as soon as that was done, Naruto had a few questions of his own. Hey Kyuubi, I thought you said you didn't know any jutsus, and what is this supposed to do anyway? Naruto asked. This jutsu will force any alien beings out of him and destroy them, Kyuubi stated. But won't that kill Shikaku at the same time then? Naruto asked, interrupting Kyuubi. Will you let me finish? Kyuubi snapped. Shikaku will be fine because even if the seal on Gaara is faulty, the seal will still keep Shikaku safe from the jutsu's effect. Look at it like this, it would be like forcibly removing and Yamanaka form your mind. You can do that because there isn't anything truly anchoring them to the mind. And what if he's crazy from a faulty seal and not possessed? Naruto asked, fearing for his health. Then I suggest you either run far, far away, or beat him to within 0.5986 inches of his life and then fix his seal. Kyuubi replied like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Thanks, I feel much better now, Kyuubi, Naruto said, being sarcastic. You're welcome, Kyuubi replied, being dead serious. It was about this time that Gaara let out a blood-curdling scream from within his sphere of sand. It was also about this time that Naruto noticed feathers beginning to fall throughout the stadium. He immediately recognized it as a genjutsu and formed the proper hand signs dispelling it. Then Naruto heard several loud explosions go off throughout Konoha, and one word rang through Naruto's mind. Invasion. Naruto immediately dropped his weights and began dispatching foes as fast as he could. It wasn't long before Naruto met up with Kakashi in the participants' box of the stadium. Naruto, I need you to wake Shikamaru up and go after Sasuke. Sasuke took off after that Nin Gaara. I'm not sure why, but he seems important to our enemy's invasion plans, Kakashi said as he summoned one of his dogs. I have no doubt that a Jinchuriki would be a big part of someone's invasion plans, Naruto said sarcastically. Hey, Shikamaru. Get up already, will you? Pakin, I need you to guide Naruto and Shikamaru to Sasuke, Kakashi said, giving his summon orders. Naruto, I'm going with you, Sakura screamed. She apparently overheard Kakashi giving Naruto the order to go help Sasuke. Troublesome, Shikamaru mumbled under his breath. Naruto, I was hoping to just pretend to sleep through the whole invasion. You guys don't have time to talk. Sasuke-kun needs our help, Sakura screeched as she turned toward the hole that Sasuke used to get out of the stadium. But before she could go very far, a sound Nin managed to get behind her and knock her out. Naruto was quick to deal with the enemy Nin before he could do any more to Sakura. Naruto then moved her over to a group of Konoha Nins that were protecting a group of civilians. With Sakura taken care of, Naruto and Shikamaru made their way to go after Sasuke. Naruto decided to break the silence between him and Shikamaru as they made their way through the forest. Pakin, if you tell Kakashi any of this, I will personally make you an IT. Understand? Naruto said, looking directly at the small pug. Pakin only nodded, wishing to keep that part of his anatomy. Besides, Pakin doubted that Kakashi would be interested in anything the boys would discuss. So, Shikamaru, you really have no problem with me being the vessel of Kyuubi? Naruto asked. Shikamaru didn't miss the hopeful look that Naruto had before he replied, Yeah, I don't have any problems with you. The village is a different matter. Besides, It would be for too troublesome for me to hate you, Shikamaru drawled. Thanks, Shikamaru, Naruto said gratefully. I hate to interrupt your conversation, but we're being followed by 6 enemy Nins. They're all at least Chun Nin, the pug stated. Naruto, Shikamaru said, cutting Naruto off. I know that you would stay behind, but if Gaara really is a Jinchuriki like you said, then you're the only of us that stands a chance against him. So I'm gonna stay behind and delay them. I'd rather not, but if he's able to get back to Konoha, then there will be a lot more than just one death. During the conversation, the duo stopped on one of the larger branches. After Shikamaru finished, Naruto proceeded to do hand seals. With a large puff of smoke, a humanoid-looking dragon about the size of a grizzly bear appeared. Shikamaru, I don't have time to explain how I got the dragon contract, but he should be able to make sure you live through this, Naruto said before resuming his mission of helping Sasuke. Man, Naruto, you're way too troublesome for your own good, Shikamaru said as watched Naruto move on. Naruto rushed through the trees toward Sasuke and Gaara. He racked his brain for a way to try and help Gaara. The main problem Naruto had was he didn't know the root cause of Gaara's instability. Naruto arrived just in time to see Sasuke hit a tree and slump down unconscious. Naruto immediately jumped after Gaara and hit him with all the power he could before Gaara was able to reach Sasuke. Why? Why do you interfere? Gaara demanded as turned toward Naruto in his half-Shikaku form. Because it's my duty as both a shinobi of Konohagakure and as a friend, Naruto replied. Why does mother scream so loud for your blood? Gaara asked as he clutched his hand and transformed into a miniature tanuki. That is not your mother, nor is it the voice of Shikaku for that matter, Naruto yelled. The voice in Gaara's head was silent for a moment, and then it started screaming at Gaara to kill the blonde kid louder and more maniacal than it had for anyone else. Unknown to the pair of combatants, Temari had just overheard what Naruto told Gaara. What is that kid talking about? Temari screamed in her head. If the voice in Gaara's head isn't the sand demon Shikaku, then whose is it? I'll kill you, Gaara screamed as he lunged at Naruto. Naruto was surprised by the speed that Gaara's transformed state had despite its size. He was barely able to avoid the first of Gaara's wild swipes, but was unable to avoid the backhand that Gaara followed up with. Naruto hit the tree hard. Naruto knew he would be in trouble if he got hit with many more attacks like the last one. Opting for a different tactic, Naruto created Kage Bunshins. The clearing was effectively covered in Naruto clones as a result. Naruto had some of the clones kick Gaara up into the air and have the rest attack Gaara while he was still suspended in the air. Gaara landed with a thud on a tree branch, but Naruto knew it would take a lot more to beat the transformed Jinchuriki. That was why he had each of the clones attach an exploding note to Gaara during their assault. Naruto barely made it to Sasuke and behind cover before the notes went off. Naruto was cautious as he made his way back into the clearing. He didn't know to what degree that Gaara's sand was able to protect him from the blast, and when dealing with a crazed person that possessed a bijou who, incidentally, was sealed inside an unstable redhead, underestimating him would get yourself killed. Yes, Uzumaki, I will kill you. I must kill you to prove my existence, came Gaara's semi-demonic voice. Why? Naruto asked. Why do you have to kill me in order to prove your existence? Because I live only for myself and to love only myself, Gaara responded. Who's the one that taught you that twisted logic? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. It is what I have come to find for myself, Gaara started. My father has sent assassins after me since I was 6. My whole village hates and despises me. That is how I found out that everyone else exists for me to kill, and as long as I keep killing, I have a reason to exist. Now die! It was at this point that the sand around Gaara exploded outward and then began to take shape. The sand finally stopped shifting in the form a tanuki as big as Gamabunta. Naruto immediately got chakra from Kyuubi and preformed the hand signs for Kuchiyose no Jutsu. Oi, who summoned me at a time like this? Gamabunta questioned. Sorry, boss, but I need you to help me restrain a possessed Jinchuriki, Naruto responded. I see. Well, as long as the medium doesn't fall asleep, we shouldn't have any problems, Gamabunta stated as he drew his dagger. It was at this time that Gaara emerged from between Shikaku's eyes and used a jutsu to force himself into dreamland. The Tanuki's eyes widened for half a second before he took in a big breath of air and proceeded to shoot out air bullets at Naruto and Gamabunta. Gamabunta responded by jumping over the projectiles and charging at Shikaku. The frog boss managed to take off one of the Tanuki's legs at the cost of his dagger, but was shocked to see the sand starting to reshape, effectively regrowing the lost limb. "Kid, if we're going to have any chance at beating this thing, then we need to wake the medium up. Unfortunately, I don't have anything to hold Shikaku down while you go and wake the kid up," Gamabunta yelled right before he countered another batch of air bullets with water bullets of his own. "Gotcha, boss," Naruto shouted back. "Kyuubi, I need you to give a little more chakra. Just be careful. You're already near your body's limit," Kyuubi responded. Naruto once again preformed the Kuchios no Jutsu as he jumped off of Gamabunta's back. This time he summoned Bahamut. "Bahamut, I need you to help Gamabunta hold down Shikaku while I wake up his container," Naruto yelled to his summon. "All right," Bahamut replied. "Let's go, Gamabunta." Shikaku was soon unable to move with the two summons holding him down. Naruto jumped down from Bahamut's head onto Shikaku's head. Naruto hit the sand running and started to perform hand seals. He figured now would be as good a time to see if Gaara had any other tenants aside from Shikaku as he woke him up. With Naruto's hands busy with the jutsu and his legs getting tangled in Shikaku's, attempt to keep him from waking Gaara, Naruto headbutted Gaara and yelled at him to wake up as he finished his jutsu. The jutsu created an almost transparent field of chakra that extended outwards. As soon as the field touched Gaara, the Shikaku beneath Gaara let out a deafening scream that Naruto knew would be heard in Konoha. As the sand Shikaku disappeared, so did Naruto's summons now that their role in the battle was over. Naruto and Gaara fell to the ground. Naruto was only able to land slightly better than Gaara. Naruto felt exhausted, but he knew that Gaara probably felt worse. Why can't I kill you?" sounded Gaara's stoic voice, but it still carried an undertone of exhaustion and fear. "Because, Gaara, unlike you, I have found those that are precious to me, and I would rather die than see one of them get hurt," Naruto responded, his voice full of determination. "I know your pain all too well. In fact, I almost became just like you." "How do you know my pain?" Gaara asked as he got up. "Because I too house one of the bijou, and if you look around you will see that there are people that wish to help you," Naruto said with a sad look in his eyes. Who would be willing to help a monster like me?" Gaara asked, his voice almost sounding desperate. "For one, you are not a monster, and from what I can tell, your sister would be willing to help you. So would I for that matter," Naruto said, pointing to a spot behind Gaara while smiling. Against his better judgment, turned around to see a worried-looking Temari halfway hiding behind a tree not too far away. "And how can you help me?" Gaara asked as he turned back to Naruto. "I should be able to fix the seal for Shikaku, and if I can't, I can bring you to the person who can," Naruto replied. Gaara nodded in understanding and pulled the top of his shirt off, exposing his left shoulder blade. Naruto walked up to Gaara and examined the seal. Naruto mentally cursed whoever put the seal in place. The seal was so poor that even if Shikaku wasn't possessed, he would most likely go mad from the stress of the seal. Luckily, Naruto knew how to fix the seal so Shikaku and Gaara could both keep their sanity. "This is going to hurt," Naruto said right before he did hand signs, and then slammed a glowing hand on top of Shikaku's current one. Gaara shouted out in pain and then fell unconscious. Temari immediately ran out from where she was hiding and caught Gaara. "He should be fine in a couple of days. His body will need to rest not only from the strain of me changing the seal but from his forced insomnia as well. Now, I suggest you get out of here before any other Leaf Shinobi get here," Naruto said when Temari looked at him with her eyes full of concern for her brother. Right after Naruto finished speaking, Kankuro jumped down next to Temari ready to fight. "Kankuro, stop. It's over, we're leaving," Temari stated as she picked up Gaara and then leapt away. Shortly after the Sunasibs left, Naruto's world started to spin. "Fixing that kid seal put you over the edge. You'll probably be out for a while," Kyubi stated. Naruto managed to give the equivalent of a mental nod before his world went black and he fell to the ground unconscious. Scene change no jutsu. I guess this is goodbye then, Sarutobi, said Enma, the boss of the Sandaime Hokage's ape summons. The ape boss had tried everything he could to save his old friend, but even if he had managed to stop Orochimaru's Kusanagi from stabbing and poisoning his summoner, then Sarutobi summoning the Shinigami would have killed him anyway. It would appear so, Enma, the third replied softly. The two old friends were startled when they heard a deep laugh. The pair looked toward the sound to see the Shinigami standing there laughing. No, I will not be taking your soul for any reason, Sarutobi. You have made mistakes in your life, but you have done certain things to curry favor with those higher than me, the Shinigami stated. Sarutobi and Enma could not believe what they had just heard. Apparently, Sarutobi was not going to die, and what's more, he had managed to impress some powerful figures. The pair was broken out of their thoughts when they heard a deafening scream. Besides, it looks like I am needed elsewhere right now. But before I go, you will indeed live, but you will need someone to wake you up from the coma that the poison will put you in. And with that, the Shinigami faded from existence. Almost immediately, the Sandaime lost consciousness and Enma left in a puff of smoke. Chapter 10 Hard to Swallow. It had been 2 days since the Sound/Sand invasion, as it was being called. Sand had recently discovered their murdered Kage out in the desert and had apparently been there for some time. The Suna Council almost immediately started talks with Konoha trying to save face. It would be at least another 2 weeks before the talks were done. The aftermath of the invasion was not as bad as it could have been. Thanks to Hiate's warning, Leaf was prepared for the attack. But still, with the amount of time and the covertness that Konoha had to use to make the preparations, Konoha still lost some good Jounin and Chun-Nin. The worst loss was the Sandaime. Every medic Nin in Konoha had looked at him, but none were able to wake him up from his coma. And the Sandaime's questionable ability to resume his life as a shinobi, if he did wake up, was the source of Jiraiya's current headache. Please, Jiraiya, we need someone with your strength to be Hokage. At this point, we must assume that Sarutobi will be unable to take up the position again, even if he wakes up. Hamura, a member of Konoha's council and the Sandaime's former teammate, pleaded. I already told you no. Besides, the person I've got in mind not only can be the Godaime Hokage, but she can also heal Sarutobi-sensei, Jiraiya countered. And who would that be, Jiraiya? Asked Kaharu, Sarutobi's other former teammate and council member. Why, none other than my former teammate and legendary medic Nin, Tsunade, Jiraiya explained. While that's true, she swore that she would never return here after what happened to her lover and brother. So how are we going to not only get her back here but also convince her to become the Godaime Hokage? Hamura asked. Just leave that to me. I'm going to leave tomorrow with my apprentice and look for her, Jiraiya said. Who is your apprentice? Koharu asked, curious. That is none of your concern, and before you demand for me to tell you who it is. Jiraiya cut the two council members off. Sarutobi-sensei already gave me his blessings and told me not to hold anything back when teaching them. Now if you'll excuse me, I have things to do before I leave tomorrow. Scene change no jutsu. Naruto was not a happy camper right now. He had been stuck in bed since he woke up this morning after his fight with Gaara, and Anko insisted that he stay in bed no matter how many times he said he is okay. Once that argument was settled, Naruto then asked the question, how did he get back in his bed in the first place? Anko then explained that apparently Shikamaru and Asuma had found him out in the forest when they came to see if they could help and brought him back to the Kazama estates. When Naruto had asked Anko how it was explained that he was brought here instead of the hospital or even his old apartment, Anko said that Shikamaru told Asuma that he knew about Kyubi when Asuma looked hesitant to bring you to the hospital. Asuma, feigning ignorance of Shikamaru's knowledge of Kyubi, asked how did he know about that. This led Shikamaru explaining everything he overheard in the clearing 3 months ago. And Asuma, upon hearing the extent of his knowledge, told Shikamaru that his new sensei's home would be the place to bring him. After giving it some thought and talking with Hinata, Naruto asked if Anko could bring him the genin from Team 10 along with Shino so he could talk to them. Anko said she would ask them over about 4 and ask them to stay for dinner afterwards, but only if she could ask Kurenai, Irika and Asuma as well. Hearing that, Naruto added Ayame and her father to the list of people invited and told her to tell Tucci that he would pay him to come and help with dinner if he was worried about losing any business. That was an hour ago and it was just now past lunch. But this gave Naruto plenty of time to think about how exactly he was going to drop the bomb, as it were, to everyone. Eventually, as usual when Naruto has a lot of time to think, he thought about his life. He finally had friends that saw him for him and not as something else. He had what could be considered an older sister in Anko, a sister that would keep his secrets in Ino, and a brother/father figure in Kyubi and Irika. Sure, he still had questions, but that mainly revolved around who upstairs is and things along those lines. Naruto concluded that all in all his life was pretty good at the moment. Alas, he forgot to knock on wood again, for at that very moment Jiraiya walked into his room. "What do you want, Ero-sennin?" Naruto asked, slightly annoyed. "I just came by to tell you that we'll be leaving tomorrow morning to look for my old teammate, Tsunade, so she can help Sarutobi," Jiraiya replied. "And why do I need to go with you?" Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. "Because I want the company," Jiraiya said back. "Do you really expect me to believe that the frog hermit wants company in tracking down someone?" Naruto asked, putting emphasis on the hermit part. "Fine. I wanted to teach you a new jutsu," Jiraiya said in a halfway defeated tone. "Jiraiya-sensei," Naruto said to get the pervert's full attention. "You can't grow up living my life without being able to tell when someone is not telling you the truth. Now I want the truth." "You can't handle the truth," Jiraiya said in a very serious voice. "You mean the truth that the villagers and ninja felt the chakra that Gaara and I used, and without Aji-san to stop them, then the village council doesn't have anything standing in the way of having me killed," Naruto said as a statement of fact, not as a question. Jiraiya's mouth took a moment before it was able to form coherent sentences. "How do you know about that?" "Let's see now," Naruto started. "Other than the fact that I've seen many of the council members look at me with pure hatred as I went to Aji-san's office. I want to become Hokage, and as such studied the roles of those that are in charge of running Konoha. I have also studied the powers that the Hokage as well as the council's power." Fine, you caught me. Now, are you going to come with me or not?" Jiraiya asked as he straightened himself out. "I'll go with you, and since I'm telling everyone else, I might as well tell you," Naruto said with a sigh. "So be back here at 4 this afternoon, and if you're not here, then you're just going to have to find out when the rest of Konoha does. All right?" Jiraiya nodded in a confused manner before he left to try and puzzle out what Naruto was going to tell him. Finally 4 o'clock came around and Naruto sat in his living room with everyone else. Hinata was sitting next to him, and since she had been around Naruto a lot, especially in the evenings, she didn't almost faint from being so close to him. "Hi. First off, I would like to thank everyone for coming on such short notice. Now, before I tell you anything, you must swear to never tell another in any fashion. If you do, well, let's just say it would be like telling someone about the Kyubi. Okay?" Naruto asked, and once he got everyone word that they wouldn't tell anyone, he continued. "This next little bit some of you already know and others don't. But the Kyubi was not responsible for his attack on Konoha." Naruto waited for everyone to get over their shock before he continued. "The traitor Orochimaru did something similar to putting a genjutsu on him. He's not really sure." Anko was having the time of her life sitting and watching people's reactions to Naruto's news. She also knew that if they were shocked at this, then they would have a heart attack with what Naruto was about to tell them. "I'm not done either," Naruto stated to get everyone's attention. "I can't get into details with how or why this happened, other than that I did something that most would consider suicidal to do. But Hinata is now living here at my house." There he said. Now all that was left to do was wait for people to put the pieces of the puzzle together. Surprisingly, almost everyone got Naruto's hint at the same time. Anko couldn't hold back her laughter at Jiraiya's reaction. She was fairly sure that if they were to go to the crevice outside Konoha, that Jiraiya's jaw would have hit the bottom, with him still at the top. Anko was also tempted to go over and see if she could knock the Aburame over with just the wind from waving her hand in front of him. She was so caught up in laughing at everyone that she almost forgot to take pictures so she could laugh at them later as well. As I'm sure you guessed by now, I am Kazama Naruto, son of Kazama Arashir, Naruto said looking around the room. How can you be Arashi's son? Jiraiya stuttered out. Everyone else was having a similar reaction to Jiraiya, although when people actually bothered to look at Tucci, the owner of Naruto's favorite ramen stand, he was nodding like he knew all along. How come you aren't surprised by this? Anko asked the man, voicing her confusion. The ramen chef immediately felt the need to disappear into his seat. Well, no one other than Arashir was able to eat as much ramen as Naruto can, and when you add that to the fact the kid is almost identical to how Arashir looked at that age, it's not hard to guess. Tucci finally managed to get out. Will somebody tell me who Kazama Arashir is? Ayam asked. Kazama Arashir was better known as Konoha's Yellow Flash and the Yondaime Hokage, Asuma answered. The younger generation's minds promptly shut down due to the information overload. Not even Shikamaru's 200-plus IQ was able to process the information fast enough. And why didn't you tell me? Asked an angry Ayam asked her father once her brain restarted. Well, sweetie, I didn't know if anyone else knew in Naruto had enough problems without Arashi's old enemies coming after him as well, Tucci said, waving his hands in front of him, hoping to calm down his angry daughter. It seemed to work as Ayam slowly lost the angry expression on her face. It took quite some time before Naruto was able to answer everybody's questions. He told the group everything, including the sword-copying ability of his Reiki Ray. During that time, Anko snuck out of the room and started to prepare dinner for everyone, and once Naruto noticed what Anko was doing, he made some kage bunshins to help her out. Everyone enjoyed dinner. Naruto found that the ramen that Tucci cooked tasted really good now that hadn't eaten it for a while. But all good things must come to an end, and everyone left thanking Naruto for trusting them enough to keep the information they were told a secret. Jiraiya left telling him that the two of them would leave tomorrow after breakfast from the Kazama estate. One of the things that everyone told before they left was that it was never to be mentioned that Naruto had any relationship with the Yondaime unless they were alone where the wall didn't have ears. Scene change, no jutsu. So, when are you going to teach me that jutsu, Erosenin? Naruto asked. It had been a week since Naruto and Jiraiya had left Konoha to look for Tsunade. Jiraiya had hoped Naruto forgot that little detail about him teaching him a jutsu. Jiraiya also knew that unless it was a jutsu that was very difficult to master, then Naruto would have done in no time and be bugging him to teach him another one. And that would not do. He needed his research time after all. Fine, the jutsu I'm going to teach you is one of the Yondaime's prized ones. The Rasengan, Jiraiya told the blonde Jinchuriki. Naruto gave Jiraiya his full attention as Jiraiya proceeded to demonstrate the Rasengan to him. The swirling ball of chakra in Jiraiya's hand easily turned the tree it was smashed into to mere splinters. Here, Jiraiya said as he tossed Naruto a filled water balloon. You have to learn this jutsu in 3 stages. The first one is using your chakra to make the water in the balloon spin fast enough that the balloon pops. Once you get that done, I'll show you the next step. Naruto only spent the next half-hour practicing before they got too close to a town for him to continue. The pair found a fairly cheap hotel to check into, but Jiraiya saw something that piqued his interest. In others' words, a young, good-looking woman. Jiraiya tossed Naruto the keys to the room and walked off without a second thought. Naruto sighed as he went off to go relax in his hotel room. After he laid down on the bed with his hands above his head, he decided that he definitely needed a bath. It was some time after his bath, while he was pondering who upstairs is, that Naruto heard a knock from his hotel door. Figuring it was his perverted sensei, Naruto went and opened the door, but when it wasn't Jiraiya at the door, Naruto told off the person he recognized. Go away, Sasuke team. I don't have the time nor the energy to deal with your god complex. And then Naruto proceeded to slam the door in his face. It took till Naruto made halfway back to his bed to realize that it wasn't actually Sasuke at the door. On the other side of the door, the people just stood there blinking, while one of them was, "Did that kid just slam the door in our face, Itachi?" A blue-faced man asked with annoyance in his voice. "Yes, he did, Kisame," Itachi responded in a tone that was a cross between Shino's and Shikamaru's. That's what I thought, Kisame replied right before the door opened up again. Who are you and what do you want? Naruto asked a little impatiently. Our organization, Akatsuki, would like to talk to you, so please come with us, Itachi stated. Why should I follow you two bozos anywhere? Naruto asked. Come on, can't I just take a leg off and then drag him back, Itachi? Kisame said with a smile that made him look deranged with his shark-like teeth. Naruto jumped back when he heard Kisame say Itachi's name. The group of three then heard someone scream at Itachi from down the hall. Itachi and Kisame turned to see Sasuke charging with a Chidori. Itachi effortlessly grabbed Sasuke's wrist as Sasuke tried to stab him with the Chidori. Itachi slammed Sasuke's hand into a wall, causing the Chidori to dissipate and broke Sasuke's wrist before saying, Why are you so weak, little brother? Your hate must not be strong enough. Let me remind you why you hate me, Tsukuyomi, Itachi stated in an emotionless tone. Sasuke almost immediately screamed and then collapsed to the ground unconscious. Itachi casually tossed Sasuke into a wall hard enough to break said wall. Well, if Itachi is going to have some fun then, so am I, Kisame said as he watched Sasuke crumple down against the wall. Kisame then grabbed what looked to Naruto like a sword handle. Naruto jumped back right before Kisame brought his sword down where Naruto was just standing. The sword smashed into the floor, leaving a hole. Naruto noticed that the sword appeared to be shaving the floor rather than cutting it. Naruto wasted no time in using his bloodline to recreate Hayate's Tsurugi sword, akin to the Kusanagi. He would have preferred to use Kubikiri Hocho, but the Tsurugi gave him an edge in mobility over Kisame's sword in the narrow halls. That chakra blade won't do you any good, Kisame laughed. My same hade eats chakra. Kisame once again attacked Naruto with a downward strike. The speed that Kisame attacked with forced Naruto to block using his sword. Naruto could only hope his gamble would pay off. Kisame smiled as their swords met, but that changed to a look of shock as Naruto's sword didn't disappear. Although, Kisame's smile quickly returned as Naruto's sword started to apparently dissipate. Your sword did well to last this long against my samehade, but it looks like you're out of luck, brat, Kisame taunted. I don't know about that, as I tend to have great luck in a fight and at the table, Naruto responded. Kisame and Itachi's face showed shock as Naruto's sword shifted into a perfect copy of the Samehada. Naruto managed to capitalize on Kisame's surprise. He got out from under Kisame's sword and then let his own blade drop toward the ground. This sudden maneuver put Kisame off balance long enough for Naruto to use the power of Kisame pushing his sword down and turn into a spin attack that ended in a straight thrust that managed to catch Kisame in the side of his stomach. Kisame let out a curse as he leapt back to take a look at his wound. You got careless, Kisame, Itachi stated. It looks like I will have to clean up your mess again. Naruto knew he was in trouble. He had managed to get a decent hit on Kisame simply because he managed to surprise the fish Nin. Naruto turned his attention to Itachi as he cursed Jiraiya and his perverted ways. Naruto locked eyes with Itachi before everything went dark. Naruto's vision came back a minute later, but all the colors were messed up and he was strapped to a cross. Welcome to the world of the Tsukuyomi, Itachi said as he appeared in front of Naruto. I control everything in this world. For the next 72 hours, I will torture you by stabbing you repeatedly with this sword. This is just frelling great. I'm stuck in some world that a psychopath has complete control over, and no help, Naruto screamed mentally. Not exactly, Kit, Kyuubi said. This is actually your mind. He's just using a jutsu to control it. You can force him out of here. As soon as you do, though, I need you to use the same jutsu I showed you that frees possessed people. You think they're possessed? Naruto is back while trying to ignore the pain from Itachi stabbing him. I don't know about Fishface, but I'm definitely feeling another mind in here with us, Kyuubi replied. Okay, here goes nothing, Naruto said. Naruto then proceeded to concentrate on kicking Itachi out of his mind. Itachi meanwhile stopped stabbing Naruto when he noticed his world was starting to shift and come apart. I would love to have you stay, but one voice in my head is more than enough, Naruto told Itachi right before the Tsukuyomi fell apart, sending them both back to the real world. Naruto opened his eyes to see Itachi drop to one knee. Figuring it was do or die, Naruto charged forward Dong hand seals. When he got close enough to both Itachi and Kisame, Naruto unleashed his jutsu. Both Kisame and Itachi screamed when the chakra field hit them. The two missing Nins slumped against a wall groaning. What happened? Naruto heard Itachi say under his breath. Why do I feel like I've been hit with a sushi truck? Kisame groaned. The two freed Nins were still too out of it to try and begin to know what was going on around them. Naruto, get away from them, Jiraiya shouted as he rounded the corner. Erosenin, next time you try to play hero, please show up before the fight is over, Naruto said, shaking his head as he sat down against the wall. You two might want to take it easy for a while, Naruto said, addressing the two missing Nins. Where am I? Itachi asked as he slowly looked around. Well, you're not in Konoha anymore, Weasel, Naruto joked. That statement caught not only Itachi's attention but also Kisame's. They both looked at Naruto till they heard someone come down the hall towards them. Jiraiya-sama? Do you have any idea what's going on? Itachi asked when he recognized the Sannin. No, I don't, Jiraiya said, still cautious of the duo. Although, it appears that my Baka apprentice does. All eyes turned to Naruto with a questioning gaze in them. Naruto sighed before saying, I don't know everything that's going on, but apparently the two of you were possessed by something that took control of your bodies and locked you within your own mind. Everyone else's eyes went wide at the proclamation. I remember now fighting one of that Mizukage team's lackeys when something hit me. After that, I remember feeling something slowly take over my mind, Kisame said as he memory of the event returned. Did the same thing happen to you? Jiraiya asked Itachi. Almost what happened to the Uchiha clan? Itachi asked, fearing that his memory was right. You don't know. Itachi could only shake his head no at Jiraiya's question. You killed all of them but your younger brother for some reason. That statement confirmed Itachi's worst nightmare and what his memory was telling him. No, I didn't kill them, Itachi stated with an air of finality. Whatever took over my body did. That thing forced me to kill my best friend to acquire the Manjikyu Sharingan a few days after it took control of my body, but before my mind was locked away. Do you know why that it made you kill your best friend before it locked away your mind, and do you even know what possessed you for that matter? Jiraiya asked. All I know about the thing that took over of my body was that it wanted power and that it feared the Sharingan, Itachi replied. The only reason I can think of for it to fear the Sharingan was that I was able to tell that there was something was off about my opponent. It was only after the thing left my enemy's body for mine that I realized that my opponent was being controlled. As to why I was still able to be in possession of my mind when I killed my best friend, the Manjikyu Sharingan can only be achieved is by killing your best friend. Although, it's rather ironic that I'm the only one to intentionally kill my best friend and achieve the Manjikyu Sharingan, in a way at least. What do you mean? Jiraiya asked, finally relaxing. The Manjikyu Sharingan is activated by the grief of killing your best friend. If you kill your best friend willingly, then you can't truly grieve their loss, Itachi explained. Why don't you come back to Konoha? I'm sure that once your situation has been explained, there won't be any charges against you, Naruto asked. That would be nice, Itachi said with a sigh. But there's something I need to do before I can go back to Konoha. What about you, Kisame? Naruto asked. Maybe later. I would like to see the world before that, and I think tagging along with Itachi here is the best way to do that. That is, if he doesn't mind, Kisame responded. It's fine with me, Itachi replied. Can you explain what happened to us to the Hokage, Jiraiya-sama? I'm not sure I should even let you two go. How do I know that this isn't some elaborate hoax? Jiraiya calmly responded. Because Kyuubi says that without a doubt they were possessed, Naruto stated nonchalantly. Fine, Jiraiya said with a defeated sigh. I'll explain everything to the Hokage and make sure you're taken off our bingo books. Arigato, Jiraiya-sama, Itachi and Kisame said at the same time. Do you think it's possible that maybe the other Akatsuki members are also being possessed? Naruto asked Jiraiya as Kisame and Itachi left. It's possible, Jiraiya said. The pair then heard a shout. They turned to see what it was only for Jiraiya to get knocked into the wall by a kick to the head. Jiraiya-sama, the attacker now identified as Guy, yelled. I'm sorry, that was very unyouthful of me to do. To make it up, I will run around Konoha 300 times, and if I cannot do that, I will. What was that for? Jiraiya yelled, getting up and, thankfully, interrupting Guy. He used his forehead protector to look around the corner and attacked you thinking you were Itachi, Asuma answered for Guy. Just be more careful next time. Take Sasuke back to Konoha with. Itachi and Kisame are no longer a threat to Konoha, Jiraiya stated. While the group from Konoha had questions about how Itachi and Kisame were no longer a threat, they didn't question Jiraiya. Guy picked up Sasuke and made his way back to Konoha along with the rest of the group. Now that all the excitement was over, Jiraiya told Naruto to get some rest in his room, which was miraculously still usable. Scene change, no jutsu. It had been a week since the incident with Akatsuki happened. Naruto, much to Jiraiya's astonishment and mortification, had managed to get the first 2 steps of the Rasengan down 4 days ago. Naruto was stuck on the last step. He wasn't able to keep a shell of chakra and spin the chakra inside the shell at the same time. He had an idea on how to fix that problem but couldn't try it since they were almost always on the move. He couldn't even keep practicing the Rasengan as they went because the backlash from a failed one exploded in his face, sending him flying. Jiraiya had finally found a tip as to where Tsunade could be, Tenzaku City. The two arrived at the town at about midday. The pair ran into a portion of destroyed wall that was next to a crater in the ground. Jiraiya commented that it was definitely Tsunade's handiwork and they had been searching for her ever since. Ero-senin, do you know where's the best place to get some booze in this town? Naruto asked, finally fed up with the search. Yeah, why? Jiraiya replied, slightly confused from Naruto's statement. Because if my nose was correct in smelling a certain snake, then Tsunade is probably trying to drown herself in sake, Naruto said with a wave of his hand. While Jiraiya didn't want to admit it, but Naruto had a point. Besides, he could use a good drink himself. Naruto and Jiraiya didn't get to the bar until a little before sundown and, sure enough, Jiraiya saw Tsunade and what he guessed was her assistant Shizune at a table holding a pig. Hello, Tsunadeheim, Jiraiya greeted. Great, what do you want, you pervert? Tsunade replied curtly. What? Can't an old teammate stop by to visit every now and again? Jiraiya asked back as he and Naruto sat down. No, Tsunade stated right before she took another drink of sake. As touching a reunion as this is, could you tell us what Orochimaru offered you in exchange for you restoring his arms? Naruto asked bluntly, causing Shizune's and Tsunade's eyes to widen for a second. Hey Jiraiya, who the brat? He's even dumber than your last apprentice. Tsunade asked, completely ignoring Naruto's question. He's actually my new apprentice, but down to business. I already know Sensei is dead, Tsunade said, interrupting Jiraiya. You should know better than to listen to a forked-tongued snake, you old hag, Naruto said. Your new apprentice even has the same mouth as your last one, Jiraiya, Tsunade said as she once again took a swig of sake after reining in her temper. Actually, he's worse. Anyway, Sensei is actually alive and the council wants you to come back to try and heal him and also become the next Hokage, Jiraiya said, business tone. Naruto's eyes widened when he heard Jiraiya say that. Why would the council want such a poor excuse for not only a ninja but also a person as the Hokage? Naruto nearly shouted. Watch your mouth, brat, Tsunade said as she narrowed her eyes at Naruto. But it really doesn't matter what the council or anyone else says. I refuse to take a job that only fools would take. How can you say that about the Hokages who've given everything they had for the village? Naruto said as he gripped the table. Because everyone that has taken the job has died young for some foolish cause, Tsunade countered. The Sandaime always spouted stuff off about the spirit of fire and all that, and look where it got him, crippled. And the Yondaime was an even bigger fool with all the self-righteous things he said, and then sacrificing himself to defeat the Kyuubi. It was at this point that Naruto lost it. He lunged over the table and took a swing at Tsunade that might have hit if Jiraiya hadn't caught him. Don't you dare sit there and insult the title I dreamed to hold, or say that the two people that I respect most were fools because they were willing to die for what they believe, Naruto said between clenched teeth. They actually fought no matter what happened. You, on the other hand, had some bad stuff happen to you, and what did you do? You ran away. Life sucks, get over with, instead of trying to get under it by drinking the rest of your life away. You want to fight, brat? Fine. Let's take this outside, Tsunade said, now equally as angry as Naruto. Naruto proceeded to make his way outside while Shizune was trying to talk Tsunade out of the fight. Relax, Shizune, and enjoy the fight. Tsunade is in for a real shock, Jiraiya said, placating Shizune's protests. Are you ready, you bachan? Naruto shouted. Ha! I'll only need one finger to beat a brat like you, Tsunade replied, letting the jab at her age slide. Naruto quickly reached into his pouch and took out some kunai that had explosive notes on them. He threw them at Tsunade, who easily caught them. She wondered what Naruto was up until she saw the explosive notes on the kunai. She threw the kunai in the air. She, along with Shizune, shielded their eyes when the tags went off. Naruto grinned as he saw his distraction work. He had a plan that was risky, but he knew that there was no way for him to beat a Sannin unless that Sannin held back and underestimated him. Tsunade was doing both. Naruto used the distraction to quickly create a clone and go underground via the Shinjuzanshu no Jutsu, Headhunter Jutsu. Tsunade looked back to Naruto to see him charging at her with a kunai in his hand. She smirked as she drove her finger into the ground, creating a fissure that raced toward Naruto. Everyone was surprised when Naruto jumped over the fissure without missing a beat. Naruto tried to come down and slash Tsunade with the kunai as he fell. Tsunade sidestepped the attack and hit Naruto in the forehead with her finger flick of doom as Naruto turned to face her. Everyone was shocked to see Naruto burst into smoke. Before the smoke cleared, Naruto came up from the ground behind Tsunade. Tsunade barely had time to turn around before she felt a sharp object place at her throat. You lose, you old hag. I don't know why Erosenin ever thought that a decrepit old drunk such as yourself would ever make a good Hokage. I'm going to go work on the Rasengan, Naruto said. He then removed his bloodline version of Kubikiri Hochogo as he turned to leave. Tsunade's mind was going a mile a minute. She couldn't believe she had lost, but what was most perplexing was the sword the Naruto used to beat her. Although all her questions stopped when she heard him talk about practicing the Rasengan. You're trying to learn the Rasengan, Tsunade nearly shouted. No, I'm not trying to learn the Rasengan, I am learning the Rasengan, Naruto replied evenly. Like a lucky brat like you could ever learn the Yondaime's prized jutsu, Tsunade shot back. I bet I could learn it in 3 days the old-fashioned way, Naruto replied in the same voice as before. Fine then, I'll give you a week to learn it. If you can't, you'll give up your dream of becoming Hokage, Tsunade said. And what would happen when I win? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. If by chance you win, I'll become the next Hokage and give this necklace that was given to me by my grandfather, the Shodai Hokage, Tsunade said, lifting said necklace. Tsunade, you can't, Shizune gasped. Tsunade gave a glare to Shizune that clearly said that she didn't want her to say any more. If you toss in healing old man Hokage, then you have a deal, Naruto said after a moment of thought. Tsunade nodded in agreement to his condition. With that, Naruto set out to train with the Rasengan as he originally intended.